kasih gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good Day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Max Booster kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we only nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Hey, kembali lagi di MPL Indonesia Season 15 dan masih bersama Alisa. Di hari ketiga minggu ke-6 hari ini kita akan melihat match pembuka antara Navi dan juga tim Liquid Indonesia. Tapi sebelum kita masuk ke match, kayaknya gak afdol kalau kita belum tanya-tanya dari coach-coachnya kali ya. Jadi langsung saja akan kita invite bersama Alisa. Di sini ada Coach Do dan juga Facehugger. Halo Coach.
Halo.
Gimana hari ini? Kabarnya?
Baik, alhamdulillah.
Baik ya. Dua coach ini nih sama-sama memiliki kesamaan debut di season 7 nih. Melihat dinamika MPL Indonesia sudah sampai di season 15 hari ini, gimana nih coach? Mungkin dari Coach Do dulu silakan.
Udah 8 season berarti ya, udah lama juga ya. Kalau ngelihatnya dinamikanya kayaknya makin keras sih sekarang. Di season ini makin tim makin kuat, terus makin ketat juga lah persaingannya, match-match juga makin seru lah.
Oke, kalau dari Coach Facehugger gimana?
Dari saya paling dinamikanya paling lebih banyak regenerasi. Kalau dari season MPL season 1 tuh sampai season 7 masih kayak banyak pemain yang dipertahankan. Sekarang hampir semua tim udah melakukan perombakan untuk regenerasi. Jadi kayak bagus lah.
Oke, perubahan yang pastinya kita melihat banyak sekali dinamika yang terjadi. Nah, ngomongin soal dinamika dan perubahan, kita throwback sedikit nih ya. Dulu di season 7 nih kita melihat Coach Do, kamu yang ada di papan atas dan melihat Facehugger sebagai analis baru Aura Fire saat itu tanpa kemenangan. Saat itu kamu melihat Facehugger tuh sosok yang seperti apa sih?
Sama aja sih sampai sekarang juga, maksudnya kayak sosok yang emang pinter, terus juga kelihatan gitu punya potensi yang bisa bertahan lama lah di liga dan terbuktikan sampai sekarang dia masih ada di sini. Terus juga emang dari saat itu juga udah kelihatan lah bakal improve terus dengan Aura Fire pada saat itu.
Oke, kalau dari Facehugger sendiri dulu di debut, Coach sendiri melihat Aldo sebagai jajaran staff Onyx yang pada saat itu membawa mereka menjadi juara di regular season. Itu bagaimana? Dan melihat perkembangan sekarang di Navi.
Sebenarnya kalau yang waktu season 7 lihat Coach Aldo tuh kayak jadi panutan lah. Karena kan timnya tuh top 1, jadi kayak dari semua vlog yang dilakuin Onyx hampir rata-rata saya nonton. Ya sosok Aldo sih OP dulu.
OP ya, luar biasa sekali Coach Do. Tapi nih kita melihat ya di match kali ini nih salah satu match yang paling krusial khususnya untuk Navi. Dulu membawa Onyx juara di regular season, apakah kali ini seperti apa nih Coach Do?
Tetap sama aja sih persiapannya, tetap ya walaupun apapun itu stake-nya lah, maksudnya mau menang kalah atau lolos playoff tetap kasih yang terbaik, tetap persiapannya sama aja, tetap latihan terus, tetap review, tetap bonding juga dan lain-lain, sama aja sih, anggapnya sama aja.
Sama aja ya, tapi melihat nih kalau dari Coach Facehugger sendiri bahwa kan sekarang keadaan tuh berbalik ya. Karena tim Liquid Indonesia menjadi tim yang sudah lolos dari zona merah dan justru Coach Do masih di zona merah tanpa kemenangan. Bagaimana menurut Coach?
Di MOBA sih emang berputar ya, jadi kayak kadang di atas, kadang di bawah. Ya, begitu aja.
Tapi nyawa Navi di tim Liquid Indonesia dan karena jika kalian menang dan EVOS di match 3 nanti menang, Navi akan tidak mendapatkan sama sekali chance atau tiket menuju playoff. Gimana nih menurut Coach?
Sebenarnya nggak terlalu mementingin tentang hal itunya lah. Yang penting tuh gimana caranya kita waktu main all out aja. Pasti juga dari tim Navi juga pasti all out. Nggak harus melihat dulu hasil akhirnya.
Oke, baiklah kita akan melihat apakah nanti kemenangan akan menjadi milik Navi atau tim Liquid Indonesia. Tapi ada yang mau disampaikan gak sih mungkin dari Coach Facehugger yang mungkin dulu seperti apa dan sekarang keadaannya berbalik ke Coach Do?
Tetap berusaha aja sih. Paling penting cari fondasinya sih.
Cari fondasinya ya. Kalau dari Coach Do sendiri buat Facehugger?
Good luck, have fun aja Mang Sep.
Good luck and have fun, dan roda itu selalu berputar dan kita akan melihat apakah tim Liquid Indonesia kali ini bisa mendapatkan poin atau Navi akan bisa melaju ke playoff atau tidak. Dan kita akan langsung lemparkan saja ke Bude Clara Monster. Silakan Bude, take it over. Kedua coach telah berhadapan satu sama lain, namun dua tim langsung akan saling beradu mekanik, beradu strategi untuk match pembukaan kita di hari yang ketiga, minggu yang ke-6 di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Semua super fans pastinya menantikan momen-momen di mana performa tim mereka meranjak. Namun untuk kedua tim ini sayangnya harus banyak super fans yang sabar. Karena dari Navi mereka belum mendapatkan kemenangan satu match pun. Navi makin di ujung tanduk. Karena bisa saja di hari ini kita bisa tahu nasib mereka untuk kedepannya jika mereka gagal untuk memenangkan dan EVOS nanti menang. Bisa dibilang, Navi tidak punya kesempatan lagi untuk mendapatkan slot babak playoff karena poin kemenangan yang dibutuhkan untuk masuk ke dalam babak playoff tidak bisa mereka raih. Walaupun mereka memenangkan sisa match mereka. Jadi ini adalah antara hidup dan mati untuk Navi. Sementara kalau dari tim Liquid ID, histori mereka menjadi sebuah acuan bagi mereka berkembang di season 15. Kali ini posisi mereka di nomor 7 di zona merah. Zona yang mungkin tidak sangka, tidak ada yang mengira bahwa tim Liquid ID, sang juara bertahan akan berada di posisi itu. Namun memasuki leg yang kedua, tim Liquid ID terlihat semakin kokoh dan sempat tergoyangkan. Jadi kita masih belum bisa melihat seperti apa peta kekuatan dari tim Liquid ID. Keduanya membutuhkan kemenangan, namun di Land of Dawn nanti semuanya harus diberikan. Dan sebelum kita melihat bagaimana pertarungan mereka, izinkan Bude mengucapkan terima kasih super fans yang udah nongol dari tadi, yang udah nungguin, yang terus mendukung. Dan juga Bude ingin mengucapkan terima kasih sebesar-besarnya kepada para sponsor dan partner. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official coffee partner Good Day. Kita juga punya partner ini sports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games, IndiHome, beserta dengan advertiser Kacang Sukro dan Hawkband, dan juga supplier RSV Helmet. Semuanya wajah-wajah cermas sudah terlihat dari The Cavalries dan juga Navi Nation. Mereka benar-benar merindukan kemenangan, merindukan tempat yang nyaman. Untuk tim Liquid ID, mereka baru saja mendapatkan kekalahan, begitu juga untuk Navi. Namun pada akhirnya hari ini akan ada satu tim yang bisa meraih kemenangan. Akankah ini menjadi kemenangan pertama match untuk tim Navi? Atau malah di sini tim Liquid ID yang bangkit? So, caster kita udah gak sabar, langsung aja inilah dia match pembukaan untuk Navi dan juga tim Liquid ID.
The race for the playoffs is heating up in MPL Indonesia Season 15, but unfortunately, one team might have to navigate their way to next season's preparation. That is Navi, that's gonna play against TLID. It's gonna be a tough match. With me here, Chefin, or Chef M, with Megatron and Arashi Hoshi.
Yeah. Chef M.
Yeah,
Chef M. That's a new one.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, this is gonna be a heartbreaker for maybe a lot of Navi Nation out there, but the hope is still not lost just yet officially.
Mathematically.
Yeah.
Mathematically, it's not over for Navi. They can certainly get a win here. I honestly am hoping for them to get a win here. They can't break my boy Wolf's record.
Oh, that's a prestigious record.
Exactly. Only Geek Fam and Mr. Wolf with TNC has done that before. So I don't think you. Come on, Navi. You can't. I want you to break records, but not this way.
Is Geek Fam's record also because of Wolf?
No, that was before. That was you don't put that on Wolf. That was a certain somebody that I cannot name here.
Okay. We're gonna take a look at the today's schedule right here. Navi versus TLID. Oh boy! It's used to be called the Royal Best TRQ, but things might not be the same anymore. But Onyx, right now they're, heating up with Yep on the lineup or in the coaching staff. They might be back. And on the third one, Geek versus EVOS.
That's an interesting one, especially after EVOS got taken out by Alter Ego yesterday. There's a lot of questions here on how well can Evos actually perform, especially against a team that's been really resurging here. Like the pattern that you don't believe, Chevin. Geek Fam at number 3. How do you feel? To be proven kind of wrong.
You said no pattern. Geek Fam were just looking weird. I don't know. I think they're gonna be bad, and then now the third.
Right.
Quality of man. I like when I'm wrong, right? Yep. Especially in things like this.
Is that the pattern that you're always wrong?
Yeah. maybe that's the case. You know what? Geek Fam, they'll do really bad in the playoffs.
Oh, wait.
Trying to jinx it.
Yeah, I see what you're trying to do there. I've tried doing that myself a couple of times. It's worked.
Be careful though.
Mildly, it has been okay. It's an okay strat. I don't think it's the best strat, but
it's an okay strat.
RQ definitely have the best strat right now, Rashi. They're 8-1.
Sure. But I think a lot of people still, and now, especially after seeing the Yeb effect, definitely are going to be a bit concerned, bit of worry towards the second match for sure. But we're getting ahead of ourselves here. Match number 1. What do you think?
Liquid are 7th place, by the way. They're still in the red zone, so they're
kind of close.
Win.
Well, yeah. This is gonna be a pretty tough match too for TLID because when a piece is back into the corner, that's when it's the most dangerous, right? And this is the audience topic voting here. Will Navi's journey mark the beginning of a story like TLID's? Wow, that's a interesting question right there. Possible? Trust the process. Navi's story will be better. Woo! Navi playoffs not over. You can vote it right now in the YouTube stream and let me see, or like let us see what you guys think about this.
Here, if they are able to do that, they're able to, miraculously win all their matches, because mathematically they're gonna have to win all of their remaining matches, and maybe even in the 2-0 fashion to make it to playoffs. If they do, then it'll be a better story for sure. But to compare it to Liquid, Liquid didn't change their roster. They didn't start their miracle run 6 weeks into the season. They started at week 2 after going 0-2 in their first week. So a lot of time for those players to improve. Meanwhile, we've kind of had that arc already, and it's not the Liquid way. So, there you go. There you go.
A lot of questionable things, Rashi. Can you still believe that Karst right now is a roamer?
It's definitely still a weird sight, honestly. In theory, again, the roamer and the EXP has the most similarity in the sense that you kind of want to roam around, you frontline, you enable, you play make. But it hasn't really been working out for Navi overall, and if they lose... if they lose and Evos or Onyx win their next match, Navi will be the first team to not qualify for the playoffs. And that's a tough situation to be in, man. Especially with the league overall being so close. The only outlier right now is Navi. But we'll see what they can kind of show for us today.
Yeah, certainly. Navi. I don't know what to say, right? Again, another loss here. Mathematically, it's already kind of very... It's, again, mathematically not impossible for them to make it if they lose this match, and even if Evos and Onyx lose both their matches. But again, they're going to have to win all of their remaining matches in a 2-0 fashion. So if they lose here, I think it might as well just be over already.
And let us see what the audience think about this. Looks like there's still some trust, or like actually a lot of trust.
Trust the process.
For Navi.
Navi taking the Arteta way, the Arsenal way. I like it. I like it. They're going to trust the process. I like it.
And hope for the best for next season.
Hope for the best for next season. Yeah.
What do you guys think about Navi playoffs not over though? Because that's the second most voted. There's only a 6% difference between trust the process and it's not over yet. To quote a certain rapper.
Well,
I like it.
To be fair, all the options there were pretty positive. There's no no Navi's over. So maybe that's why we're seeing a lot of positivity here for Navi.
The person who started the audience topic voting is an Arsenal fan, Sees himself in Navi.
Wait, hold on. Are you Gani?
Yeah.
Oh my god, Gani is the
Gani.
backstage.
Oh my lord.
Wow.
What? Next season, when we get new players, we're going to win the league. That's what
it's going to be a quadruple, bro.
Yeah, but at least for Navi, this is their first season, right? So they can actually develop, unlike some other teams outside there. Shout out to Gani and Arsenal fans.
I want to remind you, Gani, what this is.
Whoa, that's water?
That's a bottle.
Oh my. Bro. Well played.
I know what I'm doing.
Well played.
I ain't familiar with this reference.
Well played.
But okay.
Yeah.
I'll inquire more about that later.
Oh, for sure. You got it. You got it.
For Team Good ID though, I mean, looking at their journey here from zero to hero. Man, this is a very volatile graph, by the way. Just saying. Man, the highs are highs and the lows are absolutely low.
Wow.
But yeah, do you think Navi can follow a similar kind of trend? They're gonna resurge, but also only for a short amount of time. Because the candle that burns the brightest burns out the fastest.
This was before the rename, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we gotta understand that Liquid only joined in season 13, but it was Aura before. It was also Rebellion before, now Navi.
What a throwback. Aura's name, man. Kind of miss high on the jungle.
So
with Uranus.
Yeah,
Uranus jungle. That was special.
The Basha too.
that's true.
And in MPL PH, I think Basha is getting more traction, right?
Ah, interesting.
In
I haven't
the
seen
rover,
it yet.
I believe.
But this is interesting for Navi. They've only made it to the playoffs twice, right? Rebellion before season 10 and 12, but for Liquid, they technically made it a lot after season 8. It's season 8, 9, 10, and then the dip in season 11 to climbing back up, becoming champions.
Maybe for Navi right now, they lost their spice. They lost their aura. Not to sound like a broken record, but Audi TZ can definitely bring those.
Yeah.
Man, I always bring on Audi TZ. The nostalgia is always real.
I mean, those are great time. The entrances, the walk-ins, the poses, the spites on the interviews. But unfortunately, afterwards, the downfall, technically. So that was a whole story arc that we definitely still look back on quite fondly. But for Navi, I guess they gotta move on, right? Find something that works right now. And for this match in particular, I do wonder what the idea is. Again, the drafting has been creative from Coach Do. Is that gonna be enough, though, to, well, pun fully intended, to deal with Team Liquid ID? Because Team Liquid ID has been on a bit of a slump, right? To be completely fair. They really haven't been looking as clean as they used to be. They're still all the way down here, not within the top 5. So I do wonder if there's some kind of plan here for Navi to really be able to at least make it competitive here and take out Team Liquid ID.
It's an interesting topic for sure, but I want to shift our focus towards the other side. Team Liquid ID, they just lost, I believe, 2-0 against, unfortunately, Onyx that got Yep back. That's a pretty unfortunate timing, right? And right now they have a decision to make. Is it still going to be Aaron Chiki on the gold lane, or is it going to be Kyo? Now, you are the gold lane savant here, at least out of all of us, Mirko.
Yeah.
What do you think?
It's a tough one, really, because I think the main criticism for Kyo when he played was, all right, he's a bit too safe. But last week, he was able to show that he can be a risky player too, can walk up very aggressively and sometimes take the game into his own hands. So he's already improved in that department. And Aaron has kind of been lackluster in both. He doesn't play safe, but when he does go aggressively, it hasn't really worked out. I have said that Aaron was the better choice, but after seeing last week, it does look like Kyo would be the better one. But now they're starting to play Aaron again, so I'm getting mixed signals here from Liquid. I don't know if they're sure. I think they're unsure of who's better right now, and they're just going to test things out before they ultimately have to decide.
So you're saying it's more of like a 50-50 and there is no like big pros or cons for choosing either, right?
I think 60-40 right now for Kyo.
Okay, interesting.
Kyo
Now,
60.
on the other side though, there's also another player that has been, I guess, he's not playing to his standard, especially against Onyx last game, and that would be Irachi. Usually when you see him playing Chip, it's always so calculative, it's always so, the crash course is always on point, and you can, I gotta say, if we're talking about the, if we were to pick a scapegoat or like the worst performing member in that game, that would be Weedy, I believe.
Really? Huh. That's interesting. I mean, the fact that he got the chip, and the chip is such a high impact hero, I can agree somewhat to that point. But at the same time, if you look at how Onyx were playing, they were really intent on shutting down Witty. He was getting spotted consistently, and the thing is, right, with everyone so on point, you can see that he was struggling to find blind spots to get within Onyx. So in a sense, if you put everything onto him and it doesn't work out, is it really fair to put the blame solely on the guy?
Maybe it's not fair, but let's see though if the changes are gonna be made for TLID. It is still Aaron Chiki on the gold lane with Weedy, Yeheskiel, Fabian, and Aran.
the team who's promoted every MDL player from last season to get that championship. A miracle run, you can say, are on their routes to stop a miracle run from their opponents. The young stallions of Indonesia, the defending champions, Team Liquid Indonesia.
Looking to get back on track, and you might want to see VD right now. He has a mask on, so maybe that's one of the reasons why he's been underperforming. Rashi, he's not feeling under the weather.
That could be it. A lot of theories floating around right here, trying to solve what the issue is with Team Liquid ID. And for this team, that's a problem that they want to exploit.
It is still going to be, a change in the jungle. Washi Paul, ex-BDR by the way, as Miracle would say, with PQ Shine, ex-Magic, Cars, and Shibe, also an ex-BTR.
They definitely need that Magic and ex-Magic's nickname. A miracle is what they need for Na'Vi. Is it possible? The question that lingers up on the sky, will it be a chance for them to make it? Not today, maybe one day, but that day starts today. It's Na'Vi!
As long as it's not 0%, there's still always a fighting chance. It's always worth it to give it your all on the stage in MPL Arena.
It's always one day, Arashi, but for them it's day one.
Ooh, day one potentially. Let's see what they can cook up here, especially with the coaching staff right here. Is it an aggressive type of deal? Are they going to shut down the gold lane, the EXP lane? A lot of approaches are available for Coach Do and Raiden. Saint DeLucas and Facehugger have seen a lot of things themselves. It's going to be a battle of experience with two very veteran coaches.
But on the other side though, for the players, the experience, you could say it's a bit lopsided, especially the international experience of TLID. It's definitely going to help them in this time around. They are still not in the safest of position. Anything can still happen. Currently, with the standings is so fierce in the mid-table, you can still falter out of the playoffs.
Definitely. Now we're going to take a look at the mastermind, the architect of Onyx, then to Alter Ego now, well, actually BTR, then Alter Ego, then Na'Vi.
Well, number two, total unique heroes.
Oh man.
So the architect is still very much in the business. Number one, average game time.
That's
at first glance, it looks cool, right? But you know, if you really dig into how that's possible, why that's the case, it really isn't as positive as you would expect. On the other hand, though, the Cavalry's mastermind. Number two, average game time as well.
Is that a good thing now?
Is that a good thing? I mean, they're also not in the top 5, so hey.
Ooh, so the two teams with the lowest average game time are 7th and 9th, respectively.
Oh yeah, Team Liquid ID is 7th.
Currently, yeah, after the
I
loss
just
yesterday.
realized that. I thought they were in the playoffs.
On the topic though, which game in this season is the fastest so far, the shortest game time?
It's you, RQ versus Liquid, 940.
It is Liquid, so yeah.
Wait.
That's where the data gets skewed. That's why they're number 2.
I don't think so. Like, if it's only like 5 matches, yeah, but we've already gone through 10.
Hey,
so they've
Nico,
had plenty of time
do
to
you not realize what he's trying to do?
the average. What?
Do you not realize what he's trying to do?
What?
He's just trying to flex.
He's trying to flex?
Yeah.
No, it's just
no,
it's a relevant topic.
I know what you mean, Arashi. You can do it however you want. As you can see here in the win rate, it's a 9th for both.
Yikes.
The blue side or the red side. So anything is trouble for Na'Vi. At least the blue side is still better. But on the other side though, the away team TLID has been performing better on the red side, so they are more used to responding rather than making a move for themselves.
We've seen some shifts by different teams though about whether they want a first or second pick with all the options, all the new options available on the table. And now it's very interesting to see that the drafts can be so different from each match because not every team can utilize some of the more situational weapons now, like the chip, like the Fanny for instance. Now, against certain teams, it's no longer as prio to be banned out as it was back then.
Fabian, the usurper. This guy has been on and off, I feel. You know, it's interesting to see that usually we expect him to do well on these flashy assassins, but recently on the flashy assassins, he hasn't really been performing. Again, very questionable decisions as well when he's on the Joy. He would be leading and then he'd just go in 1v5, losing that lead, and then putting the entire team in a tough spot.
Even on the higher, right?
Yeah.
It's not really the most solid
yesterday against
performance.
Onyx.
I still remember Fabian dismantling the whole Geekfam team with a Hayabusa.
I remember that.
Yeah.
When Vincent was on Bane.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
He was styling on everyone, but unfortunately Onyx was a bit different than that Geekfam. Let's see though, their opponent right now is Na'Vi. Hopefully Weedy is a bit... He's gonna be feeling a bit better in this game. And making the right reads for them.
Definitely needs to be, because again, Team Liquid ID recently, their whole playbook revolves a lot around the engage potential of Witty. So if we can't really do so efficiently, then effectively the whole team's aggression already gets lowered down significantly.
Drafting phase is underway. Started by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. You can see in the bands right away that respect towards Hilda of BQ Shy. And Rashi, just want to update you, currently the only hero that BQ Shy has not a positive win rate, a win rate, an actual percentage on is the Hilda. Currently 67%, 2 out of 3.
I recall that was his debut pick as well. He was able to do really well on the Hilda, showed that aggression and zone out the opposition. But that's something that Team Liquid ID are very familiar with. They themselves like playing this Hilda a lot, so they put some respect on it. They know they have more options available to them. Now they make Na'Vi play that difficult game, answer that difficult question. And it's a Kyla being banned by Na'Vi as well, so they themselves are definitely still respectful of the engage potential of Team Liquid ID.
Oh, Arif left open. I think Na'Vi will take it here. Oh, they go for the chip. Okay, like usually we see the chip and we're like, oh man, that's a big pick, but coordination has been a problem for Na'Vi. And TLID have just gotten themselves two very, very strong picks, Harith and the Phobius.
And I guess the chip is actually pretty decent as well, right? Because Harith has a lot of
AoE.
AoE, and survivability is off the charts against, well, at least compared to other gold laners. And Phobius can pretty much cancel the engages coming in.
And Witty was the first guy to bring up the Carmilla last season.
Oh, good point.
The beat of the flash.
So they're very used to this kind of situation, these kind of collisions. Remember, there's still gonna be the question of the Mathilda. We just saw it from RRQ just yesterday, and Team Liquid ID is a team that knows how to use this the Mathilda really, really well. So with the Phobius already in the picture, that's also an option that Na'Vi has to kind of be concerned about. Because we've seen that, you know, it's going to be very tough to catch the main carry when the Mathilda is in the picture, even with a chip. That was true before, when the chip stun is still a bit more reliable. Now with the nurse, even more so, Na'Vi will require something more to try and get that catch for sure.
The Mathilda and Phobius, I guess, is the way that they want to actually go. But they still don't have a jungler. Not picking it up in the first phase is an interesting move, because for TLID, they always pick up a jungler in the first phase, usually. The Hayabusa, something, a comfort pick for the Usurper in the jungle. Yeah, maybe a possible Lucas, but Na'Vi should just, you know, read that out, right? Like, they should ban it out here.
There's gonna be a gold lane ban here coming in from TLID. And by the way, look at the fandom war right now on top of your screen. Na'Vi is winning by a landslide. Looks like the people's champion is Na'Vi right now, Rashi.
Wow! Almost twice the amount of support right
Already
here.
twice.
And it's still growing, by the way. Na'Vi, the Na'Vi Nation in the building here for the team. But looking at the bans, Fredrin banned away. You know, Fabian is comfortable on the fighter-type heroes. Against a Joy, that Fredrin can be a great, great option. And actually, with the shorter cooldown on the taunt, it's a great option in general for a team that wants to collide towards you like this team with a chip. So it's a good ban. For Team Liquid ID, being concerned more about the macro potential, a chip alone is already troublesome enough. A chip and a Mosscrop, possibly a bit too much of their trouble, so they don't want to face it at all.
Still,
Iritha ban. Yeah, this one's weird. I don't know why they banned Iritha. I guess it's just the mobility. They really just don't want to go up against a composition with that much mobility, right?
Or
the Joy Hylos chip.
because they're gonna play a fighter jungle, most likely, right?
Lucas?
Here,
Yeah, mobility. Big issue for like these fighter junglers, these tanks as well, but there's no way Na'Vi don't sniff it out, right? Right?
So if they sniff it out, what's the ban?
Right? They gotta ban
again?
Lucas, yeah.
Lucas?
Let's ban Lucas. If they don't ban Lucas,
I was gonna say Alpha might be bad.
But the thing is
I
now,
know, Lucas is better, miles better than the Alpha.
See, they're gonna go Valen first, and then they're gonna Lucas, and then Na'Vi don't have a way to bring it to jungle because they already have Joy. They can't even bring it to XP because they have Hylos.
There should be a 1-1, right?
Yeah, they're stuck.
My
They're stuck.
Lord. But there's a Mathilda. The 1-1 is already a bad choice in my opinion against the Mathilda. We saw how bad it was yesterday against the Lucas Mathilda.
Yeah, Eman got blasted, dude.
He literally got blasted. Even when he got the crossbow tank, there's like a half HP shield.
That's true.
Oh man.
Na'Vi boxed themselves into a corner here. We can argue that the Lucas would have been the lesser of two evils. But now they go for the Claude as well. They're gunning for more AoE right here to try and win out the crash with the chip. It's not looking so good though. They don't really have a lot of tools to keep Team Liquid ID in place. They can all dash out, they can take the guiding win and leave Na'Vi in the dirt.
Okay. Another tool for Yehezkiel.
But this is Mathilda phobias, no? Like there's dive so much. I mean, it's good against the Harrod. At least there's that. I think it's going to be Lucas. It will be strange if they actually set up all this way to not pick Lucas up.
What if they just go back to the Suyo?
Oh, it's something like a Bashia, Bane, or Export.
What? Dude, like the Lucas fits so well here, right? You have anti-CC, the chip walks onto you and you're like, ha, Ninetales.
And, you know, the skin is just released, so why not, right? It's always a great scene to see in the Land of Dawn. But Team Liquid ID seems to be contemplating this.
Wow.
Hey, it is a Suyo! Sasuke!
Dude, they were like, you know what, let's set up for the Lucas so that they think it's gonna be a Lucas, and then we go Suyo.
I mean, it's a bit more mobile than the Lucas. So maybe this is more of a Fabian's call.
Yeah.
Than anything else. He's a bit more comfortable on this hero, but are there any concerns about this Suyo pick, Arashi, or does it, or like, will it do his job this time around?
I think it's just more punishable. Put it that way, because the Lucas is a brawler, more tanky. So far, with the phobias of the Mathilda, Team Liquid ID had all the control if they wanted it. Now with the Suyo, they have a more guaranteed retry, they have more pickup potential, and there's a chance that they can shut down the Farsa in the midst of a big team fight. But why let it even go there in the first place? I think it's just more risk, but also higher reward, potentially more snowballing potential.
Looks like the stats prefers TLID. But is it gonna be the same in the Land of Dawn? It always tells a different story here in MPL Indonesia. Can Na'Vi turn the tides around in this season against TLID? Let's see the answer.
The answer for TLID is Sasuke, Suyo. This time around.
Ooh.
It's a killing spree. And whoa, Chive with the sprint, yeah.
Chive with the sprint right here against all the chase. In theory, it makes sense. There's no big lockdown, but he needs to be really, really careful because he's then vulnerable to a lot of these short crowd control tools because there's a lot of it for Team Liquid ID. It's not just one that he's looking for, right? So in the course of a big fight, he needs to keep his eyes open for a lot of these weird angles, that's for sure. But yes, Sasuke, not the main character for Team Liquid ID. Like I said, a lot more snowball potential if he does get rolling. Oh, he's going for X-Magic.
Oh my, the flicker to the bush, Fabian! Katon, that's an execute. Fabian starting things off.
A bit too overzealous there in the mid lane. He's not stopping. Cars might be next.
He will be next. Oh, the flicker! Too close, Fabian gets another.
I don't think there is any way for Na'Vi to exacerbate the situation anymore for them.
I mean, the early game giving 2 kills to Fabian, right? We talked about higher risk, easier to punish, but also better snowball potential. And Na'Vi has already started the ball for Fabian, giving him 2 kills, and he's still sticking around here. There's no flicker there.
Another stun. Oh, by damage! Oh, luckily he got stunned. That Queller could have done some real damage.
That is a questionable movement coming in from Woshi. He just walks up without any stacks for the electrifying beats. And now, weirdly enough, Na'Vi has a high loss. Na'Vi has a lot of bodies on the front. TLID has all the advantage towards the turtle.
Oh my lord, and the shortcut gets taken. So it's actually before the chip gets 4. Cars goes up, Aaron taken down up top. Oh, no way, he actually gets a... That's an execute.
Thank God.
Oh my lord, I thought it was going to be a... Alright, just an execute.
An execute, it's not as bad. And it's also, that means Cars won't be on the table for a while. Team Liquid ID understand that. They want to punish Na'Vi for getting their hands on Aaron. Big Shy.
He's trying to go in. Will be able to pop in the Glorious Pathway in the stun, but Washa Paul gets his orange buff taken by Suyo.
They're infading the jungle. They're invading everything, and now TLID, despite being completely dominant in the eye test, they're only up. Oh, they actually. Oh, the gold the gold chip was there, and only up about 100 gold. So not much advantage economically.
Yeah, not so much. Navi's doing a great job finding things around the map still. Washa Paul, at least, is still farming up really, really well. Still on the same level that Fabian is on. But again, you know, at any point that can change. The fact that Navi weren't level 4 there, though, means that they couldn't use a shortcut earlier, but they could use it now. But whoa! Whoa! What is that? Wait a minute.
I thought I was gonna explain myself for picking this, but I think you have, you have to explain yourself first, Mirko.
I mean, they are 0-10. Oh, we're on Shiki. Almost getting bursted down by the Farsa. Hold up. Cars gonna come with a Soul Sever. Fabian walking up. The Queller gets some low. Shive up top does not have the Purify. Gets stunned up by the Blade Surge. Has the Blaze into it. Will be able to pop it in time. Oh! Almost a kill from Fabian. There's 0-10 in the standings. To explain myself, I think it'll be 0-11.
How about you, Shevin? Is this some Papolung energy you're channeling right now?
You could say that. It's more of a... Can I use this word? Pity vote.
Oh man, really? You really gotta say that, man?
Bit direct from you, Shevin, I must say.
Thank God this is English broadcast.
Hey, you know what? I think even on the Indo broadcast, right now, it's looking kind of sus.
Oh, now look at this pretty shy. Going the Glorious Pathway. Cars don't have an angle to go anywhere.
Shortcut can be placed down as well. Actually, Fabian can be zoned away. The turtle should be taken, and it will by Washa Paul. Ron jumping into the front. That's a stun. BQ Shy will fall. But that's about it. The trade. A kill for Turtle.
Yeah, there was actually decent coming in from Na'Vi. There's only one retaliation there towards BQ Shy, which doesn't really need a lot of gold. Cars actually...
As a shortcut, Shiki is able to escape. X-Magic goes in. Tries to go with the stun. Won't be able to find it. Fabian cutting Shibe down. Not going to go for the Blade Surge. BQ Shy taking a portal too. TLID will not fight this.
Alright, Ron comes in to join the party as well, but yeah, I thought that Team Liquid ID were going to get that turtle and get even a couple more kills to their name there, but Navi, I thought that's a pretty value trade, but immediately afterwards, Team Liquid ID are trying to make them pay. Going with the rotation, going with the invades as well. Navi has got to stall this game out a bit longer, I think, for the macro pressure to really pay dividends, right? When the Lord is in the picture, then the macro gameplay becomes that much more effective because you can't really let go of the Lord the same way you can do with a turtle, especially after the changes. Even the first Lord's gonna crash right now. That could be used by a lot of teams to really start opening up the base.
Power spike right there for Greedy. The photo. And Rashi, you mentioned something about stalling this game. Like, if it goes on towards the late game, I gotta say, I think you would take Navi's draft over TLID, or if I'm mistaken.
In the late game?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, Claude, Chip, Farsa, a lot of good late game prowess here for Navi, that's for sure. Which is why, maybe that's why Team Liquid ID went for the Suyo. They want to snowball a bit more, shut it down. And right now, look at them. Like, they're still able to at least clear the waves out. Team Liquid ID have been farming and then going for ganks, but is it gonna be enough?
Aaron again gonna be caught by Cars and that shortcut. TLID. No gold laner, and they can teleport back to the bottom lane. Washa Paul has retreat.
Right. He's left 3 levels down though.
Ooh! Retreat hit from Washa Paul. He dives into the back line. Like to find Beast Fabian. Forces the Blade Surge defensively. Washa Paul escaping. Now Aaron Shiki hitting the portal. BQ Shy will be the sacrifice one more time.
And again, they'll take that any day of the week. Look at the top lane. Chive, 1 kill and already 1 turret taken down. He's having a decent time so far in the mid-game.
Aaron jumping back into X-Magic. It's going to be a dive over. X-Magic taking out Washa Paul. No time beats will jump in. Meanwhile, Shiva rotating over tier 1 down below for the cavalry.
Bit of spice back from Aaron there, trying to get him back for ganking him 2 or 3 times constantly. But again, Navi, with a Washa Paul with a level deficit there, able to actually get the neutral objective in the retreat contest against a Suyo to boot. It's not like Na'Vi has a lot of ways to kind of stop and stun Fabian to try and swing the odds in Na'Vi's favor. I think Washington just got the better of him somehow. That was definitely surprising there. And while doing so, Shiva was able to get so much gold on the top side as well. So, yeah, the macro gameplay is still running by Na'Vi, and Team Liquid ID are unable to punish them for it. They're only punishing Na'Vi afterwards. After the big moments, they're going for pushes like this. But overall, that means the game is still very much close. 200 gold difference only.
Super close. This is not the Na'Vi that I'm used to seeing. They're responding against TLID gangs a bit better. And this might be the change that they need to do. Aether is not in the jungle anymore. It's Woshipal.
Yep.
But when I look at the eye test, Woshipal so far, the only thing that I see that's commendable is that Turtle still. So far, he's been quite decent, I guess.
XBTR, by the way.
Gotta throw that out there.
Picks up the Holy Crystal. Big power spike for the Joy. And conceal. Don't think you want to go on Fabian. Get Witty right there. That's why Na'Vi decide not to go for it. But the Turtle has now turned to a Lord. 3 Turtles already in the game. The next neutral objective is a big one.
Is this the power of desperation, Arashi? Is that how it is for Na'Vi?
Shy walking up, dealing damage to Aran. Of course, he's going to go for the pursuit. Gets another stack down. Is he going to jump? Aaron Chick in the mid lane. Trying to poke Shive down. Cars is there too. Holding this angle. DQ Shy taking a half HP. Cars guiding win. Cars in the back. Popping the shortcut, but it's giving the circling eagle as well. Yes, skill! Unable to pop the shortcut in time. Retreat! Watch the ball! Wins it in the back. Shive is able to buy some time. Now jumps in, gets a kill. Watch the ball caught as a flicker forward. Watch the ball taken out though by Aran. Fabian still there as well. Aran with the flicker forward. Now within front of pursuit. And the stun over. Cars taken low. Quelled by Fabian. Aaron knows him on force just yet. They are very low. Lord earlier. No, Pinky Shy!
Oh my god.
Queller. Don't walk up, don't walk up. He has to execute. X-Magic. No, my god, so Sever Aaron falls as well. Feather airstrike. Aaron has him on force. Flickers forward. Pops him on force.
Oh! Is he gonna go back?
Position. Fabian's holding it. Oh no! Baited by Aaron for Fabian.
That should have been a bit more obvious, but Shiva goes for that anyway. That was a winning play from Na'Vi. They threw that out of the window with unnecessary follow-ups.
All they had to do was go back to base and reset. There was no urgency right there. The Lord was still dealing with the waves. They had time to go back, get that purple buff, and then move with the Lord. But they didn't. Macro pressure was the key they were waiting for. And to their credit, they're able to get turrets for free here because of the response time. But man, that really could have been used a lot more ideally, optimally by Na'Vi. Back to the waiting game, and Team Liquid ID are gonna try and find ways to punish Na'Vi, get a decisive fight. Na'Vi once again waiting for a chance to make a similar play like that happen. But they're actually matching up to Team Liquid ID really, really well. I think better than anyone expected.
For sure. I think they realize now that this is pretty much now or never, literally now or never. If they lost this match, the playoff dreams in MPL Indonesia Season 15 is all over, as we're going to take a look at the in-game equipment, Rashi, by Dunia Games.
Well, the Marksman Trinity is completed for Shive, so that's never a good sign for a team going up against the Claude. With the fleeting time itemization here, Cars, I think, attempting to be a bit more aggressive, although we haven't really seen as many high-impact shortcut plays. I think Na'Vi has to be more patient with that and try and time the setups better here, so that Team Liquid ID can't really force their hand by forcing out a neutral objective like a rush, like Blitz almost. Oh, look at this though. Wow.
49, that's probably the highest ever for Na'Vi. Right now, Pinky Shy gonna get jumped on.
Revitalize already caught. They're gonna go all in for Pinky Shy with his on force as well. Cars in the back line as well. Looking for the shortcut and will be able to find him, but the guiding win actually saves him. Aaron Chiki's on the way. Still able to get a few more dashes. Blazing Duet gets them down. Waiting with the flicker out. Watch the ball with the dive in forward. Now Shiva too with X-Magic flying by. 3-4-1 special.
Well, it is the XBTR's game right now. Woshipal and Shive is carrying Na'Vi 3-1-4. Meanwhile, Woshipal 2-1-3. Some decent KDAs right there, and Shive, that's a power spike for his range. He can hit for longer right now, as Shive and Woshipal is gonna blitz this without any kind of contest.
Na'Vi taking control right there. that fight didn't really seem detrimental or too detrimental for Team Liquid ID, but somehow Na'Vi were able to actually win that fight so decisively because Aaron immediately got deleted in the beginning of that fight. They went for the long flank and they jumped on Aran, I believe. You know, it doesn't sound exactly the right target you want to find. Let's take a look at the replay right here by the official tournament smartphone. Look at this, Big Shy getting jumped on, Cars looking for an angle, couldn't find the cryo carries, jumps on Aran, and Aaron leaps into danger, gets deleted immediately. That is not how they wanted the fight to go.
Nope, definitely not, but it is how the fight went. And it's Na'Vi with all smiles right now. TLID looking for the push down below. Fabian's actually doing a lot of damage on Cars, but has to be careful. Uh-oh, Fabian! Oh my God! Whoa! A jump from Aran. Luckily for Na'Vi, they don't lose Washapal. They got a turret up top.
Fabian thanking Wunton devs for making Class of the Oasis that time.
And for making a 2-flicker hero.
Exactly. Oh, Shibido.
Uh-oh, he does not have Purify. Oh, Fabian to be brought back. Car's taken down. I don't think they should take this fight. BQ Shai brought back again. Na'Vi, the lead. Oh my lord. A double for Fabian. A wave in the mid lane. Shibe is going bot. TLID. If there are no recalls, might get a base turret.
Hang on a second. The turrets are falling down really, really quick, man. The hammer damage coming through. The Farsa.
Command force over to the turret. Shibe gonna be taken low. Oh no, he jumps in. With a crowd. Everyone's shaking, trying to run away. Oh, and Rob flickering back as well to safety. Doesn't get the FOTO in time. But he did take Shibe down, the main damage dealer for Na'Vi.
I think that's pretty good for TLID. They got a lot of things there, Arashi.
They got a lot of the turrets equalized, so they have more of a playing field. But with more of a playing field comes the risk of cars coming in from behind them as well. All things considered, game is still pretty much equal, man. 1,500k gold lead for Na'Vi. We've already mentioned that in the late game, in theory, Na'Vi should have a lot more to work with. Although, again, depending on how the fight goes, Team Liquid ID have ways to really outmaneuver and outdamage Na'Vi. If they can get towards X Magic, if they can kind of stop Shive from fully channeling the Blazing Duet, they can still win it out. And you saw earlier that between the players of Team Liquid ID, the synergy is very much there. If they can use that, right, that's one of their strongest weapons. But look at Fabian! Oh man, from downtown.
That's a nerf on Suyo.
That's also the raw damage of Farsa. I'm now looking at the KDAs, Aaron Shiki. The man that used to be called the Untouchable has the highest death out of all the personnel of TLID. Is this the result of not having more bodies in the front, Arashi, or is this just Aaron Shiki? Shaky.
I think it's just Aaron with respect to the damage. Oh!
Fabian able to escape Shibe with the Blazing Duet and the BMI. Washapal with the chase. Fabian taken down. Over to the back. Aran is able to find one. Shibe jumping onto Aran. Winnie still has the guiding win. That's going to be the X Magic for Fabian. What? Washapal with a dive on Yehes. Keon gets punished for it. Guiding win. Aaron with the command force now. BQ Shy will be taken out by Aaron Shiki. They had the win with Fabian for X Magic, but they couldn't capitalize.
Oh boy, that's just not ideal for Na'Vi at all. They were tunneling on getting the jungler, and that's true. And technically right now, both teams have no jungler, so it's still a 50-50, but Aaron is just zoning everyone out, man. Way too much damage.
Looking for more damage. Shortcut coming down. It's Magic. Looking for steal on towards the Lord. Aaron Shiki! Redemption he was looking for. He finds the Lord. Now he's giving the winner crown for Shives. And dismantles X Magic. Waiting for the pursuit. X Shives gets a pick. Washapal electrifying beats now. Aran able to cancel it a bit more. Lord in the mid lane. Aran able to flicker out now. Has it in front of pursuit. Goes back in. Jumps again. In front of pursuit. Last one. Only Fabian left to deal with 3 of Na'Vi's members.
They gotta stop throwing all the advantages that they have. These two teams, man, they gotta just pump the brakes a little bit, get a bit more composed, and try to realize that this is gonna be important.
It's not just about winning the fight, it's what happens afterwards. Oh boy. Even after that turn of events there, Team Liquid ID overstayed. Tried to go for more afterwards. Did a great job shutting down Shive in that fight though. We're approaching the point in time where the jungler getting taken out is great, but without the gold laner in the picture, you just cannot win the fight. So right there, when they traded Fabian, but they lost Shive in the process, they kind of signed off that Lord fight towards Team Liquid ID. But afterwards, they just overstayed, right? And that's where the Joy can just pick off members one by one. And despite all of the big turns in this game, at 18 minutes, the gold lead is pretty much non-existent, and we still have no idea how the rest of this match is going to play out.
By the way, this is the two teams that has the shortest game time in MPL. Currently 18 minutes, something
Not
that...
living up to their name.
You're trying to say they're padding their numbers?
No, they're canceling on each other. It's like...
Fast game versus fast game equals a long game.
Minus times minus is a plus.
No, not minus. Oh, yeah, I mean, math, yeah, that's true.
Math.
I guess MLBB works like math then. Like multiplication. Multiplication.
Multiplication.
Multiplication.
Well, let's see how this goes though. Again, we've seen that Team Liquid ID can definitely catch Na'Vi by surprise. At this point, that's the only option, right? If they can get Yehezkiel and Aaron onto Washopal or Shive, we've seen what Gila Sans was able to do on the Valentina as well. We need something of that nature from Team Liquid ID if they're gonna win. Otherwise, front to back attempt here? Oh, lowest pathway already used, and Na'Vi didn't get much for it.
Huh. They're gonna give the purple over to Aaron. Turtle's gonna be spawning, Lord's gonna be spawning, but this time it's not gonna be the far lane. Last time they were able to maybe create some forced errors. Now TLID, it's a lane close to them. But has Na'Vi outscaled TLID? Joy, Farsa, Claude in the late game?
I would assume so, looking at how the damage is thrown about left and right. I would say so. And again, there's that chip playmaking potential that now Yehezkiel has for himself as well though. But again, that's a great skill to have, the shortcut, but you don't have the passive. You don't have the portal play that Cars can use on that chip. But Team Liquid ID, whoa. What is the damage, my guy?
That's Farsa late game.
That's the front line. That's a run with a Radiant Armor only against a Farsa. Definitely a bold move against a Farsa Joy. Only one magic resistance item. Look at this. Team Liquid ID forcing the issue. Cars biding his time to try and make something happen again. Next one might be the decisive one.
Yep. The big fight. Sees the portal opening but will not take it. Not yet, Cars. Staying patient, knows that he has this macro to control.
Yeah, it's the big fight, but it's also the death timers, man. If they lose 3 members, it might be fatal.
There you go. It's going to be time towards Fabian. Watch it. Oh, they're all going to be coming the combo! Nashiba! Getting Aaron Shaky. Everybody getting white. Fabian in the back will be slain by Washapal. 3 members of TLID surviving.
Fabian secured the Lord?
Yes, he did. Again, with trades 2 for 2, with Fabian and Aaron Shiki, the duo, the main damage dealers for Team Liquid ID, out of the picture here. Washapal and X-Magic have a lot of damage available to clear this Lord out, but Team Liquid ID can use the Lord to win fights more reliably. They lose a base turret to the minions though.
Oh no.
They need to make something work with this Lord. They cannot waste any more time.
But there's no one that can actually hit the turret.
They're just trying to get... wait, Washapal. I don't think you want to be fighting in the damage reduction. Around flanks the flicker combo. Washapal taking very low. Good stuff from Mickey Shy to peel by their airstrike and the guiding wins to save Aran. Now Cars has the shortcut. Aran jumping back in. Expanding in the guy. Put a pursuit coming down as well. Fabian! With a dive to the back. Win a cloud for Shive. Trying to buy some time. Big Lord. Damage reduction. TLID. They're gonna go away with a shortcut now. It's a desperate attempt for Na'Vi. There's still a big Lord right there. And TL will get it done. It took them 21 minutes, but they get it done.
That's a heartbreaker and a half for Na'Vi. They had the game for themselves. They were leading by quite a few golds, quite a few grand, and they just threw it out of the window. What a game, TLID. They might have just defeated all the hopes of the playoffs for Na'Vi.
Not yet. One more. They need one more.
That was so close, man. The fact that they lose the Lord, though, that was fatal. even though Team Liquid ID had no main damage dealers available, they weren't planning on how to actually approach the Lord together, try and get Aran and Witty away from the Lord to clear it out. So Worship Paul got too low, and it was just too difficult. Despite the late game scaling there, Na'Vi just fell short.
And this final combo, it looked really good for Aran, I'll be honest with you. Like, it looked so good. He was able to get 2, but the AoE late game damage. Fabian made the game-winning play by stealing the Lord, I'd say. And then here, yes, Aran, phenomenal plays across the board, playing with the damage reduction. But the Lord was what saved them, the damage reduction with the Lord. The fact that it was this close, I think it wouldn't have been if they got Lucas, no? Like, early game would have just been a boom, bang, bada bing with Naruto.
Well, yes, but also in a back and forth like that, the fighters usually fall short a bit more, you know? In the final fight there, the fact that Fabian was able to get his hands onto X-Magic, I think that was a big moment there. The fact that the Farsa got deleted, you know, that's something that the Lucas can't exactly do as reliably, you know, arguably, right? You can kind of throw the bomb towards the backline, but you can't really dash in and, you know, just nuke the whole backline like that. So I think it paid off, but overall, even with the Lucas, I feel like the back and forths was just too much from both teams, man. At some point there, we were like, what's going on here?
They lost the plot.
They lost the plot.
I mean,
it was all action.
Yeah, I gotta be
honest.
honest.
It's like John Wick 3, John Wick 4.
Sometimes this is what you'd expect from Na'Vi, but for TLID, this is a bit low for the standard.
Ooh, I gotta agree with that, yeah. I think that was not the TLID that we saw even yesterday up against Onyx, right?
Uh-huh.
But it is the TLID that we are seeing now. They're still able to clutch it up, but yeah, definitely not a convincing win for TLID. It was down to the wire.
There's so many moments here from both teams where someone, they dive in, they get hit with a combo, right? That late game damage from Shive though definitely was surprising to say the least. So there were moments like that, but the fact that it even got to that late of a game, you know, with a Farsa and Claude, I think Team Liquid should have really respected that. And afterwards, there was just so many moments where there's no real foresight, no real predictions how to move around the map.
Aran.
Player of the game presented by Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. It's always nice to see the rare EXP lane MVP in MPL.
Dude, they started the game off with 2 kills. We gotta remember, how did they get that close?
Oh man, yeah, it really should have been a hard snowball. I think it began with one of the fights where Aaron jumped into danger and got punished for it. That might be one of the first big moments here in the highlights. And if you look at the highlights from the game, right, at any moment, you're stuck there wondering, like, hang on a second, who actually won at the end of this game? Because you're seeing moments for both teams, right? Fortunately for the side of Team Liquid ID, though, the fact that they have the Mathilda really was useful, allowed them to play the back and forth a bit more efficiently, almost like how Onyx was doing yesterday as well. It's definitely a very strong hero, and when it comes down to just winning in the fights, right, I think that Mathilda definitely has more impact compared to the chip. So I think for Na'Vi's side, they really weren't respecting that potential either. And look at the end, every time there's a big objective take, the fight just never ends until there's only 1 or 2 men left standing, and it's kind of crazy.
His eyes set on the prize. Worship Paul was looking for the team fight. They won the battle, but Fabian won the war.
And afterwards, they're unable to clear the Lord here. They kind of moved in, but Aran stopped them in their tracks, and Fabian got to the backline as well. I feel like he deserves a shout out for sure here in this game. Because even in the early game, he was the one that was playing the most consistent. He was sitting, in this game, he had 2 deaths, but he actually was sitting on 0 deaths the whole time when that brawl session was happening in the mid game.
Fabian's game from the get-go, I think, especially with how much magic damage centric the Team Liquid ID team is, so they have to really rely on this guy to pop off, and to be fair, he did. Looking at the statistics here, Arashi, KDAs, I don't think anything super stands out, maybe aside from BQ Shy getting 7th death in this game. And weirdly enough, Team Liquid ID is usually the one to chase the Hylos rather than Na'Vi using this composition to chase, because Mathilda, usually you want to just back out and try to just kite a little bit. This time around, they used it very aggressively.
And that's because Biki Shy again and again was caught somewhere in the front. And there wasn't any situation where Biki Shy was full HP, Na'Vi were ready to go, and Team Liquid ID were trying to escape. That doesn't really happen too often. And even when it does, right? Everyone has a dash. The Harriet can Zaman Force triple dash out. Valentina can dash twice. Suyo, as Rico mentioned, 2 flickers, right? And Phobius, the only real liability in the escape game, has the guiding wind. So the composition is designed to move back and forth. And so Na'Vi just couldn't catch. They wanted the chip to be one of the main engagers, but the chip isn't really as strong anymore. And the Hylas with only a slow isn't gonna allow X Magic, Washapal, and Shiba to really get big value, which is why they wagered so much on that final Lord fight, because they wanted to get Team Liquid ID committed and wipe them out completely, use the Death Timers to win even without the Lord. At least that was the intention, but unfortunately with 3 members still surviving, it's just not enough. When you want to trade the Lord for it, you need at least a 4-man, I think, if you really want to get a full-on benefit from getting that Lord. Or from letting go of that Lord, rather.
And the teleport, the crash course, also weirdly enough killed them in that last moment. Yes, Kill stole it, and that was the game-winning play for TLID. Now for the next one.
Yikes.
What to do? This has been mostly the question for Na'Vi after they lose the first game. What to do, what to do, what to do. But I feel like throughout the first 6 weeks, there's no answer at all.
Yeah, I think first 2 weeks, a lot of us already kind of called it for Na'Vi. But then they had a 3-week break. They had a chance to actually,
lock in,
change their lineup. They did, but it wasn't the change that a lot of us were expecting. It was Cars XP to Rome. Was it an awesome change? I don't think I can say awesome. What is awesome though is this phone right here. Devin, I'll give it to you.
Thank you so much. I'll treasure it with all my heart. Awesome generation.
Are you part of the awesome generation? When were you born?
I am.
When were you born?
2000.
That's the awesome generation right there.
No
If
maths
it's
to
before
figure out your
2000,
age.
it's not awesome?
It's aight.
Well, 2000 is just extra convenient, right? Because you don't have to count your age. You have to do math, figure out that you're a certain age.
Just add 25.
2000 plus whatever's the date. And, talking about convenient, right? I think this phone just makes everything so much more convenient, man. With a Snapdragon 6 Gen 3 processor, up to 20 gigabytes of RAM, up to 256 gigabytes of storage, no lag at all, and it's 120 Hertz Super AMOLED display as well. So there's no lag, and it's smooth 120 refresh rate. That's what you need when you want to make those mechanical plays happen.
You
Look at
want
this.
to play mechanically? Oh, what
What is the RG? Look at the camera. The RGB.
Whoa, that actually looks sick. You're right.
Oh, man.
You don't want to put a case on this thing, honestly, if you get it. Go ahead and check it out, boys. Samsung.com/ID or near a Samsung store anywhere in the world to get your Galaxy A36 5G starting from only around 5 million rupiah. You get awesome bonuses too, worth over 1.1 million rupiah until the 27th of April.
Thank God I'm an MPL caster, though, because I got this for free. Right? That's how it's supposed to be?
Let's just say you don't pay with cash.
Oh.
Sorry. Take that back. Sorry, Chefin. We don't get these awesome phones. We
But
get
I
money
want it.
though, and we can buy it.
Would you buy it for me? If Na'Vi qualifies for the playoff, buy it for me.
If Na'Vi qualify for the playoffs,
Buy it for me.
What is this deal?
gotcha.
I mean, just the off chance,
The
it's gonna be
suspense is
2-1.
killing me, bro. Wow.
I mean, what would you do if Na'Vi qualifies for the playoffs, Rashi?
I would congratulate them.
I will be.
First of all.
I will buy their jersey personally because we have the stands, the merch stands later during playoffs. So I will buy their merch, every single one of their merch, their apparels.
Ooh.
Na'Vi, please make it.
I want to buy them a lot of Samsung Galaxy Cam. No, not Samsung Galaxy Cam. Samsung Galaxy phones.
Hey.
So they can be in the Team Galaxy's own cam.
Look at that. Taking selfies, CRTB, that Jeffin's in the building. Jeffin, is that you?
No. Why would you think that's me?
Because you're in the building and usually you're around the brand ambassadors with a Samsung phone.
Ah, that's the case?
So you could be over there as well.
Yeah.
Right now?
You could, here. If you take this, you can go. But you have to tell them about GoPay first.
Well, there's already GoPay here, so I'm, taking full use of it. free weekly diamond pass at Kopei Games. Like, it's so simple, all right? Here's how. Simply purchase WDP at kopei.co.id/games during the flash sale. That is, I believe, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m.
Ow.
And don't forget to use the promo code shown during the MPL ID Season 15 live stream to get a bonus of 5 diamonds, especially in this time of day when Naruto Skins is live and you want to get the Datebayos and the Naruto's.
What's your ninja way? Type in the chat. What's your ninja way?
What's your ninja way?
My ninja way?
Yeah.
Only playing Suyo for a month.
Okay, my ninja. Okay.
What about you?
Me? Oh man, it's getting all of the skins right, but then not playing a lot of those heroes, so I don't end up using it in the Land of Dawn, but I can still flex it anyway.
What's your favorite from the main 4? We don't. Well, actually, the 5 heroes that got a skin. From 5 heroes that got a skin.
Favorite
Who's your
hero, favorite skin.
Favorite hero from the 5 heroes that got a skin.
So if I had to pick one hero to play,
Bale, Kakashi Hayabusa, Suyo, Lucas, and
Sakura.
Alea.
I gotta go with the Suyo, man, because hear me out here. You know, you get that flash, the cutscene whenever you use your ultimate. With the Suyo, it just keeps flashing out because you don't technically have an ultimate.
Yeah.
So I think it just gets so much more value. It gets you feeling like the main character.
And speaking of value, this is value at the highest form.
But you don't like this one,
shoulders.
Sherman.
Head and shoulders. I love lemon. I like lemon.
He
as you
loves
said,
lemon?
Lemon flavor,
Yep.
as you would say.
That's some character development, man. Because I
Lemon
used
segar, fresh lemon. Membersihkan minyak, cleans oil, harum. What's harum in English?
smells good.
Smells good.
Ah,
yeah,
like,
that smells good.
there's no better term
Fragrant.
for it.
Fragrant.
Fragrant. And menyegarkan. That's 2 cigars.
Fresh. That's fresh.
Refreshing or something.
Fresh.
So, since when did you have you converted? Because you used to say like, man, lemon is just not my thing.
Remember, you told me
haven't-
and Gani
you haven't-
on Friday, but you haven't told Arashi about this.
What?
About your character development. About not.
What happened?
Not
What
thinking lemon is overrated anymore.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
so he doesn't know. He doesn't know.
Well, yeah, he's the goat of MPL ID.
Really? That's a surprising development here. I wasn't expecting.
Ziati.
But Chef
It's
is
always been like
definitely
that.
in the building.
There's no development, man. There's no development.
Chefin.
There's
In
no
the building.
development, Chefin.
Which one, Chefin? Choose.
The ones that's standing or like sitting
I'm talking about the head and shoulders.
in like left corner there in the middle.
Left corner.
Wait, I'm talking about the head and shoulders, Chefin.
We had the same one.
I have head and shoulders.
Yeah, which one? This one or that lemon one?
This one.
Okay.
This is Mia.
Oh, you don't like Zilong?
Well, fortunately I'm straight.
Okay.
That's fair.
Fair. That's actually
That's
fair.
fair.
Hey, you haven't answered the question, Arashi. What would you do if Navi qualifies for the playoffs? Not just congratulating them. Like something like a dare, you know.
Like a challenge?
Uh-huh.
A challenge?
What about you, Chefin? You're asking us.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna get you a Samsung A36. What about you?
I'm gonna get Arashi to do Chica dance.
Ah,
The
but
chicken
that's his challenge.
me.
there.
That's
not,
that ain't
That's
you.
my challenge. The challenge is I'm getting him to do something.
This sounds like the
This
worst
is a-
trade deal in the history of trade deals like ever.
It's a bad challenge, man.
Brother.
What about here? You do the chicken dance. If Navi make it to playoffs.
Sure.
All right. Arashi, what about you then?
Oh.
That's
I do the ice bucket challenge.
Nah, what? That's whack, bro. Come
That's
on.
whack?
You gotta
That's
do
whack.
something that's
That's like-
humiliating.
That's not
you.
even a dude. You have to get yellow hair. Come on. If Navi make it to playoffs,
Yellow hair?
blonde. Let's go blonde.
yellow
If Navi
flash.
make it to playoffs.
You're
I'll do
Minato
something yellow
Arashikaze.
themed. How about that?
Arashi, if Navi make it to playoffs. These
Fine.
are like 1 to a million odds, brother.
You know. See, this is the issue with being a person who says anything can happen, right? Even the smallest of odds, I'm like, really?
This is the guy who believed.
I'll get a highlight. How about that?
Sure, all right.
I'll get a
blonde
yellow
highlights.
highlight.
Sure. Blonde highlight?
Deal.
Okay.
Deal.
There you go.
Okay.
So now X Magic's
You have to
gonna be
negotiate. Sure, that's how you negotiate, Chef. You
I
just
wanna,
put...
I wanna back out from my own challenge.
Now you're chica dancing.
No, you're chicken. I'm sorry. You already said yeah, sure. That's what you said. TLID though, they're definitely going to be trying their. I don't know. Did they try their best? I'm not trying to like disrespect what happened in game 1 for Navi, but Aaron going for Flicker against a Hylos, Farsa, and Chip. constantly walking up forward. Fabian going for Suyo instead of Lucas when the combos like presented to them. Going for early turtles could have just been an easy way to win. An easier way to win. It does seem like TL might just be like taking underestimating the boys in yellow.
Or just, again, look at Weedy, man. He's on a mask. Shout out to Ranger Mas on the Indonesian desk. He's also feeling under the weather.
he did really well on the Matilda. Hey, it wasn't Weedy.
I mean, he's the brain, so the shot calls is always from his. So maybe, you know what I mean, when a guy gets a bit of a cold, you know, it feels like a apocalypse.
Yes, sir. That's relatable, actually. I can break my leg and I'll be fine.
Let's go play some futsal.
Oh, let's go.
Gaze the stars and see your path.
And arrange that for sure later on, Shevin. Here we go. But Navi, first pick yet again. Now the Matilda comes through. The Kyla, though, is available, and Weedy is an avid player of it, unless it gets taken away from him.
Rashi,
yes?
I don't know if you're doing it purposely, but you've been saying Kyla, not Kalea.
Maxie's been itching for a
Kalea. Yeah, okay.
I think it's since yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, Kyla.
I did not notice. Kyla. What am I saying? Kyla?
Yeah, you said Kyla.
Kalea?
Kalea, yeah.
Same thing, bro. Tomato, right?
Okay, same thing too with TL at the draft still with the Harith and Phobius for Ran and Iron Shiki. Now, this is gonna be the difference. Granger has already been picked by Shive, and we know he can play this hero, especially with the combination of Kalea. It's gonna get easier for the Granger.
The Granger?
Yeah?
Gonna quote a certain young man from the Philippines.
Ooh, that's not my intention, but sure, why not?
Yes, he says it with that accent. The Granger. Well, for typical ID though, this draft with the Phobius Harith emphasis, we've seen it from RRQ just yesterday, and it can be beat, right? With a glue for the Phobius, and I believe with a other one was used against the Harith in the lane, but yeah, RRQ were struggling in the early game, even though they technically have these two really strong laning heroes, and they were attempting to use the side lanes to try and empower the jungler. And because of that, they found it difficult. It was Wicatron. Yeah.
Ooh.
Wicatron countered the Phobius with a glue. They countered the Harith with
1-1?
Or 1-1, yeah. So those are options that was exposed already, but Navi don't have the same kind of strategy, the same kind of hero pool to attempt the same thing, it seems.
It's it's more of a personal problem, I think. Eman is really good on the 1-1. Fortunately, it's not really enough against RRQ's dominance last game. As we're going to the second phase, a lot of frontliners getting banned. Hylos for STL, and though opted to go for the Gato Kacha. Still, for the same story, Badang banned.
Well, both teams are banning away these big, bulky frontline playmaking heroes, but Typical ID already have a Phobius.
Yeah.
They're not really bothered by this as much. For Navi, yeah, the Kalea is good, but the Kalea isn't a frontliner. And that's been exposed again and again. Against a Harith and Hayabusa, that Kalea is gonna get deleted if Cars is attempting to be the main frontline. They need something else here to find out where Typical ID is, so that the Kalea can actually engage and pick someone off.
Oh. They're banning on the Valentina.
I think that's good.
Ooh.
Okay. It's more just
a hint towards a Lucas possibility.
Good, Farsa. I think it's just because they don't want to take away from the possibility of TLID having a Tsunami Slam to deal with the Joy.
Right. I think they often shut down the Joy for sure. For Navi though, something bulky, something that can engage as well to assist with cars for Big Kishai. We haven't really seen this guy play a lot of big heroes and succeed on it. The glue does come through. That should be a winning matchup against the Phobias, at least in the lane.
I think the bigger question would be the mid lane here. Novaria is usually
against the Hayabusa?
I believe last game, I don't know which game was it, they'd still pick a Novaria against a Hayabusa. And I believe there is no real repercussion of it. But they're gonna pick the Vexana here, try to deter some of the movements from Fabian and Aaron Shiki in the front line. Okay, last pick here. just someone that can roam around and try to maybe tank the Tsunami Slam comfortably.
Jordan just gonna go like Cho?
The Cho or Jarhead, I think pickoff still is the way to go here. With a Hayabusa, Farsa, and Harith, dude, whoever gets launched, gets jumped on by Witty, is gonna get deleted immediately. And in fact, if Team Liquid ID want to play the dive-in game instead, they're up against a Vexana, right? A good counter to kind of lock down the Phobius, lock down the whole team even. So I feel like pickoff is still the aspect where Team Liquid ID can shine with here.
And it is gonna be the Cho for Witty.
Yep.
And I gotta say, I think it's been a while, right, since Witty used the Cho, or am I mistaken?
It has been a while. I mean, he was the finals MVP with this pick, but this season he hasn't really been able to perform on the Cho as well as he did before. So we'll see. The glue. I just really wonder why the glue isn't as prior. I guess because there's sometimes the fair miss can still be picked up. So that's why you don't want to pick it up early. But yeah, really good conditions for Na'Vi and the glue this time around.
Looking at the statistics though, counter decks barely favors Na'Vi as well as the lineup rating, so it is still up in the air. Their hopes and dreams of this season will be close if they lose this single game against TLID. It's a tough task, but it has to be done for Na'Vi Nation. It's Na'Vi versus TLID.
Na'Vi, a chance to go 0-11, one step closer to the record-breaking no wins in a season. Definitely not a record they want under their belt. But TLID, they're looking for glory too. They need a win here to move up from this 7th place red zone.
And unfortunately, there's no Kakashi's skin, I believe,
What?
from Fabian.
Fabian?
That's disappointing.
That is.
What?
What skin is he using?
I think it's the Starlight one.
Oh my god, Fabian. Come on, brother man.
Or I'm mistaken, and I'm blind.
Well, you gotta think, is it because there's a visual advantage to not using the Kakashi one? We'll have to wait and confirm right here. But the emblems by IndieHome showing the tenacities for Na'Vi. They know it's gonna be a brawl. For Team Liquid ID though, a little more emphasis on the movement, on the rotations here. Without a Mathilda, it won't be around the map as quickly as they were before. That's why in game number 1, they had like 3 Inspires. It's all about getting more cooldowns, more spells out. But this time it's a bit different. Oh, Fabian though. One Shadow, Red Tree. Oh. Shadow kill. Wow.
Oh, kill! Unexpected. Yes, kill with wings by wings. Wash your power, Electrifying Beast chasing yes, kill down, but won't be able to get through the wall. TLID, again, first blood.
You never underestimate Cho's damage in early game, especially if he takes the thrill. It's always so surprising.
I mean, it really is unfair to be doing that much damage as a roamer in the early game. And that's where the Cho shines, right? That's how you want to play around this hero anyways. So that's fine. Avian, though, looking for a chance to do something.
Uh-oh, he actually misses it. Able to get the jump. Oh, great Terrify! Baby able to escape, still wants Paul. Unable to get the kill, no Curse Blast landing. Free turtle though for Na'Vi.
Yeah, that was a clincher for Fabian. Thankfully, he didn't get picked off by Washi Paul. But this is going to be the repercussion. Oh, too shy with a good zone there against Aran.
Yeah, good zoning, good control. Na'Vi takes the turtle. And they have to maintain this advantage right here. Team Liquid ID though, showing great adaptability there and composure. They weren't expecting Fabian to get locked down there, to get hit by the Terrify. But they did a great job still coming out alive from it, not really panicking when things don't go their way.
Witty already level 4 in a second, so he's gonna start kicking some of the members of Na'Vi anytime soon. As in the gold lane right now, Aaron Shiki and also Shiva is more of like a non-lane currently, just trying to get the gold as much as possible. There's not much trade, at least from what I see in the early game.
Oh, but Aaron Shiki does have the assist. Becky Shy roaming around on the blue. Having a lot more impact here compared to Aran so far. That's what the winning lane gets you from the EXP lane. 70 seconds to go, and Team Liquid ID will be looking for something for Shiba here.
Uh-oh, the Red Tree also with a Shadow kill. Purify out, but it will be a kill for Fabian. Shiba taking down Aaron Shiki, getting a few hits on to the turret. He does have the Purify. Cars cannot go for the Tsunami Time. Gets Copper Feather Airstrike. The Lethal Ignition proc to Washapal in the bush. Does not have the Retribution, but will try to steal it. Will be able to get it.
Clean stuff from Wosha Paul there. But Team Liquid ID with a great strategization to go to the top side, go to the gold lane, go for the dive, knowing that there's no minions available just yet. As the lane goes though, I think Aran is gonna have a better time going up against Big Shy in the lane. Oh, Widdy!
Channeling his inner Voloisky.
Oh, he's self-aware at least, right? He pumps in the new TL ID or the new TL emote while he does that. The snooze.
I mean, showing again that it was a bit of a mistake by all means, but showing again that Team Liquid ID are definitely decisive and could be a factor that can discourage Na'Vi from staying up too far in the front. Widdy's still looking for something, and this time with the Phobius in the picture and proper position, Team Liquid ID should have enough to really zone Na'Vi away.
Cars, Flicker Tsunami Slam, locking him down right now. 2 CCs. Widdy taken down. Shibe gonna be able to pick up the kill now as Aran gets mounted by the man. Flickers out to safety. Still though, Na'Vi holding on to this. Fabian zone away in the back, and they're not gonna go for the commitment onto the turtle just yet. No quad shadow left now. Aran jumping back and forth. Shadow kill! What is a bot force? He's actually gonna save it. Retreat battle. Wow! Washa Paul did not retreat late, and Aaron got it.
It feels like Na'Vi does not know what to do at a time. They're weighing on whether to go for the turtle or to go for the fight, and they didn't even try to commit on one of those.
I think they got confused there, because usually when the glue jumps towards your backline, that means that you get zoned out. But Team Liquid ID said, all right, Aran, you got the glue on you, right? Stay over there. Stay away from us. You know, get away from us with all the glue on you, and we're gonna still make a play for the turtle. And that's just not the usual approach. So the willingness for Team Liquid ID to just brawl it out, even though in theory they're already at a disadvantage, just caught Na'Vi completely off guard. And they have no idea if Team Liquid ID are looking for a pickoff, looking for a steal, or looking to get out. And I think they just weren't ready. They didn't predict the options there, and they just kind of froze.
Now, Shive gets the turret at the top lane. Looking at the item earlier, I believe X-Magic actually used the warrior boots instead of the tough boots, just to try to deter some of the damage coming in from Fabian. But that's a concern against some of the engages.
Oh! Tsunami Slam again. This time Aran going to be taken out. Widdy looking for the pick, won't be able to find it now. Immobilized, locked down. Doesn't have to win the dragon now. But the airstrike coming down. Widdy flickering out over the Death Sonata. TLID losing this trade.
So far, Widdy has not been on point on the Cho. Gotta get back to his form as soon as he can.
Well, he's not in form, but it's also Na'Vi really preparing for the Cho. Whenever... oh, hang on a second, everyone. Whoa. Good take.
Oh,
Shive got it though. Got the EXP buff right there. But yeah, Widdy has a lot of attention on him for sure. Whenever he's concealing, whenever he's in the vicinity, Na'Vi already
has the Purify, by the way. We'll be able to pop in time now. Shive looking to run away. Widdy still on the electrified boots. Baited by Shive to a kill for Washa Paul.
At least there's some trade there in the turret, so it's still a W for PLID as Fabian.
Retreat battle. Oh, BQ Shine with a dive into the back line. Now Shadow kill. And the jungler's unable to get it, but with Aran taking an X-Magic. Whoa. There's a lot of damage placed on him. Aaron Shiki able to go in. Baby Shuriken, 1 HP X-Magic. Caught by Aaron. BQ Shy next on the chopping block. Double for Aaron and the Harith.
Fabian with some pirouette there. Some happy feet to get away from the damage and also the danger.
His ninja way is showing strong there. Going in and out, undetected, unseen. Really too quick for any response coming in from Na'Vi. That's gonna be a huge momentum shift for Team Liquid ID. With the additional damage antagonists they have here in the mid game, they're definitely getting the better of Na'Vi. The Cars has to be careful here. Widdy definitely still looking for a chance to, you know, settle the score, even out the score against Cars here in the pick-off battle.
Gotta be careful, Shive, man. All right, no quad shadow for Fabian. Green light for them to walk off. Fabian gets shot.
Oh,
for quite a bit of HP.
Yeah, Urquan noticed that this has happened, I believe, in Geek Fam versus Alter Ego. A mid laner that does not use a Purify against a Cho. This is gonna be a concern later part in the game.
For sure. Makes him a valid target, X-Magic. Maybe he's thinking that he is the one that should be saving his team from Widdy, using the crowd control tools available. That could be the idea. Whatever it is though, it kind of allows Team Liquid ID one more avenue of approach. Now with the Granger damage also ramping up, they can play the siege game pretty well. With the Detonatas and the Cursed Blasts here, Navi can definitely play the back and forth a bit more. Team Liquid ID with a Phoveus, no Mathilda, and a Cho, they're the ones who have to kind of go all in here with a shorter range.
BQ Shy and Cars, they're having a tough time trying to just own the bushes that they should have on their map right now. Because the pokes coming in from Aaron Shiki and Widdies, they're waiting. Can punish pretty much anyone from Na'Vi, and if the Kalia gets punished, that's pretty much safety. The green light for the whole damage dealers of TLID to go crazy. As right now, TLID gonna put their attention on towards the lower. BQ Shy might be getting chunked up.
Already forced to use the spread. That is Chunk Solo winning!
Oh!
Way the Dragon finding Cars. Watch Paul dive into the back line. Won't be able to find it as Aaron dishes out a bit more damage. Then he can show BQ Shy. Taken out by Aaron on the Harith. 4-0-3 for Aaron. Holy Crystal in 9. TLID en route to stopping Na'Vi right here.
Looking way more convincing than game number 1. Everything a lot more calculated. And right there, that's the result, man. When both teams are looking for a chance to try and go for an engage, whoever engages first kind of loses out when both teams can kind of burst people down like this. In the mid game here, Na'Vi has a lot more. They have a lot of AoE, a lot of combos, a lot of long-term damage, long-duration damage. But when it comes to full-on burst damage, Team Liquid ID has the advantage, and they're able to use that right there. And they've made up for the lack of backline pressure by using Fabian to dive in the backline, threaten X Magic and Shive, and he backs off. It's what Eternal likes to refer to as Theory Anjaman.
Threat theory.
The threat theory. Watch how Fabian does it.
Still using the Lord. This is, again, really good usage of the Lord. We're going to try to get 2 waves on it. Slow pushing Lord, shoving in mid, and then getting the side here. Then they'll decide to like shove it.
Got to shout out the Sakura skin there. And once again, on cue, it's always a sight to see, a sight to behold when Kalea does not perform because it's Sakura.
Accurate.
Yeah. Buy the skin, by the way. Buy the skin.
Absolutely. Let's see. Lord charging in. Feather Airstrike zoning them in the back as Aaron Shiki looks for the siege. Won't be able to crack it open, but they have another wave coming down, up top, down below as well.
He's going to be colliding at the right time. Heskiel already flying in the danger zone, but man, they won't be able to get the turret still. Good wave here from Na'Vi. One more chance for Team Liquid ID on the bottom lane, technically, but no. They'll go for the purple buff, and they play it calculative. Right? This is a whole different look compared to game number 1. They're playing it consistent, careful.
I think the only thing that Na'Vi can do right now is hope for a Cars flicker play because I don't think Cars can take a lot of magic damage here.
What? Tsunami slam over to the Phobius. Aran! Oh, brought to X Magic! You hate to see it. A dive into the back. The Purify coming down, but Aaron Chiki's able to survive. Look at the sustain now as he keeps on jumping.
Don't
if
hit
that
him.
was me, I would hit
Oh no!
the glue on Aaron and probably kill Aaron, but this is TLID. They'll be patient with it. They'll crack a base turret open, and that's the far lane away from the next Lord.
So Miracle, that's what a good teammate would do, alright?
Listen. They're playing for MPL. We're playing for ranked.
Exactly.
It's fun. It's more fun that way.
We just blame our friends for getting the glue on him in the first place.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
just don't get mounted, Lamau.
That's your fault.
Just don't get spread, Lamau.
Just don't let him get close. Well, everyone did let everyone get close though. He was doing the dive again and he got bursted by something in the midst of that chaos. I thought he might get taken out in that fight, but fortunately he didn't. But with a couple more items in the inventory of Na'Vi, he might have gotten taken out in a situation like that. So he needs to still be very, very careful. Lord is spawning, but Na'Vi is in position earlier. Team Liquid ID playing the patient game. They have the base turret. There's no rush for them. Na'Vi are the ones who had to try and do something there. And now they're going to be forced to back away, react to the waves. This might be a free one for Team Liquid ID.
I wonder if Widdy is going to try to flank from the side, but it looks like that's not going to be the answer here.
Doesn't need to.
Yeah. Trying to scout here. Cars.
Go! Walks off. Oh, Purify out from Heskiel. Almost gets taken down. Now Widdy gets the kick on Cars. Good Eternal Guard will actually disengage for a bit. It's going to be BQ trying to miss it, but all taken down to no members of TL falling. Oh, I guess an immortality for Widdy, but that's about it.
And when the engages are not working for Na'Vi, that just spells death for them.
I mean, they almost took out the head skill, so credit to them. Fortunately for them, though, the response was instant from Team Liquid ID. And to make things even worse, Cars and Big Kishai both I believe they didn't use their ultimates in that fight.
Yeah.
They were caught so off guard, so quick, with so much lockdown built into Team Liquid ID. I mean, Cars was the initial target, so you can kind of understand. But Big Kishai, being a tank glue, not being able to pop the ultimate, that means there's a lot of damage or a lot of lockdown for Team Liquid ID. Either way, spells doom for Na'Vi.
But it would have been suicide anyways, right? If he did pop the ult.
Might have lasted a bit longer, but was gonna delay the inevitable. That's fair.
What she said. Now, Lord's coming in the top lane with the that emote, the snooze.
That is not how that emote goes.
Whoa! I thought that. Are you gonna make a new emote? Is that a new emote?
Yeah, that's a pitch to
Oh, look at
Muton.
Washer Paul, XBTR, by the way, TLID, looking for the siege down below. Shive doing a good job with the clear again. First Blast plus Rhapsody, such a deadly combo for minions. You do not want to be a minion when you're up against this. Look at the clear. I think they'll be able to survive another day. Last Fabian, Shadow kills in the back, Aaron Shiki with the damage as well. It's Magic able to flick around to safety. No members taken down. Washer Paul still up front. 2 base turrets. Oh, Tsunami snap with the flicker. Waiting to be caught. Again, the knockoff as Shive picks up the kill. Aran caught. DQ shy. Crown from
wait a
Aran.
minute.
Rushing A with his Mind Force jumping in with the Purify as well. Able to get rid of Shive. Big Q Shy falling next. Cars as well will fall. Fabian assassinating the man in the back. No X Magic left for Paul. Na'Vi, not today, maybe one day. TLID will take their sweet time as Aaron continues to recall, literally flexing on Na'Vi.
Good game, well played, nice try, Na'Vi. Man, oh man. It's unfortunate, but we saw this coming.
It wasn't anyone surprised that Team Liquid ID got it done. In fact, Na'Vi put up a pretty respectable fight in my opinion, showing that they do have some playmaking skills. They do have interesting ways to try and look for that victory. Unfortunately, not enough for today just yet.
Some respect being given from Aran, Fabian, the whole TLID. The Na'Vi squad that's fighting for their life in this game. But this is the nature of competition. Some fall, some celebrate. And the stage is TLID's right now.
Some fall, but I think Na'Vi has been free falling for a bit too long now. We're waiting for that drop at this point. Is this the drop? Have they been knocked out of playoff contention?
I don't think that it's definite just yet. There needs to be a win from EVOS or Onyx. But we'll see.
Let's see though. These people, they like to stand on the stage, especially Aaron Shiki. Surely they have something pretty spicy to say here.
Dan tim Liquid akhirnya back on track. Mendapatkan kemenangan kembali dan pembuktian 2-0 di leg yang kedua. Hadir lagi nih, lama absen Aaron. Halo.
Halo.
Datang-datang, kemarin kalah. Hari ini menang, membawa kemenangan untuk tim Liquid ID.
Benar.
2-0 di leg kedua. Makin mudah atau makin sulit sih buat kalian?
Makin mudah.
Dari segi apa tuh?
Segi tim.
Dari segi tim. Hasilnya juga kelihatan ya, 2-0 ya.
Benar.
Tapi Aaron, apa yang terjadi ketika Aaron kan sempat skip lumayan tuh beberapa match, menghilang bertapa atau apa Aaron?
Lagi malas main, Bude.
Bohong nih, bohong. Seru sih. Oke, nanti Aaron tarik napas dulu, kayaknya lumayan ini ya. Tapi Bude penasaran, ini Widi lagi sakit? Oh, keadaannya lagi kurang enak badan berarti untuk hari ini?
Dari kemarin sih Bude, cuma sekarang kayak lebih sering batuk aja, jadi makanya pakai masker gitu.
Oke, makanya kita mendoakan supaya Widi cepat sehat.
dan bisa performnya lebih baik lagi. Tapi Widi, Bude penasaran kamu melawan Cars yang tadinya menjadi XP Lane dan sekarang menjadi Roam. Dari Widi sendiri gimana sih lebih susah melawan Cars di EXP atau sebagai Roam?
Mungkin lebih susah di XP sih Bude. Lebih gendong-gendong aja dia emang di XP.
Berarti kalau dari kacamata sebagai sesama Roam, ini belum maksimal dari seorang Cars menjadi Roam?
Butuh jam terbang aja sih Bude. Kalau untuk potensinya harusnya kalau dari XP lumayan gampang sih pindahnya nanti ke Roam gitu.
Oke, tapi 2-0 ini kita bakal langsung tanya ke Yeskel. Yeskel, 2-0 di game pertama itu lumayan menarik ya. Kayak menangnya atau permainan kalian tuh perang terus. Ini siapa yang ngajakin perang terus? Liquid? Navi? Atau memang kalian kepengen main seperti itu?
Memang gameplay kita perang.
Khusus match ini?
Semua match sih.
Oke, gameplay perang. Memang yang penting hajar gitu. Tapi kalau melihat dari game pertama kalian yang cukup lama, 20 menit. Dan gimana sih kalian ngelihat game seperti itu yang perang terus?
Seru sih Bude, apalagi tadi ada chip kan, jadi lebih mikir aja kita.
Ada chip, lebih berpikir. Tapi habis game 1 tuh, tadi para caster juga melihat ada perdebatan sepertinya setelah kelar game. Ini berdua ada apa? Atau bertiga, berempat, berlima tadi? Pavian dan juga Aaron. Ada perdebatan kah tadi setelah game 1?
Ya benar, debat.
Debat apa tuh?
Ini aja.
Berdua dong. Ayo klarifikasi nih berdua di sini.
Debat MLBB.
Debat MLBB. Jadi untuk ngeriset ke game kedua?
Enggak, kita debat siapa game terbaik. Ternyata MLBB. Yeay.
Yeay.
Dan juga HP terbaik Samsung. Yeay.
Wah, pintar sekali ya di sini ya. Oke. Dan udah bulat berarti suaranya dari game 1 ke game 2 semuanya bulat ya berarti ya?
Benar, bulat.
Oke. Tapi melihat dari mungkin semuanya kalian lakukan lebih baik di game yang kedua. Masuk ke dalam game kedua, Pavian.
Ya.
Wajah apa yang kamu munculkan tadi?
Kan seneng. Hehehe. Diajarin Iron itu.
Oke. Tapi seneng gak 2-0 melawan Navi hari ini?
Senang pasti senang. Cuma kemarin kalah jadi nggak senang.
Itu dia. Ngomong-ngomong tentang kemarin ya, lanjut lagi maaf Aaron. Dengar gak kemarin ada yang bilang kamu dark system? Dengar gak?
Dengar.
Terus tanggapanmu apa?
Nggak ngomong sama camat. Dia soalnya bohong Bude. Kemarin aku ngobrol sama dia, lu main gak? Kata dia main kalau gua main. Terus pas gua main dia nggak main, berarti dia dark system.
Oke, dibalaskan lagi ya. Dark system untuk dark system. Tapi ini membuktikan gak sih kalau kamu bukan dark system? Bisa menang loh.
Enggak, gua dark system, Ryota dark system.
Dua-duanya dark system.
Benar sekali.
Oke, memang cuma kalian berdua. Kenapa bisa menyandang gelar dark system dari kamu?
Karena gue ketemu dia, gue nggak tahu nama dia siapa, jadi gue panggil dark system aja.
Oh, jadi kalau mau kenalan sama Aaron kalian harus sebut nama ya sebelum dipanggil dark system. Tapi sekarang di MPL dia dark system nggak?
Nggak.
Nggak. Aaron juga? Nggak berarti?
Benar.
Kamu mengambil gelar dark system ini?
Ya benar.
Aaron lagi kenapa nih teman-teman? Tapi daripada Aaron kita ke Aran juga nih. Ke pojok yang ada di sana. Aran MVP game pertama. Menjadi MVP di game pertama. Player yang mungkin menggerakkan gamenya juga di dalam peperangan. Terus perang.
Kenapa Bude?
Gimana sih kamu ngelihat permainan kalian? Game 1 dan game kedua. Terlihat cukup berbeda ya Aran?
Kalau game 1 mereka lebih berani ngajak kita sih. Jadi kita ladenin terus. Tapi yang di game 2 mereka mainnya lebih pasif. Jadi kita yang gas terus jadinya.
Oke, tapi melihat game 1 dan game kedua berarti lebih enak kalau nggak diajak perang dong. Kalian yang lebih ngajak.
Ya semakin musuhnya pasif semakin enak kita mainnya.
Lebih enak.
Ya.
Tapi kalian 2-0 hari ini apakah Aran ada faktor mana ya tadi ya? Ada Kodan
ini.
kayaknya. Ada Kodan. Kodan turun gunung loh.
Ada Kodan juga, ada mbah aku juga yang nonton jadi bisa membawa keberuntungan mungkin ya.
Oh iya di situ ada Mbak. Halo, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan gak sih? Ini kemenangan kamu persembahkan langsung untuk keluarga tercinta, untuk Kodan.
Ya, aduh malu Bude ntar ya.
Oke, di belakang ya. Tapi memang support system itu juga cukup penting. The Cavalry juga nggak bosan-bosan dan nggak lelah-lelah. Hebat banget kesini bersama dengan keluarga, sanak saudara, dan Bude penasaran, kalian ada nggak sih yang di sini tuh yang langsung sebelum match Kodan ngomong sesuatu, ada nggak? Kodan ada ngomong sesuatu nggak sebelum match mulai?
Mereka, Kodan nyemangatin kita sih biar mainnya lebih lepas aja sih.
Pakai teknik ancaman nggak? Oh,
Bukan Koed soalnya. Koed apa? Kodelwin. Sorry, maaf Koed.
Kode Elwin ya, yang suka mengancam ya. Tapi di sini Kodan hadir membawa boostingan tersendiri. Kalian akhirnya mendapatkan kemenangan ditambah dengan Cavalry, keluarga, semua. Bahkan BA-BA juga semuanya hadir. Masuk ke minggu yang ke-7. Siapkan kata-kata untuk minggu ke-7 dong.
Lawan siapa?
Minggu ke-7 berarti lawan siapa nih ya? Kita tanya, siapa? BTR. Wah, top tim di atas. Kalian lagi di bawah nih.
Gue belum pernah kalah lawan BTR.
Woo! Oh, congrats kata Fabian. Jadi ingin melanjutkan dari nggak pernah kalah lawan Bigetron, pengen dilanjutin?
Pengen banget.
Pengen banget. Bakal jadi challenge besar nggak untuk kalian melawan tim papan atas seperti Bigetron?
Lumayan sih, soalnya mereka lagi kuat. Ya.
Bigetron lagi kuat, tim Liquid lagi apa?
Lagi joget.
Jangan dong, mentang-mentang et. Tapi semangatnya pasti sudah diterima. Ada yang mau disampaikan mungkin untuk menutup minggu yang ke-6 ini dari Aaron?
Terima kasih buat The Calvary sama semua fans yang udah datang hadir sini untuk nonton tim Liquid ID di MPL Season 15 week ke-6. Terima kasih sekali lagi guys. Love you.
Oke, dan itulah dia Aaron seperti kerasukan sesuatu, tapi mereka mendapatkan kemenangan 2-0, kemenangan lagi atas tim Navi. So, kasih tepuk tangan dan sambutlah tim Liquid. Depan, bang. Situ, ayo.
Unfortunately, Navi Nation has to say goodbye to their chances for the postseason for playoffs in MPL Indonesia Season 15. But just like an Arsenal fan always say it,
there's always next season.
Yeah.
They're always waiting for next season.
You get the memo.
Hey
Now,
man, we are both Arsenal haters, brother.
Let's go.
Yeah.
The worst team in the world.
I think there are worse teams there.
Is this the enemy of my enemy is my friend type situation?
Yeah, kinda.
That's true.
As long as we hate a person each
Let
other.
the hate unite
Tottenham
us.
and Arsenal.
Tottenham.
Yeah.
What do you think of Tottenham?
I don't think we can say all that.
But yeah, back to the game. Navi and TLID. There was some crucial moments here. As you can see in the screen, Aaron Shiki actually didn't die even once in that whole second game, making him the untouchable once again.
It's always between Aaron Shaky and the Untouchable. Doesn't seem to be a good in-between, honestly. But I think my eyes are still on Fabian, man, because even in the previous engagement, watch out what he does. He's not just a damage dealer right there. He's also, again, a real threat. But of course, the main guy doing the heavy lifting.
Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Aaron Shiki, full build already with the concentrated energy, and that's GG for Navi. Bars.
Oh my god, bars indeed. Taking a look at the early game, again, Typical ID did a great job doing a slow amount of damage back and forth and eventually getting the kill. And Fabian gets the ball rolling here, identifying there's no minions, means it's an easy kill. And afterwards, look at this. He never goes in and just goes full combo. He puts the quad shadow in and leaves Navi guessing. Is he coming in? Is he trying to flank around? And you never really know. And in this game, dude, the junglers are not doing the retreats at all, dude. It's the other members taking things away. Look at Fabian. Again, getting to the back line, baiting everyone to move away from the team, and then get out. He's making full use of the mobility that the Hayabusa possesses, more so than just going for the kills. And I think that's a hallmark of a great assassin player, knowing your options, not just your default combos. And afterwards, right, it was just Aaron going in, MVP here, just going in aggressive there, almost gets taken out. I was concerned for his safety, and he gets the blue on him, but it's fine. And when everyone survives with a sliver of HP like that, it's time to counter-attack immediately. A run, and Aaron and Witty jump on the case, seals the deal for Na'Vi. And afterwards, despite moments like this where there's attempts from Na'Vi to strike back, wasn't allowed, man. There's just way too much damage, way too much advantage. And unfortunately for Na'Vi, Wash of Paul was trying to clear the wave right here, and it was taking just a little bit too long there. By the time he joins the fight, it's just way too late, and it's a 4v1, and he gets deleted.
I just realized that actually Rashi was out of the screen for a while. As we're gonna take a look at the stats here, 15 minutes, 15-5 in kill department. So far, it has been pretty one-sided ever since the get-go. That was supposed to be the first game story after the 2 kills in the early game, but Team Liquid ID wasn't able to take it as cleanly as second game here. Now, what are the chances here going into the playoffs, Team LID? Is this a convincing performance? Granted, as you can see in the stage earlier, Witty was not feeling quite well.
Right. I mean, game number 2 looks way more convincing. If we are going to judge them based on game number 1, that is not it, brother. Like, you need to do way more to match up to the other teams right now, especially with the resurgence, with the surprising improvements coming through from the other teams lower down in the standings, like Ultra Ego, like Onyx, right? People are stepping out right now. You got to step up even more. And if you're going to judge them based on game number 2, that's fine. Looks a lot more convincing, but you're up against Na'Vi, right? You have to understand that this team, objectively isn't really one of the more difficult matches in the league. So even if you do perform well against them, you can't let it go to your head. You need to try and keep working on the improvements you got to get in the Lana Dawn. Because again, the game, it keeps developing, keeps evolving, and you got to make sure that you're on curve.
With this though, I think they are number 4 now.
Oh, single win?
Yeah, they are 5-5, they were 7th, but now they're 6-5. That puts them at a pretty high standing. We will just have to wait to see who wins later on, because they will certainly drop if the other teams get 2-0 wins. That's just how volatile it is. You can go from 6th, 7th to 3rd to 4th to 5th. Hey man,
go up to 4th and then go back down.
Except Na'Vi. Everybody except Na'Vi and RQ. RQ are 8-1. Na'Vi are now 0-11, as I predicted earlier. Ooh, final prediction. Oh man, it's
you hate to see it.
You hate to see it. You don't want to see that prediction become right, but it's true now, unfortunately.
It is what it is.
They still have a record to chase though, Na'Vi. Not a good record.
Is that the idea? I need them to win. Again, no one can break. Please, don't break my boy Kai Sam's record.
Only special people
truly special.
Truly achieved that special honor.
Yeah, Big Fam did it once.
Indeed. It's definitely special, to say the least.
But the thing is, if Na'Vi do it this season, it's 0-16. It's not, so they'll actually break the record. That's the thing.
Same thing.
No, it's not the same thing. It's another whole 2 matches, brother.
Something to look forward to. Unfortunately, Na'Vi, and a no-no to playoffs. Hopefully, and I do mean by that hopefully, it will change next season, because going 0-11...
What would you change?
Well, a lot. Hopefully...
Ours back to XP is me.
Hopefully, they change their skins too. To a better one, like the Naruto collab.
They did! They used Sakura!
Unfortunately, that was Sakura. Why would you use Sakura in the Land of Dawn?
It's the lore accurate performance there.
Yeah.
Like we were mentioning before.
Gee, dude. It feels bad, man, but that is kind of true. If you guys want to win, go ahead and get yourself the B Ninja, B Legend. Maybe if you combo Sakura with Naruto and with Sasuke, you get the game win. Or maybe even Gaara.
Oh, yeah.
Kakashi.
You know what? All of those 4 heroes aside Gaara has appeared in MPL ID. So,
yeah,
like,
where are the Veils?
RQ, if you already secured upper bracket, bring out the Veil. Come on.
Come on, look at him. Look at Veil.
Sacrifice a game or 2 just for the vibes.
Because I have red hair, I think I can do his pose. Ooh.
Your hair seems a bit too bright.
Closer than black hair.
You did the, whatchamacallit, the eyeliner, eyeshadow. I
I
don't
need
know what the
eyeliner
term.
and I need.
You know what that is? That's not eyeliner. That's sleep deprivation.
Oh,
According to the lore, that's
the
whole
whole Kazik.
Wait, really?
Yeah,
I thought it was because he's
the
in the
whole
desert.
village?
not the whole village, just him.
No, like I think Kankuro also has it.
He's different though. That guy,
Kan-
he's
was it Kankuro? What's the name?
Yeah,
Kankuro,
the
right?
puppet guy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kankuro, yeah.
Yeah, but he's weird.
Oh,
I don't think anyone else in the village on the daily vibes like that, you know. But Gara,
You're telling me
according to the lore,
up top is sleep deprivation? What? Up top too? Because usually like eye bags are down here. He has it. Oh, the whole eye.
oh, you know that's
Yeah.
severe insomnia. Once it gets you here, it also gets you there.
because
Wow.
lore-wise, he's not allowed to sleep. Because once he goes to sleep, the tailed beast comes out.
The
He has to
Shukaku.
The Shukaku comes out, so he gets to stay awake all day, every day.
And by the way, you guys have been calling it tailed beast bomb. Call it like a cultured man.
With Biju Dama.
Yeah,
Dude, this is the English stream, not the Japanese stream.
Exactly.
Nihongo de Nihongo. I don't know. I don't know how to say. Like, let's
Shefin-san.
use Japanese though for that term. Raikiri, you know, the Rasengan.
Hey, I actually gotta fact check you though, Arashi. It's not makeup, that's true, but it's not sleep deprivation.
What is it?
It's a physical manifestation of his bloodline and the Shukaku one-tailed fox in Kuriki, not actual makeup nor lack of sleep.
Really? Is it not
Yeah.
eye bags?
Wow, they gotta take your
Is that AI? Is that AI?
degree.
This is the awesome intelligence.
That's why.
I gotta confirm that later.
Awesome intelligence, brother man.
It's the Mandela effect?
They gotta take away your degree in Weavery.
Yeah, they gotta take
No
away
better
that
than
degree.
you.
Shefin-san.
What do you gonna call it? What?
Huh?
Tail beast bomb? Tail beast bomb? What was it earlier?
Bijudama. I know that. What? Are you trying to fact check me?
No, I'm just like, just trying to see.
What are we trying to see? Trying to see what?
Never mind.
I don't get it.
Never mind.
Well,
Never
we'll
mind.
get
Break,
though.
man. We'll talk
Let's go
about
to
it
the
after.
second
Let's go to
and
break.
third match. It's gonna be even better. So stay tuned.
baru Awesome intelligence Tanda mati next level always race Semua game kita got warrior Victory Guns victory
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru Awesome intelligence Tanda mati next level always race Wasting time no more Charging obviously faster
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Kope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Tagihan murah di aplikasi Kope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Kope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi
hari tanpa mabar. Main nge-lag, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games main andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max, makin-makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah, everybody's fighting for the truth.
変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。椿ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 に任せもらった四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなるシャンナラ今度は背中合わせでいくわよ
Aspekku pribadi di season 1 itu juga yang juara kalau nggak rare kipos. Menang bonus kalah belajar. Udah itu doang kita awal ngomong. Kami berlima, G, Billy, Rev, LG sama aku tuh nggak ada mikir sama sekali kita bakal juara. Saat itu seneng banget, Bas. Pengen nangis aku waktu itu. Kalau nggak percaya boleh tanya anak-anak. Selama ini berarti gamblingku dari kotaku sendiri ada hasilnya juga buat buktiin ke orang tua juga kan.
Yang gue lihat ya Piala MPL kayak simbol untuk tahta tertinggi di Mobile Legends ini sih.
Our new champion, EVOS Esports. Penantian panjang yang terbayar sudah.
Cuman kalau pas udah juaranya, jujur aja nggak bisa dideskripsikan dengan kata-kata. Nggak bisa diungkapkan lagi pas menang, harus rasain sendiri.
EVOS Legends!
Sampai alien mampu mempertahankan PSR Jose.
Paling memorable buat aku juga di season pertamaku bisa juara terus ya dengan final kayak gitu lumayan ada kepuasan sendiri lah.
Kita lihat ini dia MPL Season Championnya adalah Hierarchy Jose.
Kalau untuk di season 9 panas sih gara-gara dari season 8 kita gagal, dikit lagi kita bisa juara. Ya mungkin dari situ juga ada faktornya sih.
Raja Galaksi kita di MPL Indonesia Season ke-9 RRQ Jose.
Pertama kali lihat pengen banget angkat piala lah pasti. Lebih ke pride sih. Kayak gue bisa gitu loh. Angkat piala sama tim gue. Kalau perasaan yang pasti ngerasa kayak mimpi sih. Itu gila banget. Berapi-api banget. Terus kayak segala macam usaha juga terbayarkan lah.
Raja Galaksi pemenang MPL Indonesia Season 10.
Kalau buatnya season 10 sampai season 13 kita nggak pernah puas sekalipun. Mau udah juara lagi. Kayaknya belum cukup buat kita. Jadi akhirnya sampai forfeit kita udah berjuang banget sih tuh.
Kalau ngeliat Piala MPL tuh ya termotivasi dari situ. Jadinya ya pas di grand final kita coba buat main pede aja. Lu baru masuk MPL, lu grand final, upper bracket, tiba-tiba juara. Itu kayak bener-bener dreams itu.
Juara baru di MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Ya, karena emang kita mau buktiin kalau emang ada juara baru aja sih. Jadi kayak nggak bosen kan lihat.
Melihat piala itu sebenarnya nggak ada pikiran buat juara, Wak. Kita pengen ngasih yang terbaik aja buat satu sama lain, ngebuktiin.
Gua lebih punya mimpi baru sama tujuan yang baru sih. Ya tujuan baru gua ya ini jadi coach, ngelatih anak-anak. Makanya gue masih bertahan sampai sekarang.
Ya kalau aku buat Piala MPL sendiri, jadi kayak pengen banget ngangkat lagi apinya
kayak terus baru terus lah.
Karena kita udah persiapin segala macam, kita harus dapat lagi si piala itu. Jadi kita bakalan berjuang lagi nah.
Apalagi dengan piala baru, pastinya kita bakal membara sih. Jadi kita harus ada semangat baru juga buat dapetin piala barunya sih.
baru. Awesome intelligence, tambah makin next level, always red. Semua game kita gak worry, fast and easy comes victory.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru. Awesome intelligence, tambah makin next level, always red. Wasting time no more. Charging obviously faster.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasihnya pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Seru pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Smash Booster kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah. Everybody's fighting for the truth.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。 俺に任せもらった四代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。さよなら。今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
Aspekku pribadi di season 1 itu juga yang juara kalau nggak RRQ pos. Menang bonus kalah belajar. Udah itu doang kita awalnya ngomong. Kami berlima, G, Billy, Rev, LG sama aku tuh nggak ada mikir sama sekali kita bakal juara. Saat itu seneng banget bos. Pengen nangis aku waktu itu. Kalau nggak percaya boleh tanya anak-anak. Selama ini berarti gamblingku dari kotaku sendiri ada hasilnya juga buat buktiin ke orang tua juga kan.
Yang gue lihat ya piala MPL kayak simbol untuk tahta tertinggi di Mobile Legends ini sih.
Our new champion, EVOS Esports. Penantian panjang yang terbayar sudah.
Cuman kalau pas udah juaranya, jujur aja nggak bisa dideskripsikan dengan kata-kata. Nggak bisa diungkapkan lagi pas menang, harus rasain sendiri.
EVOS Legend.
Sampai alien mampu mempertahankan PSRR Jose.
Paling memorable buat aku juga di season pertamaku bisa juara, terus ya dengan final kayak gitu lumayan ada kepuasan sendiri lah.
Kita lihat ini dia MPL Season 6 Championnya adalah RRQ Jose.
Kalau untuk di season 9 panas sih, gara-gara dari season 8 kita gagal, dikit lagi kita bisa juara. Ya mungkin dari situ juga ada faktornya sih.
Raja Galaksi kita di MPL Indonesia Season ke-9 RRQ Jose.
Pertama kali lihat pengen banget angkat piala lah pasti. Lebih ke pride sih. Kayak gue bisa gitu loh. Angkat piala sama tim gue. Kalau perasaan yang pasti ngerasa kayak mimpi sih. Itu gila banget. Berapi-api banget, terus kayak segala macam usaha juga terbayarkan lah.
Raja Galaksi pemenang MPL Indonesia Season 10.
Kalau buat yang season 10 sampai season 13, kita nggak pernah puas sekalipun. Mau udah juara lagi. Kayaknya belum cukup buat kita. Jadi akhirnya sampai forfeit, kita udah berjuang banget sih tuh.
Kalau ngeliat player MPL tuh ya termotivasi dari situ. Jadinya ya pas di grand final kita coba buat main pede aja. Lu baru masuk MPL, lu grand final, upper bracket, tiba-tiba juara. Itu kayak bener-bener dreams itu.
Juara baru di MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Ya, karena emang kita mau buktiin kalau emang ada juara baru aja sih. Jadi kayak nggak bosen kan lihat.
Melihat piala itu sebenarnya nggak ada pikiran buat juara, Wak. Kita pengen ngasih yang terbaik aja buat satu sama lain, ngebuktiin.
Gua lebih punya mimpi baru sama tujuan yang baru sih. Ya tujuan baru gua ya ini jadi coach, ngelatih anak-anak. Makanya gua masih bertahan sampai sekarang.
Ya kalau kuat piala MPL sendiri, jadi kayak pengen banget ngangkat lagi apinya kayak terus baru terus lah.
Karena kita udah persiapin segala macam, kita harus dapat lagi si piala itu. Jadi kita bakalan berjuang lagi nah.
Apalagi dengan piala baru, pastinya kita bakal membara sih. Jadi kita harus ada semangat baru juga buat dapetin piala barunya sih.
baru. Awesome intelligence, tambah makin next level, always red. Semoga kita gak worry. Victory, guns victory.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru. Awesome intelligence, tambah makin next level, always red. Wasting time no more. Charging obviously faster.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope, transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Pertama di Indonesia, kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day Groovy Cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar, main ngelek, kerap buat ku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Game smash andalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Pin stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Game Smash makin no debat.
Game Smash Booster kini dapat DG rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless
変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。 俺に任せもらった4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなるシャンナラ今度は背中合わせでいくわよ
Aspekku pribadi di season 1 itu juga yang juara kalau nggak RRQ pos. Menang bonus kalah belajar. Udah itu doang kita awal ngomong. Kami berlima, G, Billy, Rev, LG sama aku tuh nggak ada mikir sama sekali kita bakal juara. Saat itu seneng banget bos. Pengen nangis aku waktu itu. Kalau nggak percaya boleh tanya anak-anak. Selama ini berarti gamblingku dari kotaku sendiri ada hasilnya juga buat buktiin ke orang tua juga kan.
Yang gue lihat ya piala MPL kayak simbol untuk tahta tertinggi di Mobile Legends ini sih.
Our new champion, EVOS Esports. Penantian panjang yang terbayar sudah.
Cuman kalau pas udah juaranya, jujur aja nggak bisa dideskripsikan dengan kata-kata. Nggak bisa diungkapkan lagi pas menang, harus rasain sendiri.
EVOS Legends!
Sampai alien mampu mempertahankan PSRRQ Jose. Paling memorable buat aku juga di season pertamaku bisa juara terus ya dengan final kayak gitu lumayan ada kepuasan sendiri lah.
Kita lihat ini dia MPL Season 6 Championnya adalah RRQ Jose.
Kalau untuk di season 9 panas sih gara-gara dari season 8 kita gagal, dikit lagi kita bisa juara. Ya mungkin dari situ juga ada faktornya sih.
Raja Galaksi kita di MPL Indonesia Season ke-9 RRQ Jose.
Pertama kali lihat pengen banget angkat piala lah pasti. Lebih ke pride sih. Kayak gue bisa gitu loh. Angkat piala sama tim gue. Kalau perasaan yang pasti ngerasa kayak mimpi sih. Itu gila banget. Berapi-api banget. Terus kayak segala macam usaha juga terbayarkan lah.
Raja Galaksi pemenang MPL Indonesia Season 10.
Kalau buatnya season 10 sampai season 13 kita nggak pernah puas sekalipun. Mau udah juara lagi. Kayaknya belum cukup buat kita. Jadi akhirnya sampai forfeit kita udah berjuang banget sih.
Kalau ngeliat player MPL tuh ya termotivasi dari situ. Jadinya ya pas di grand final kita coba buat main PD aja. Lu baru masuk MPL, lu grand final, upper bracket, tiba-tiba juara. Itu kayak bener-bener dreams itu.
Juara baru di MPL Indonesia Season 14.
Ya, karena emang kita mau buktiin kalau emang ada juara baru aja sih. Jadi kayak nggak bosen kan lihat.
Melihat piala itu sebenarnya nggak ada pikiran buat juara, Wak. Kita pengen ngasih yang terbaik aja buat satu sama lain, ngebuktiin.
Gua lebih punya mimpi baru sama tujuan yang baru sih. Ya tujuan baru gua ya ini jadi coach, ngelatih anak-anak. Makanya gue masih bertahan sampai sekarang.
Ya kalau aku buat piala MPL sendiri, jadi kayak pengen banget ngangkat lagi apinya kayak terus baru terus lah.
Karena kita udah persiapin segala macam, kita harus dapat lagi si piala itu. Jadi kita bakalan berjuang lagi nah.
Apalagi dengan piala baru, pastinya kita bakal membara sih. Jadi kita harus ada semangat baru juga buat dapetin piala barunya sih.
Dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan,
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta. MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor Head & Shoulders. Official coffee Good Day. We own this.
MPL Indonesia Season 15, akankah ini menjadi Royal Derby atau akankah ini menjadi Royal Bestie? Kalau kita mengingat di season 8 sampai 10, Onyx dan juga RRQ selalu berada di top 2 dan selalu menjadi perwakilan MPL Indonesia di kancah dunia. Dan kita bisa melihat di match kali ini akan bertemu kembali Royal Bestie antara Onyx dan juga RRQ. Nah, tapi sebelumnya pastinya Alisa di sini mau tanya-tanya dulu, tapi sebelum itu mau minta semangat dulu dari Sonic, mana suaranya? Dan jangan mau kalah pastinya Kingdom, mana semangatnya? Dan kalau kita melihat di peringkat MPL Indonesia Season 15 ini, RRQ tetap berada di posisi atas dan paling besar kemungkinannya untuk berada di upper bracket di babak playoff. Nah, tapi Alisa pengen tanya kali ya ke Kingdom dulu, kira-kira mereka pengen gaya untuk Onyx bisa kembali menjadi Royal Bestie-nya ataukah menjadi Royal Derby saja? Sudah bersama di sini ada Kingdom, halo. Boleh nggak sih kita berdiri sedikit? Nah, namanya siapa nih Kak?
Aski.
Aski. Nah, Aski Kingdom dari mana nih?
Bogor.
Dari Bogor, oke. Gimana, ada yang dari Bogor juga mungkin di sini Kingdom? Ada, oke. Aski pengen untuk Royal Derby aja atau kembali ke Royal Bestie nih?
Royal Derby sih, biar seru kan.
Biar seru ya, tapi kira-kira kalau di match kali ini melihat Onyx dan juga RRQ, apakah RRQ bisa menang atas Onyx?
Pastinya dong.
Mana Kingdom suaranya? Luar biasa. Tapi kalau kita melihat Onyx tuh kemarin baru saja menang karena Coach Yap baru saja bergabung kembali. Kamu melihat ini kayak gimana nih?
Pastinya bakal lebih seru ya dibanding Coach Adi sebelumnya.
Oke, bakal lebih seru ya. Prediksi matchnya nih berapa poinnya?
2-1 lah.
2-1. Oke, kita akan melihat. Kalau tadi kita udah tanya ke Kingdom, thank you so much ya Aski. Semoga bisa terkabul. Tapi kita sebelumnya di sini juga mau ke Sonic dulu. Ada di sini Sonic yang mau nemenin aku? Ada kakak Sonic? Malu-malu ya Sonicnya ya. Ada Sonic sejati di sini, ada super fan Sonic sejati yang udah pakai jersey, kayaknya kakak boleh nih. Boleh berdiri dulu. Halo, namanya siapa? Boleh dong gabung sama aku sini. Aku gak gigit. Oke, namanya siapa? Bagas, kamu Sonic dari mana nih?
Surabaya.
Surabaya, area Surabaya. Wow, ini super fans yang nonton di Surabaya juga terwakilkan di suara kamu. Gimana nih hari ini melihat pertandingan antara Onyx dan juga RRQ? Kira-kira prediksi kamu gimana?
Pastinya seru sih Kak.
Poinnya berapa?
2-0.
2-0 ya. Kita akan melihat apakah Royal Bestie ini akan kembali. Tapi kamu yakin dan optimis gak Onyx bakal ke playoff?
Pastinya yakin.
Kira-kira peringkat berapa sih?
Jangan banyak-banyak 3.
3. Royal Derby atau tim Royal Bestie?
Tetap Royal Derby.
Tetap Royal Derby. Oke, menarik ya. Kenapa? Kenapa nggak Royal Bestie?
Karena seru aja lihat.
Karena seru aja ya. Oke, kita berharap yang terbaik hari ini 2-0 ya. Kita pegang ya. Kita lihat apakah prediksinya betul. Thank you so much. Boleh dong kita kasih tepuk tangan sekali lagi buat Sonic dan juga Kingdom pastinya. Dan kita akan melihat apakah hari ini akankah Onyx memenangkan pertandingan ini dan akankah tim-tim yang tadi sudah terbagi antara Derby, Royal Derby dan juga Royal Bestie terbukti. Kita mungkin ke Kingdom lagi kali ya di sini. Halo kakak cantik, kamu boleh gak sih temenin aku di sini biar aku nggak cantik sendirian? Namanya siapa? Nesha. Nesha, kamu Kingdom dari mana nih?
Dari Surabaya.
Dari Surabaya juga, wow. Ini pada jauh-jauh banget ya. Kamu emang jauh-jauh ke sini nih?
Enggak sih, ngekos.
Oh ngekos, oke. Udah sering ke MPL Arena?
Udah sering sih.
Oke, sebagai Kingdom, kamu tim Royal Derby atau Royal Bestie?
Royal Derby. Mas,
kenapa?
gak tahu sih. Tapi lebih sukanya kalau jadi Royal Derby aja sih Kak.
Sukanya kalau jadi Royal Derby. Prediksi skor buat match kali ini?
Karena mau match yang seru jadi 2-1 untuk RRQ.
2-1 untuk RRQ. Oke, kita akan lihat ya. Thank you so much. Boleh kita ke Kingdom lagi kali ya, yang makin belakang. Boleh nih kakak Kingdom? Kingdom sejati? Oke, boleh berdiri nih. Namanya siapa nih kak?
Ridwan nggak?
Kak Ridwan dari mana nih?
Dari Bekasi.
Dari Bekasi. Wow, tadi ada dari Surabaya, sekarang ada dari Bekasi ya. Kak, gimana nih? Tim Royal Derby atau Royal Bestie?
Tentunya Royal Derby ya, biar seru.
Biar seru ya. Oke, kalau prediksi skornya sendiri nih?
2-0 RRQ.
2-0 RRQ, Kingdom mana suaranya? Oke, terima kasih banyak, semoga terbukti ya Kak Ridwan ya. Enjoy the match dan kita bakal balik lagi ke Sonic nih ya. Halo Kak, boleh aku tanya-tanya sedikit nih? Boleh berdiri dulu, namanya siapa?
Fatih.
Kak Fatih, Sonic dari mana nih?
Dari Semarang.
Dari Semarang. Wow, ada Surabaya, Semarang, Bekasi. Wah, jauh-jauh nih datang ke sini ya. Tim Royal Derby atau Royal Bestie?
Kalau saya Royal Derby sih.
Kenapa tuh? Ini kayak semuanya Royal Derby nih ya. Ada jawaban lain selain seru gak?
Ya, kalau menurut saya sama aja, seru-seru aja kalau masuk Royal Derby daripada Royal Bestie.
Ya, jadi kita akan melihat. Tapi kalau melihat nih ya, Onyx kan coachnya baru saja bergabung kembali. Menurut kamu gimana nih?
Ya, lebih menarik sama menurut saya lebih kuat kalau dipegang sama Coach Yep.
Oke, dan prediksi skornya berapa nih?
2-0.
2-0, oke, terima kasih banyak Sonic. Boleh dong kita minta semangatnya lagi, yeay. Thank you so much Kak, dan itu dia tadi kita sudah tanya-tanya dan banyak kan timnya di sini Royal Derby ya. Namun apakah kita akan melihat di match kali ini, apakah itu akan terbukti? Dan apakah RRQ bisa menang atas Oni atau sebaliknya? Langsung saja kita akan lemparkan ke Bude Clara Monster, take it over.
Di MPL Arena, banyak suara telah kita dengarkan bersama-sama. Mengingat ini adalah match yang begitu berkelas antara tim Onyx dan juga tim RRQ. Royal Derby atau Royal Bestie. Semuanya punya opini pribadi, namun kalau kita boleh ingat lagi, mereka pernah menjadi Royal Bestie, di mana mereka kedua tim yang selalu pergi bersama mewakili Indonesia dari season 8 sampai season 10. Berdua bersama mengharumkan nama Indonesia, berjuang bersama-sama demi satu bangsa. Tapi kalau melihat perjuangan mereka di season 15, banyak sekali yang terjadi. Di RRQ, mereka berhasil menempati posisi pucuk hingga minggu ini. Dan akan cukup sulit untuk tim-tim lain mengejar, khususnya sekarang untuk tim Onyx yang harus berjuang keras kalau mereka mau menuju ke pucuk. Karena kita tahu sendiri, di sisi Onyx mereka baru memiliki 5 match win. Jadi perjalanan mereka untuk ke atas memang sungguh berat. Tapi bukan berarti tidak mungkin karena kita melihat tim Onyx. Mereka belum kalah di leg yang kedua. Mereka mendapatkan win streak dan membalaskan dendam kedua tim yang pernah mereka tidak bisa menangkan di leg yang pertama. Jadi kalau melihat potensi dari Onyx di leg kedua ini seperti Onyx yang berbeda. Onyx memiliki kuncian dan memiliki potensi yang besar untuk comeback stronger dan mencoba mengeluarkan jati diri mereka sebagai Raja Langit di leg yang kedua. Tapi kalau dari tim RRQ, mereka juga bisa dibilang punya sesuatu hal yang benar-benar mereka pegang sampai sekarang. Mereka benar-benar menang terus dan mereka bahkan membalaskan dendam. Di leg kedua, match pertama mereka membalaskan dendam atas Bigetron. Dan masuk ke leg kedua dengan starting point yang sungguh kuat menjadi mental boost untuk tim RRQ pula. terlihat betapa solidnya tim RRQ menjadi challenge untuk tim Onyx. Sama-sama terlihat harus mempersiapkan sesuatu untuk Royal Derby kali ini. Dan sebelum kita melihat bagaimana dari adu mekanik, dari adu strategi, izinkan Bude mendengarkan suara nih ya. Sorak-sorai dari Kingdom. Wah rame banget nih. Dengan semua papan-papannya, udah nanti mau tahu tulisannya apa aja. Tapi nggak mau kalah juga, Kingdom udah bersemangat. Kita juga mau cek semangat. Dan sorak-sorai dari Sonic. Woo! Semuanya lagi happy pastinya dari kedua super fans karena sama-sama punya kemenangan di leg yang kedua. Tapi juga kita harus berbahagia karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton. Supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official dari coffee partner Good Day. Dan kita juga punya partner ini sports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan advertiser, Kacang Sukro dan Hokben. Ditambah dengan supplier RSP Helmet. Dan kali ini semua superfans sedang berdebar-debar. Akankah Onyx mengembalikan kejayaannya dengan melangkah lebih kuat di leg yang kedua? Atau malah RRQ di sini yang benar-benar ingin menekankan bahwa mereka begitu kuat tak terkalahkan. Raja dari segala raja dan juga Raja Langit. Mereka bersiap bertempur di Land of Dawn. Inilah dia Royal Derby leg kedua.
There can only a single ruler. There can only be a single ruler in a castle. And we will see who will rule MPL Indonesia tonight here in Royal Bestie or Royal Derby. That's gonna be the story here.
Derby.
Obviously, RRQ right now, they're in a really good position. Number 1 MPL Indonesia, the place that's where they believe belong historically, right? But right now, the obstacle, obviously, you can call him Thanos, you can call him Raja Yeba or Coach Yeba, the ruler of Indonesia for 4 seasons in a row. What's his real name again? I'm sorry.
His name is Denver Miranda.
Denver Miranda.
Yes, sir. He pulled a Thanos for sure, though. Walked up and said, fine, I'll do it myself. And then, well, he technically also completed his collection, too.
Yes.
There you go. He's actually MPL Thanos.
And again, it's crazy to see the impact. Because a lot of people, before, me included, were still doubting. Okay, you know, he's great, but how great? He's gonna make an impact. How much of an impact? Turns out it's very, very significant. It looks like a whole different team. So today, it's definitely a bit of a measuring stick to see how much better Onyx has gotten, and can they actually, remind us about the old bygone era, the Sky King era.
And we will ask you guys as well, can the Sky King be a threat to the King's dominance? Edok on fire, Onyx can lose. Keyboy on point, Onyx win. 2 Kings, hard to predict. And it is hard to predict, to be fair. If you're going by, I don't know, man. I gotta say, even after that Onyx match, I'm still doubting if it's just, like, how the hell just a guy comes in and changed the way Sans played, changed the way a single person play. It doesn't make sense. What's the formula there?
Exactly. It's not just the draft, it's also the individual performance and the group performance as well. So it's kind of freaky how different they look immediately in such a short period of time. But this is a reminder here, from Royal Bestie to Onyx domination, is it time now for RRQ to put the hammer down and lay it out once and for all?
My goodness, look at the record there. From Season 8 to Season 10, they're trading the number 1 spots, RRQ and Onyx. Meanwhile, Onyx domination. We are very familiar with this era when we beg for other teams to take the charge instead of the Sky Kings, and we got it. TLID was the defending champion this season. Now the question is it RRQ's time right now?
Well, I'm not sure, because again, Onyx, like you said, the improvement has been ridiculous. It almost seems too good to be true. With Yeb coming in, having that change in every single one of their players. Because again, it wasn't just the draft. Obviously the draft felt more in sync with what Onyx is as a team. But yeah, Valentina, that performance from Sans back to the Gila Keyboys almost looked like
crazy.
The last 4 weeks, the last 5 weeks didn't even happen. This is a different team already. That's why there's so many eyes on this matchup. RRQ number 1 up against a 6th place Onyx. But still, an Onyx that is feared, that has suddenly become the final boss once again.
And you can't help but restate the fact that without Yeb, this wouldn't even be a question. In this season, everyone's gonna say it's RRQ's game. But with Yeb in the picture, that's the kind of effect that RRQ themselves for sure are respecting right now. And you have to wonder if that factor, the Yeb effect, can bleed over into the mind games in the drafting phase. But before that, Chevin, we have our answers right now.
Dun, 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 dun. Keyboy on point, Onyx win. Well,
really?
I wonder if this is the result of some Filipinos on Onyx.
Maybe.
Yep, and also Kyrie.
Absolutely, it could be. You know, the English chat definitely, most of our viewers are Filipino, so maybe they do have that little bias in them. You know, they gotta go for the boys that they support. But
understandable.
I think it's time for us to give our own predictions.
Oh boy. I'm scared.
Count it down.
I'm scared.
Count it down.
3, 2, 1. I think we have to explain ourselves, Mirko, but you don't have to because we know that you can pick that.
Right.
I almost don't want to believe the change in Onyx, but at the same time, I want them to go back to the version that there was before.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think for Onyx, well, I agree with your prediction, but for me, I believe in it. I believe in it. I think even when they just announced Onyx getting Yeb coming back to Onyx, I said this will have drastic changes. Like, it won't just be the draft that improves, the players will improve because he's not a normal head coach. It's not just the guy that drafts. He's the father figure. He leads the team. And with him back, it does seem like they're united once again.
So it's not just Raja Yeba, it's Papa Yeba?
Papa Yeba, Raja Yeba, Baba Yeba,
Baba
BP
Yeba. That was the official term we
BP
saw.
Yeba.
Ayah Yeba.
Ayah, oh no.
It's all the Yebas, man. But on the watch list here, Keyboy versus Edok. Seeing some of the stats right here, Shevin, I mean, what do you think? The Franco in particular is definitely something that stands out so far out from everyone else.
I don't know why, man. It just feels almost inevitable for an RQ win when Edok's playing the Franco. And it just feels so clean. He knows when to bait some of the movements, some of the dashes away from the opposing team with that second skill, then actually using the hook at the right time. Even at times just baiting the opposing team. I believe yesterday it was, who was on the Jawhead? Light? Yep, a lot of times he was baited into his demise.
And that's a crazy part. We've talked about, in that particular game, we were talking about how, against the Jawhead, it's a bit difficult.
It's hard.
He's going to jump on you, and as a Franco, you can't get away from him. You can't use your spells onto him. And somehow, some way, Edok found a way, of course with the help of his teammates, to just get the better of that situation, find ways to be unpredictable still. So this guy is just really, really good, man. And him and Keyboy, I kind of don't know. It feels like Keyboy has made more significant like team-based play, but it really feels like individually the peak performance of Edok, I don't know, it at least rivals Keyboy as well, if not even higher sometimes.
I think you can confidently say that, especially this season, it's been Edok, and it's not by a small margin, Arashi. I don't know about you, but what do you think, Miracle, about Edok's performance? Even if we kind of compare them to other roamers, not just in Indonesia, in Philippines or in the whole entire world, where does he rank?
Oh yeah, I think Edok definitely makes it up there, man. This guy has been phenomenal, especially when you get him on comfort picks, right? A big reason as to why Onyx Philippines were able to beat RRQ in the Mobile Masters is because they just targeted down some of these big playmakers in the second phase. They kind of forced RRQ to show their weakness, right? Firstly, Sotsujin not being comfortable on the Suyos, on the Fannies as much as the Joy, and then again, taking away the playmakers from Dyron and Edok. That's the thing about RRQ, it's not just Edok, it's Dyron too. These two can still be the X factor for the team. If one fails, the other will step up.
But however, it it plays out, it's either one of these two, because RRQ, again, they like to be the ones dictating the pace. We've seen them play reactive. We've seen them kind of adjust and try and stall out the game and play that slow game. And it really didn't seem like it fits their personalities and their strong suits anyhow, right? Against Bigatron, game number 1 looks brutal for them. It was a slow, grinding performance. Then in game number 2, when the things get chaotic, when there is some calculations, but there's no time to really process things slowly, we saw that RRQ were able to get the better out of Bigatron, despite having a really good start, right? Bigatron were able to actually start that game with a really good 1 or 2 kill lead, and they found a way to just turn things around unexpectedly.
And to be fair, one of the games that they lose, I think the only reason that they were losing that game is when Suzujin unfortunately did not use the retry at the perfect time. If that happened, I don't think it would be Bigatron's game.
Which one?
I believe when
the game one steal,
Kimi, the Moreno steal.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
With a Kimi, it's a Kimi steal.
To be fair though, I think it built up to that moment, right? It wasn't just like one whole moment. It was also Suzujin the entire game kind of losing the confidence, getting placed on a hero like a Ling, getting soloed out of a couple of jungle fights against Annabelle that built up to him having to be in a tough spot there. Moreno obviously finding it, yes, but they also won the team fight in the end. So yeah, it goes to show like it becomes a battle of margins here, and in game 2 as well, the early lead 3-0 does show that RRQ are not in a position where they were at the start. At the start, it really looked like this team was on a level of their own. After the 3-week break, after Mobile Masters, they've came back to MPL and they've looked a bit more beatable.
But is that the case of RRQ's, going down performance, or just other teams catching up?
I think a lot of teams caught up, the patch dropped, and they're adjusting.
Speaking of adjustments, can we see some adjustments here in the lineup for RRQ? The answer is no, still with Suzujin on the jungle. Tyron, Rince, Edok, and Toy is there to accompany him in the Land of Dawn.
Let's see what they can do right here, man. With Suzujin leading the charge in the jungle, has he added improvements? Has he added new heroes to his hero pool? Let's see them up on stage today.
The first half of the Royal Derby, Your Majesty, RRQ Hoshi!
Trying to reclaim their long-lost glory, their long-lost throne. They were almost there last season, just falling a game short of it. Now they are trying to recreate their dominance.
They're trying to repeat a pattern of success, try and get the same weapons they used to claim dominance over the Land of Dawn. But today they're up against a different, new Onyx.
The Porcupines or the Sky Kings with Safero on the gold lane, Ludby on the XP lane, still with Kai, Keyboy, and Sans, the trio that kept Onyx alive, kept Onyx dominance throughout the seasons of FPL.
The new Porcupines with Yeb back in the picture. Is he truly inevitable? Or will this be a grueling contest for superiority and reign over the Land of Dawn?
The Sky Kings have woken from their deep slumber. It's Onyx!
Sky might still be their domain if they claim victory against the King of Kings. Number 1 in standings is not gonna be easy for these guys, but with the help of the newfound strategy or their long-lost father in Raja Yeva, can they do it?
So the return of the prodigal son is the return of the long-awaited all-father, Coach Yeb, walking onto the stage. An absolutely warm welcome from the audience as our marshal pits them together. Coach Yeb with Adi and KSQ and NMM.
Dad came back after getting the milk. Raja Yeva.
Usually, you don't see the comeback after getting promoted to such a prestigious role. I mean, from head coach to VP, most coaches just be like, all right, I'm already a VP. There's no reason for me to drop down. Even though the team drops a bit, it's all good. We got to trust the process. But yeah, he's that type of VP. He's hands-on.
And his boys need him. And he is here to deliver. But this is Keyboy. Literally.
Yeah. The statistics here, average assist number 4, Rashi. Look at the roamer damage taken per minute. Second out of all the roamers MPL.
And we know Keyboy is able to play some of these more aggressive damage-dealing roamers as well. So we'll see what exactly is the solution here. Looking at the player ranking, number 1 roamer damage taken per minute, it's actually 6,000. Only a little bit above Keyboy, it's Dreams actually. So, hey, Keyboy has been taking a beating, but it's always worth it for his team in ideal circumstances.
Tough task for Onyx right now. And the high expectations as well. On the other side, someone that's probably the best roamer in ID currently in Season 15, Edok. No matter what hero you put in him, Rashi, whether it's like the Kite, Hilda, the Engager, the Catch, and Franco, he can do it all.
He's number 2 in unique heroes as well, which is rare to see. Usually, a player that stands out so much on signature heroes like the Tigreal, like the Franco, you know, doesn't really play a lot of other things efficiently. He's number 2 in the roamer average assist, and remember, at one point he brought out the Aurora roam, so this guy has flexibility under his belt, but today against Onyx, that will be tested. Is his flexible picks, you know, good enough to go up against Onyx? Looking at your keys to victory right here, deny Edok's pick of heroes, pick off is the name of the game for RRQ, and Onyx can try and fight against it, or try and play their own game, and then screen Citizen's jungler's movements, use Keyboy on those pesky, survivable, escapable heroes like the Cho to really spot out the movements of RRQ and shut everything down before RRQ can even get into position. On the other side though, for RRQ, here's the victory by the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Beware of playmaking potential from the mid-duo Keyboy and Sans that right now seems so in shape, so connected. And of course, Keskune, if he can win the drafting trade against Yeb, it's a tall order. But if anyone can do it right now in Indo, I think people will be looking towards Keskune.
Feels like in the coaching staff, at least the head coach, it's that battle, man. The greatest or like the best coach in history in Indonesia, the best coach of today in Indonesia.
That's true. The best coach of all time in Indonesia versus the best coach of today. You can see by the win rates here, blue side, red side has done amazing, but obviously that blue side is quite ridiculous for Mr. Kez of House Cute, 76%.
Okay. Second pick selection for Onyx though. The stats don't reflect it, but again, it's a different Onyx. And this is unfair, man. All of the previous data is out the window right now, and you can see the dynamic here between the coach and the players. Very different, very special.
And I think for both these coaches, right, Keskune obviously getting his prioritized side, his favorite side. But we got to remember, back in the prime of Onyx, it's always red side for Yeb. Teams would deny that away. So Onyx seems like they're on Yeb's preferred side, but is it still his preferred side in this meta?
That's the question here. A lot of heroes currently in the meta that can be traded with each other. It's a question of like how comfortable these guys are playing those kind of heroes, as we're gonna take a look at how will they fare. Coach Yeb, right now your opponent is Keskune. It's not an easy one, but this is your battle here in the draft, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Still with the good old Vanny Ben and Luoyi. On the other side, Coach Yeb, the Jushin, and the Lucas very early in this draft.
And this is a factor we've talked about so much right now. The fact that RRQ can no longer use that Fanny against the opposition because it's been revealed. It's almost been debunked that Sutsujin, he can perform on the Fanny, but it's not the same kind of Fanny that deserves the respect of everyone, of every single team. It's already tough to make that pick work with all of these possible solutions in the meta right now, let alone when you're not special on it. So RRQ forced to ban it away even though their first pick. The chip though is in the picture. But again, we've seen teams go up against the chip and find ways to outmaneuver it. We'll see if that is the idea. With the Valentina, ban away, respect towards Gila Sans is the assumption.
Super interesting. Like there has been a lot of instances where Valentina was the game changer in current meta or like current matches of ID. A boy, Rince, even Sans back then. Last time. Ooh. With the Primal Red steal. And Coach Jeb just steals away the Franco from E-Doc. He knows what's up.
Good respect from both coaches, that's for sure. But RRQ, I think they're really acutely aware that Valentina is an option that Onyx really enjoys using. It's great in the hands of Sans, and it limits the opposition's playmaking tools. And RRQ, like we mentioned earlier, it's all about the playmaking. So Valentina not around, Chip in the picture. Now for Onyx, Harriet and Kalea, sorry. So they have to pick off burst damage, but they won't really have anything to deal with the big team fight threat, the pick-off threat as well. So RRQ will definitely be trying to take some of those options away from them, ban it away or pick it for themselves.
Wow. For RRQ, do they just go for the Joy now? Signature pick for Sutsujin. It's also the Chip. We have seen that the Chip and Joy, that combination has been deadly. Just earlier, Na'Vi almost getting a win over TLID with the exact same comp. Up against the Harith, usually would see Moscow over here, but for some reason, we've just been seeing more mid laners get picked up. Or, wow, all right, so no Joy. They decide to go Haya and Granger.
I wonder what's the idea of prioritizing the Hayabusa over the Joy. Maybe just on paper, it does well. Like, it kind of denies Joy in a sense, right? Because Hayabusa is good against Joy.
It might be also a pick just for Sutsujin as well, because we know this guy delivers on the Hayabusa. I think it's one of the better performing heroes in his arsenal in Season 15, at least, if I'm not mistaken here. So that with the Granger, we've seen that it allows for a lot of outplays. And against a team like this, like Onyx, outplays is something that you generally will end up needing, even if you don't play for it, if you don't plan for it. So Hayabusa for them. With Hilda though, gets taken up by Onyx, so watch out for the zoning potential right here. That can spot out the Chip and kind of limit E-Dog's engage potential.
Is this going to be a Suyo and Joy ban now? I thought again for RRQ, the reason they might want to go for the Joy instead of the Hayabusa is because it's a deny on Suyo anyways, right? You go Joy, it's kind of almost like a win against Suyo, especially when it's like that battle due to the nerfs on Suyo, taking away the magic damage reduction now being only physical. But Onyx didn't even go for the Suyo after seeing the Haya.
Fans are having fun here in MPL Arena. Hopefully you guys can come as well.
Ultrasa Black, they're playing into it now.
No, it's the Yeb, Tolong in Yeb.
Oh, that too.
That's a shot towards, I don't want to say. Whoa. Okay.
Yeb, help, Yeb.
Feeling pretty bold today.
Alright then, for Onyx though, having the Hilda and the Kalea, they technically have a good amount of frontline / utility already. The big question, as always with Onyx, is that what exactly is going to be put in the hands of Sarns? Without the signature Valentina, this season at least, you've seen him on the Sicilian, but again, that's before Yev was in the picture. I think now the Farsa is a bit more likely. We've seen him do crazy things, solo kills, outplays, forward dives with a backline mage there. But no, Link actually ended by RRQ, so they're concerned about the macro more than anything. Since the Harriet's already shown, there won't be any Moskov, so the Ling is the next best thing.
Yeah. Bars. I was thinking about it. I didn't want to say it because it just seems unlikely. We haven't seen it from Kyrie, but yeah, the Ling up against Haya. You can Tempest Blades it against Granger. It's pretty solid because you can continue to chase, especially after the nerfs on the dashes. So that mobility of Ling, very, very useful. But still, for Onyx, I guess the Joy is the safest choice.
Oh, no physical at all though.
Exactly, that's the thing.
That's probably why they banned the Ling instead of the Joy.
But this is the thing about Joy and Harith. Even if you go full magic, it's
early
still
game
okay
is still
because you penetrate through any magic defense. You can go Oracle, Athena, and Radiant as long as the Harith and the Joy both get Divine Glaive in the end. Stay okay.
Yep. Definitely a ton of damage here. Especially if the fights do revolve around burst damage. Harriet and Farsa, it's not a long-range combo, but it's a lot of damage instantly. So whatever RRQ wants to put in the hands of Dyron to receive all that damage, you gotta plan carefully for it. The glue is available, but if they go for that, that means, again, there's gonna be a limited amount of engage potential. So that kind of leads me to believe that they might put something a bit more dynamic in the hands of Dyron.
What's dynamic here though?
Badang?
Gatot Kacha?
I'm thinking
might be an
Badang.
option. Whoa! That's pretty dynamic.
Wait a minute.
If I say so myself.
Wait a minute.
This is going to be a Selena mid for Rinse, which is a debut.
The Kai
pick.
special.
Oh my god.
The Kai special.
This is
baby.
just.
Oh my lord, ladies and gentlemen.
Is Yep giving the green light towards Kai?
Hey, when Yeb is in the lineup, just believe, yo. Remember the keys to victory yesterday. Trust in Yeb, we trust. Okay.
Well,
Kai. Last time he played this, well, every time he's played this, it's always been the god in the jungle. It's never been just Kyrie.
And Onyx right now, they're trying to rely on that Kyrie magic. Lineup rating for Onyx is miserable here. Let's see though, if it's gonna be the case in the Land of Dawn. Because who knows? Is it gonna be a Royal Bestie or Royal Derby again? Onyx trying to climb back from the depths of hell. The opponent, the King of Kings. Here we go. It is Sonic versus RRQ.
Will the god in the jungle show up here today? Kyrie on a Lancelot. Killing spree.
Will he indeed show up, bring back the old era of the Sky Kings? Or will La Mercenaria actually get the better of him? It's gonna be such action in the jungle right here. And you have to wait and see, especially in the EX lane as well, by the way. The lane that sometimes bleeds over into the jungle. The Esmeralda is definitely an interesting pick. Look at the damage though, Sans already taking a lot of heat. Rains on the Selena, I don't think we've seen it too often. See if they can do something good with it.
In fact, we haven't seen it at all this season, Arashi. First pick for Rinse this season, so let's see though. If they are already, kind of used to play this hero.
Good trade though for Onyx this time around. Keyboy gonna be taken low. This will trap on them too, but Rins will just clear the wave.
Good back and forth here. Inspired for both Darwin and Rins. Again, having the spam ability is important for both these heroes. I wonder how they're gonna play around with Edoc here, because again, the situation with the chip is that you can't really go for a solo engage that reliably. But now with the Abyssal Arrow, maybe there's more options that RRQ can explore. In the early game, there's definitely pressure coming through from that mid lane. Onyx seems to be dealing with it just fine.
Edoc, crash course, Lupi, able to run away. Skill 1, gets away. So far, I mean, in this matchup, is it Esmeralda? Is it just a non-lane?
I think it's mostly gonna be a non-lane. They prefer to stay healthy, especially before the turtle fight even begins. But in the early game, I think it's gonna skew towards Lupi a bit more just because of the raw damage in the early game that Hilda has. But the longer the game goes, I don't think it's gonna affect the Esmeralda that much when the items are stacking up. Right now, this is Kyrie's ground. Remember, Lancelot used to be the king of the retribution, like objectives.
Especially at MSC, that was the hybrid Lancelot. Tyron taking a bit of damage. Kyrie already good with the purple buff. Edoc in the backline, going in. That's going to be Rins who claims it despite two junglers walking up. Kyrie not able to pop into retribution, but the airstrike coming down as well. Keyboy taken out by Sutsujin. First blood. Lupi running away. Rins trying to go for the chase. Now RRQ continuing into the enemy jungle. Orange buff control has the shortcut to Lupi. In the bush, looking for the kill. Edoc wants to go for the crash course, bounce and execution, and Edoc gets away.
Some intelligent denies on the turtle fight earlier. Both junglers were not able to execute their retries, and it ended up being Rinse taking it for himself. 1K already for the King of Kings.
That's the Hayabusa with the invulnerability of the shadow kill and the hot shadow. Edoc though.
Shortcut over to the top lane. Good night, Lupi. Rinse on the board.
Sometimes when you see Chip using that ultimate, it feels like it's an unfair hero to put on in Mobile Legends. So we're gonna take a look at the talent prediction by GoPay.
It's equal.
Oh
3-3.
my. Interesting.
I'm just blind faith too, yeah, bro.
Let's see, man. Let's see. All right. In the early game, though, RRQ is doing a great job already. And in fact, Edoc, important thing to note there, how he engaged wasn't straight up with the shortcut. He went for the shortcut first and then the crash course afterwards.
Oh no, look at this. Stone Rose used earlier for the airstrike coming down. Edoc will be taken down. Sounds picks up the kill in the back line. Rin's able to get the kill back. That's an abyssal arrow that lands. Kyrie with a puncture. Phantom execution to escape. able to get the Thorn Rose to dodge away from the falling Star Move. Keyboy with a slam and a missile arrow landing again. Toy with Rins. And it's Toy who claims the kill 4-1 RRQ.
Unfortunately, Savero was not there to back up his teammates. Toy, good read, good backup follow-up in the mid lane there.
Definitely a well-timed rotation there. It was a move initiated by Onyx, but RRQ, because they do have really good early game tools right here, so many outplay options, they're able to get the better out of Onyx, and now they're trying to control as Ludwig tries to get ground, but the turtle just gets deleted.
2 out of 2 for RRQ. This is the start that they're looking for. So they're gonna try to scale up next in the mid game here. This is where it gets a bit more dangerous for Edok.
Exactly, he's looking for a lot of these options, a lot of these moments. I think the main pick-off player here is going to be Rins though, more than anything. So if Onyx really wants to stop RRQ from making too many moves, they could have started in the mid lane. If the lane keeps getting shoved in, right? I mean, yeah, with the shortcut, Rins can appear and still land the Abyssal Arrow, but at least it's a bit more one-dimensional. The timing, at least, will be.
Shortcut up top. Kai gonna be caught. No Phantom. Wow. Execution for him. Rins on a killing spree.
You think that Lancelot was a good pick against some kind of heroes like a Chip, but if the numbers are enough to gang him up in the early game, then why not?
Why not, indeed? At 2k gold lead right now. So far though, RRQ haven't been able to take any turrets down. That might change soon. There's an arrow lands.
Oh no!
Oh, still Savero saving the Purify. Pops his Monforce and it punished! It got punished! Keyboy with a flicker out. Oh man, you hate to see it. Purify saved all the way to his death.
It's not just one mistake of saving the Purifier. The fact that the arrow landed in the first place, that was a straight line arrow by Rins. He should have banned the map towards the turret at a time.
Savero might be looking towards the collision area, trying to see if he can do something there. Unfortunately, that allows Rins to land the Abyssal Arrow, and he's been pretty aggressively moving forward here, taking advantage of the two forms in the early game. Right now, item-wise, Enchanted Talisman for both Rins and Tyron means that there's going to be even more spells thrown out towards Onyx. And their front line is itemizing for physical to try and curb the damage coming through from Toy and Sutsujin.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. It's got to skew towards Tyron the longer the game goes.
Look at Edok.
And this is a concern too, Rashi. Like, who's gonna burst through Tyron when he's having his way in the back line? Savero, this is gonna feed Tyron with more shield. Sans, it's not really the right target either.
Edok in the flanks again. Sans, can he react? No, he cannot immobilize. Only a defensive Phantom execution. Look, taken low. An Abyssal Arrow into the back. Sutsujin claiming a kill. And now with the Quad Shadow back again. A Tsunami Slam. You get Sutsujin, but Arrow lands one more time. Savero trying to survive, but he gets gunned down by Toy. And only Kai is left alive.
When you're the King of Kings, everything is your domain. Every place, even the skies, is theirs right now.
Even the mid turret was denied away from Kyrie.
Oh
man, RRQ. Perfect execution there, targeting Sans, the elusive Sans. In the back, look at Edok though, spring up a trap for Kyrie.
He finds it, short
No way.
goes
No way.
Able to escape. Sutsujin, the Quad Shadow landed. Phantom execution used. Sutsujin. He could have gone for it, but Keyboy is standing right there to threaten to stop that from happening.
And the turtle is just left alone, man. RRQ's priority is not the neutral objective 50-50. They want to make sure that they shut down Onyx. All the main carries are being targeted systematically one by one. And now it's back to a reset. Ludwig has to be careful here. Again, only itemizing mainly for physical defense. Keyboy tries to find something, but now he's stuck in the front.
Edok with the crash course. Tsunami Slam coming down as well, but Edok's able to flicker out of it. Abyssal Arrow lands. Ludwig! Gunned down by Toy!
My goodness, the space that Tyron is creating, even Edok as well, Kyrie.
Red tree, wrong Thorn Rose, that's a puncture and a Phantom execution.
My lord.
Kyrie can run, but RRQ will just use this to take the Lord for free.
For all the XP laners out there, this is their dream. Just playing without any plan in mind, just trying to scout as deep as possible in the enemy jungle. Tyron is pretty much unkillable at this point. I don't think he used to Purify once in this game.
Nope. Savero in the bottom lane. Yeah, has to use the Summon Force. All the offensive, you know, the damage abilities at this point are being used to escape for Onyx.
It's just the amount of damage right now that RIQ can output, and on top of that, the amount of crowd control. Again, some of these plays are looking decent, but then the moment an Abyssal Arrow lands, the moment Dyron comes in with the Falling Star Moon, everything just changes immediately, and Onyx are forced to react or pay the price. And it's a price they can't afford right now. Even the purple buff, Kyrie zone out from it completely.
Tyron would happily take the Tsunami Slam from Keyboy. In fact, that's probably what he's trying to do, and obviously Keyboy is not gonna fight for that. The mid lane might be getting siege here. Wanna play it safe, it turns out. Might be going in, didn't land the Hot Shadow.
Look at this poke.
Prince!
Constant arrows, Dyron is doing whatever he wants.
And there's no urgency from RRQ to push out the lane with the Lord, by the way. It's kind of timed. It's kind of collide actually at about the same time, so that might be a coincidence, but might be planned as well. RRQ are going to be pushing the mid side and top side together. These arrows are just chunking down Onyx before the fight even begins.
Whether it's arrows or hooks, RRQ always excels. Stop it, man. This is getting annoying.
Another 3 in a row for Rins. Savero has literally just been a magnet to these.
Oh, okay.
Okay, at least it's not 4 in a row. I guess Rins has just been saving this pick all this time. This is his debut on Selena.
What better time to bring it out? You bring in a new coach, you bring in the new picks that we've been hiding. Esmeralda and Selena, they're hidden completely until the second phase. That was definitely surprising. Oh, almost another
just
one.
Out of range.
That is not okay, bro. That shouldn't be allowed. 8k gold lead. Base tire's still up for Onyx, but scaling-wise, they can still get the fights done, but they have to go for a full-on committed fight. Whereas RRQ are content just picking off, throwing out spells towards Onyx like this, and no problem. There's still even a macro threat to think about because the chip is still very much in the game.
70-30 on the audience prediction presented by Gope, and for a good reason. Right now it's just a bit, lopsided. 8k gold lead for RRQ. Keyboy is trying to be creative with this approach here with the Tsunami Slam, but even if he's there, there's not going to be any follow-up at all.
And at this point, Lutpi.
He read that.
He did. Edok didn't want to pop the shortcut. There's no reason to. They have a slow push down below. They can play the long game.
Ritz was more concerned about aiming the arrow towards Keyboy there, not towards Lutpi, because they can just slowly but surely beat Lutpi down as long as the backline members don't feel safe to walk up to trade the damage back. Concealed by Onyx though, can they find something?
Nope.
Point cutting away, Kyrie in the mid lane. Keyboy looking for the play, won't be able to find it. Diamond again, falling Star Moon over to Lutpi, just poking him down as now they control the neutral objective, all of it. Lutpi, half HP already. Just chunked by Tyron Toy with a Death Sonata landing. Onyx are struggling to find an entrance. Dyron still zoning it out the crash course. Lutpi taken down by Toy, who gets a double. Riz unable to find the Abyssal Arrow, but RRQ have found enough. Another free Lord.
What do you do? What is the answer? I was gonna say it's gonna take some Kyrie magic. Lord stolen to turn this thing around, but RRQ didn't even let Kai go near their vicinity.
The issue right now is how one-dimensional the engage is for Onyx. The fact that it's only Keyboy that can really be a real threat towards Dyron, and even then he has to purify. So he can just stand there, start damaging Keyboy and Lutpi, and they can't do anything about it. And the Esmeralda is so sustainable. It's a shield-based Uranus, basically. So Onyx can't even trade back the poke. And now with the Lord, RRQ wants to play Conceal.
Edok threatening again. Get in the space, falling Star Moon to help and escort the Lord into the base. Amon Force already used. Up top, Thorn Rose in the mid lane together with Sans to clear it out. Abyssal Arrow does not land, but there's another mini wave coming down in the mid lane as Edok will try to use this crash course, and Abyssal Arrow lands on Savero, forcing the Purify out. Big info. Lutpi caught us again! With the dive, finding another! Savero assassinated, a double kill for the Mercenary. And now with the Quad Shadow, a desperate Tsunami Slam into the back. Kyrie will be Sutsujin's triple. The Sky Kings will have to bend the knee in game 1.
First half, it's RRQs, and it's not even remotely close. This is not what we expected. We expected a bloodbath, not a slaughterhouse by the King of Kings.
There was literally no route left unchecked. Every single thing that could be done by Onyx, the scouting, the engage, the burst damage, everything was denied completely. In the final moment, we thought Onyx will try something at all, and before it even started, RRQ deleted the backline. Where was Gila Sans? They made him sane.
They did. Savero as well, having a pretty bad game, but that's not his fault, more on RRQ. The Lancelot pick was not able to do much here, and man, that Esmeralda. God damn it, Kescu.
Yeah, that's genius, man.
Savant, man.
Like, actually, we criticized Esmeralda pick with Alter Ego and Nino.
That one felt forced, this one.
This is just the last puzzle piece in that composition, and it fit perfectly. Man, I thought Onyx was back.
Maybe they are back, it's just RQ's just better.
It's your time, bro. It's your time.
I mean, that has to be the answer for now. Again, there wasn't a lot of windows there where Onyx, could have made a play. Before that even happened, how are you supposed to turn around an Abyssal Arrow and half your HP gone? How are you supposed to fight back from that position? And when you say, okay, then don't get into that position, when they're waiting for the Abyssal Arrow, they have to engage to force Winds to back away, Then Darren comes up like, you want some? Like, what's up?
I think they gotta... Letting the chip go is...
and the chip.
Is a no-no, man, because yes, like, I mean, Selena was able to control...
That was the whole early game, right?
The early game was really all about Edok.
Man, oh man. You know how bad was it? If I slot to Darren's position in the mid-game, I think I would have done fine.
Damn. I mean, with an 8,000 gold lead already, right? With your team making the calls for you.
Even with like 3k, let's say, I would have done fine. Because there's really, this is just autopilot gameplay from Darren. This is not insult to Darren, it's just, the pick is just that incredible, I think.
Yeah, definitely adds levels to it, but I agree that the pick is just genius. No one can really kill him. A Harith maybe in the late game, but that's only if they get to like super duper duper late game. Darren, 1-0-14.
Look at the dimes he's dropping. 14 assist.
He used the Purify like maybe once.
Wait, he had a Purify?
At all. Yeah, he had Purify. It doesn't even matter, bro.
He didn't need it.
And you can see also why the team opted to go for the Hayabusa. There's just so many more ways for Tsutsujin to send out the Quad Shadow, to hang back, let Darren, Rinz, and Edok sow the chaos, the discord on the side of Onyx. And once the timing is right, he comes in. And even when it's 50-50 for the Lord, there's always a chance to go for the Shadow kill, more guaranteed play. And the amount of times where it seemed so close, and yet Onyx just fell short by just a little bit, and they were forced to lose 4 members for nothing. Oh man, that is brutal. Even here, from so far away.
That Purify, man, come on.
And Darwin with the read as well. That's a problem here. You can't tell what RRQ's intentions are, but all they have to do is adapt to what lands, right? If the Star Moon lands, we go on it. If the Abyssal Arrow lands, we can pick and choose what kind of engagements we want. The same can't be said for Onyx. They have to risk everything all the way from the beginning, and if they mess up, they get wiped out.
Yikes, man. These arrows really just stop any... Like, look at Kipo. He was the only guy who could actually turn the fight around with a good Tsunami Slam, maybe. He got arrowed. So Lutpi just became free to take, and then they were... Dude, when you have to dodge from arrow... Oh, look at this, Sutsujin. Boom, skill 1, skill 2, beautifully done. When he gets his hands on the Haya and Joy, this guy is ridiculous. La Mercenaria, cold-blooded.
On the Hayabusa, he definitely seems to be on a different level. Like, he just sees things all across that we might really not see in first glance.
Hey, by the way, 13k gold lead. 12 point something. It's not the whole 13, but 15 kills difference. That is just... I don't know, man. It looks a bit, just a bit, as I said earlier, a bit lopsided. As we're gonna take a look at the items here for these guys. Even Rinz actually was going for a Sky Piercer because how dominating he was. Just forget about utility, I just want to kill.
At that point, why not? Right? There's so many ways for them to secure the kills from far away with the Sky Piercers here. It can just lead to Onyx respecting that damage potential even more, and they can't do much. And again, we talked about the limited amount of physical damage that Onyx has at their disposal. And if you look at how RQ are playing, they completely shut down Ludpi, right? Because of the lane against Esmeralda. And then they put all of their attention onto Kyrie on the Lancelot with the shortcut plays in the early game. And from there, if you look at Dairon's items, he had a Dreadnought armor and then he starts going full on magic resistance. They can just stack on all the magic resistance, and just like that, Savero and Sans just aren't as big of a threat any longer. And as a result, Kyrie has no intel, has no front line to really bounce off with. And, you know, he can be a god in the jungle, but a god in the jungle alone just isn't going to be able to win games.
Even the Gila San is neutralized. You usually see Selena, even though they're winning the game, they always kind of like fall short in gold compared to the other mid laner. But he was leading 1.3k gold lead.
Game one was
a Farsa.
The game one was an RQ Asylum.
Oh.
They literally just, you know,
look at the objectives.
They cured Gila. They cured the Gila. He's no longer Gila. In this game, at least. None of them were Gila. It's just Sans. It's just Sans, Keyboy, Kyrie, Ludpi, and Savero. There was no Gila here.
I didn't even notice, by the way.
Damage
not a single turret was given.
Yeah.
No, it was a perfect game.
Oh, man.
Hey, I mean, I just want to throw this question out there. How good are Bigatron?
Let's not go there, but yeah, I'm not even gonna address it, you know. This is not the time.
I'm happy, actually. You know?
Yeah. Tyron, believe it or not, he was leading the team in both damage dealt and damage taken. 0 death.
Just Esmeralda
This is as perfect as it gets.
Yeah.
Man, oh man.
It's the perfect pick for the situation as well, dude. Nightmares of the previous meta where Esmeralda, Uranus were in the picture.
Oh, that's my time.
With a showing like that, you can bet some coaches are looking at it going, how can this work in our own composition? Oh boy, it's gonna be a rough time.
Is it gonna be?
Don't try it.
Hey, no. I think it's pretty viable right now.
Yeah.
Depends.
Depends.
If it's Harith, that's already a big
Someone
buff.
did pick Esme against a Harith.
Well, that's
Yeah. See?
You know what? You're right. I stand corrected.
Exactly. Exactly.
can reserve
Not all of
judgment.
y'all can play it. Just because you see a team do it, okay? Special message. I think
Public service
I'm
announcement.
representing Codelwin when I say this.
Really?
I'll be
Doesn't
also
name
like-
drop the man like that.
Hey, shout out
Maybe some-
Codelwin. You streams have been funny.
Oh.
Very funny.
Okay. Shout out Goldem.
Quality
Been
content.
very entertained.
How compared to other streamers out there? Let's do a streamer tier list right now.
What?
A streamer tier list. All right.
Why?
Number one
So-
for me is Masade.
Okay.
You?
I don't know. I think my favorite streamer is Alyssa.
She's not a streamer.
Alyssa?
She's streaming live here in MPL ID. This is her stream. But not yet though. We're gonna wait
Oh
for
yeah?
that.
Oh, I thought we were gonna
If
hop
she's
over
streaming, she's
immediately.
live right now.
Yeah.
That means she's not live right now.
After this, she's gonna stream for us.
Okay.
That's kind of how it works.
Live from the venue, you're saying?
Yep.
Get ready with me in the venue or what?
What do you mean get ready with?
You know,
get
that's
ready
a
with
trend,
me.
right?
Yeah.
I don't know that trend. Is it like a TikTok trend?
Yeah.
Kinda, yeah. It's like you know, oh, what you do in the morning, how you get started.
You did
all
it.
that.
Remember? You're
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you did it.
Oh, it's the Ashton Hall thing.
Take us to
Yeah.
Alyssa.
Well, Alyssa, we cannot wait for your stream.
Thank you, caster MPL Arena, mana suaranya? Dan itulah tadi kita bisa melihat di match kedua hari ini antara RRQ melawan Onyx. Dan 1 poin sudah didapatkan oleh RRQ. Namun kita akan melihat apakah di match Royal Derby ini akan menjadi match yang panas. Karena poin berapapun bisa didapatkan oleh tim manapun. Namun sebelum game semakin memanas, Alyssa pengen melakukan kegiatan yang dingin-dingin dulu karena Alyssa bakal bagi-bagi hadiah. Yaitu jaket kolaborasi khusus dari Kopi Good Day dan juga RRQ. Yeay! Dan boleh dong mungkin teman-teman Superfans yang udah ada di MPL Arena ada gak sih yang mau main sama Alyssa? Langsung aja Oke, silakan. Nah, ini kingdom kesayangan kita ya. Boleh ada lagi? Oke, boleh bergabung bersama Alisa. Silakan. Boleh silakan ke sebelah kanan Alisa. Nah, oke, cakep. Boleh langsung kenalan dulu nih namanya siapa masing-masing. Silakan. Ladies first, let's go.
Aku Ines.
Ines, dari mana Ines?
Dari Bogor.
Dari Bogor. Wow, jauh banget. Silakan sebelahnya.
Nama aku Putri dari Bogor juga.
Dari Bogor juga. Oke. Selanjutnya.
Halo, nama aku Ana. Aku dari Jakarta.
Dari Jakarta ke Ana ada lagi?
Nama aku Desi.
Desi dari mana?
Jakarta.
Jakarta juga. Dan Mas penulis yang sudah muncul
Aski,
terus nih.
tadi
Aski. Dari
Bogor.
Bogor juga. Nah, aku mau bagi-bagi hadiah nih dari Good Day. Tapi sebelumnya aku mau cek dulu kalau udah pada follow Instagramnya Ready to Good Day belum sih?
Udah dong.
Boleh kasih lihat nggak sih kalau udah follow? Kita cek dulu ya. Kalau belum follow nggak boleh sih ikutan sih. Boleh dikasih lihat. Oke, sudah follow ya Ready to Good Day. Boleh kasih lihat ke kamera sudah follow buktinya? Yes, sudah follow ya semuanya. Ayo.
Bentar ya,
5,
sabar.
4, 3. Gak apa-apa, kita tunggu. Tahan, boleh. Oke, sudah follow semua ya. Oke, yes, oke. Semuanya sudah follow Ready to Good Day, berarti sudah tahu nih kira-kira pertanyaannya apa. Karena gak jauh-jauh dari Instagram FVP Good Day, tapi rebutan. Jadi aku bakal hitung dulu sampai 3. Kalau belum sampai 3, gak boleh ada yang angkat tangan dulu. Oke? Semuanya siap?
Siap.
Oke. Sebutkan 5 varian dari kopi Good Day dalam belum.
Kaget.
Sabar. Dalam 1, 2, 5 belum. Sabar dulu, konsentrasi. Dalam 5, 4, 1, 3. Nah, siapa dulu nih? Ya, oke, Aski dulu, silakan.
Yang pertama itu ada Groovy Cookies, terus Fantastis Mochaccino, Originale Cappuccino. Oh ini, Cappuccino, terus Avocado Delight, satu lagi ada Tiramisu Bliss.
Oke, apakah sudah semuanya terjawab? Sudah 5-5-nya? Betul, valid? Betul. Kalau salah, apa yang salah? Oh, tapi jawabannya Aski sudah betul. Yeay! Selamat. Kamu mendapatkan sebuah kolaborasi jaket Good Day X RRQ. Boleh dong dibuka, dikasih lihat ke penonton semua biar para super fans pada ngiri dan pengen datang ya ke MPL Arena. Langsung boleh langsung dipakai kalian di try on. Oke. Wow, boleh dong dikasih lihat ke kamera. Belakangnya boleh, belakangnya. Wow, boleh dong kasih tepuk tangan untuk Good Day. Yes, congratulations sekali lagi dan thank you so much teman-teman semua udah mau bermain ya. Pastikan teman-teman semua juga kalau mau ada keseruan dan mengikuti kegiatan-kegiatan seru di MPL Arena, langsung aja bisa datang ke MPL Arena dan kita akan melihat apakah di game kedua ini RRQ akan tetap tampil prima atau poin akan didapatkan oleh Onyx. Dan langsung saja kita akan lemparkan kembali ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
Yesterday we are so back for Onyx. This time it's so over. Well, it's not over just yet. It's only game
It's
number
one game, relax, dude.
I'm
the RRQ supporter. Even I'm like, okay, hang on a second.
Come on, bro.
To be fair, yesterday BTR did win game 1, so it's not over yet.
Can we
it's not
just
over.
stop?
Yes.
Can we just stop with the BTR thing?
What do you mean? It's a reverse sweep yesterday.
This is RRQ versus Onyx, alright?
Exactly. That's why you
It's
can't.
not the
Oh, but it's
time.
a
can't
relevant,
judge based
it's a
on one
relevant
game.
conversation.
Is it though?
Jeffrey, we're talking about game 1 win.
Game
think
1 win, reverse.
You gotta
sweep.
realize the intention here, you know?
I do.
There's no
But,
intention.
you
It's
know-
just how good are BTR. You know what I mean?
Yeah, RQ ain't losing anything with him saying that, so I don't mind it.
Exactly.
Oh!
Respect. Exactly.
RESTECP. Respect.
RESTECP?
Spelling was hard.
Respect? Okay.
But Arashi,
You're not familiar with respect?
maybe you just need a little bit of coffee.
Maybe I do.
Okay.
Don't mind if I do. Drink.
I say it's a tradition for me to chuck it out, but no, actually. I'm gonna bring it home.
No.
No.
Chefin.
Oh,
Zipper,
no.
you're gonna make me drink
Zipper's
alone?
telling me that you need to drink it.
You're gonna make me drink alone? Come on.
The thing is, when you're drinking it, it's just like a light sip, you know?
Yeah, but you're taller than I am, so
Yeah, that makes sense.
there's different volumes at play here.
I want to just enjoy
Zipper's
it home.
telling me to drink.
Okay.
I'm telling you to drink.
I'm gonna bring this one home, okay?
Sure, sure.
All right.
You can bring this one home if you chug that one.
I'm dead serious, by the way.
All right. If you guys want to have a good day, a good day, go ahead and chug your good day right now, just like Chefin. Look at this, look at this, look at this. Dude, I don't know how you do it. You chug it so fast.
I'm grooving.
You're grooving. Your mic needs to get closer. You're grooving.
Oh, okay.
Groovy cookie?
Yeah.
Watch the burp. How you have a good day.
Oh, okay.
Can you finish?
I almost
All right.
puked.
You can chug. hey.
Oh.
Take your time next time when you chug. Listen, Chefin. You can chug a whole bottle of Good Day, but can you chug or consume a whole pack of sucro?
I can.
Right, like that?
Oh,
That fast?
but not that fast.
Close.
I don't think so.
Close? You can get close to that? How
can get
close is close?
I don't chew that
Well,
well.
I'm okay, producer.
Okay.
Don't worry.
So
I'm
not
okay,
close,
Zipper.
Arashi.
Yeah. But
No,
can you?
I don't chew it too much, so it's pretty close.
Can you not
Just
chew
swallow
it? Just swallow it. Just raw
Like a
dog
pill?
it.
It's that good. It can be done.
No, but I
I'm not
think
saying
it's-
it should be done, but
No, listen,
I'm saying
listen,
it can be done.
I think the flavor is
Whoa.
in when you chew it, no? Like, that's the...
You can.
That's
you can
objective.
Wow. Interesting. That is a talent, actually. I didn't realize that you could do that.
You're
Your
a
throat
talent.
game is crazy.
Yeah. You're a talent.
And now-
Definitely a great party trick.
Oh, you do it at parties? You do parties?
Yeah,
do
show
birthdays?
it off with the sucrose in the parties. Yeah.
How much for a birthday?
Huh?
Yeah.
What?
You can take your talents to birthdays. Or like, you know, parties.
Birthdays.
Yeah.
I don't know about that, Chevin. That's an interesting. It's not something you would plan out and organize, you know? It's just like a quick party trick. I'm not sure if someone would actually book me to just down a whole bag of sucro in 2 seconds.
By the way,
Yes.
Monica decided to stay on red.
Doubling down.
Dublin? No. We're in Jakarta.
No.
Uh-huh.
Arashi.
Not Scotland.
Is Chip? No, we're
Yes.
Jakarta. Is Chip going to be banned?
Oh, Ireland, not Scotland. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Chip gonna be banned? I think so. I feel like it's just.
What if they don't?
Oof.
Do you think it's GG with the chip?
I don't think
Because
it's
it's heat up
GG.
chip, right?
Yeah, I still don't think it's GG by all means, but it's the other aspects. Because I feel like in that game, even if they had the chip, if they did not have the Esmeralda, let's say, then the zoning wouldn't be as difficult. Hilda and the Kalea can actually find something, right? Can actually move in and threaten the members of our queue. If they didn't have the Selena, okay, they can zone however they want, but they can't really get that decisive pickoff and the harassment from far away with the Abyssal Arrow. So I feel like the components there, those components are even more important than the chip, I would say, right? Because, neutral objective, you saw what happened there. Onyx were forced to give up 2 kills, and it wasn't even a contest. They got taken out trying to get vision of the Lord, all right? They don't get that kind of impact using a chip. Now, they got that far in Gold and EXP because of the chip, so it all comes in together, but I don't think the chip is the end-all pick for RRQ.
Alright. We're looking at the answer here. In the drafting phase. Second game. Second try for RRQ.
Let's go.
Or Onyx to
There you
break
go.
through the fort of the castles of RRQ. Now, started by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. A chip has been eaten by Coach Yap.
Where there is light,
Chloe
there
gonna be
are
banned down as
also
well. Really
shadows.
shutting down Gila Sans. Onyx. Juicin. Chip.
Tail's been itching for a real fight.
Oh,
Lucas
interesting.
left open. But it's not gonna be first pick.
It shouldn't be, right?
Yeah.
In theory, I think it could be the Joy or Hayabusa once again.
Joy. Yeah, first pick, huh? They did go Haya over Joy last time, but Harith is still also up for grabs.
Should still be a Joy though. If we're looking at the track record, I believe Sutsujin Moshiro is Suyo, but in this case you want to pick Joy over Suyo every time.
Right. And I feel like the jungle
There
pick
you go.
is something that is a bit more flexible. By all means, you can still build to a dive or a front to back if you have a Joy in your composition. But once you pick up the Harith, it's very telegraphed what you're intending to do when the laning phase is over, so I feel like that's why the junglers get shown first here. For Onyx though, no issue about it. Immediately showing off the Harith. What else though? Do they want to go with the Phobius? Oh, they go for the Badang.
Oh, okay. Bit of flex there, and gotta say, in terms of like just full on trying to kill the Esmeralda, I think stuns would work better than just pure damage from a Hilda. But the question is, like with the Harith being showed out here, Rashi, is Esmeralda an option in the first phase? I'm talking exclusively first phase.
Exclusively first phase, I feel like it's fine to show, but it's not ideal to show it so early because again, you lose up on all the flex potential. It's much better to go for something that can go in both the roaming position, the roaming position and the EXP lane, and then make Onyx guess whether that Esmeralda is gonna come through. Because it's still a great pick against the Harith, like you mentioned, taking away the shielding. But at the same time, right? At the same time that Esmeralda, it's more than just that. It's also the movement speed to roam across the map, right? The built-in movement speed boost, the wave clear as well. So Gatot gets shown first, but the Hayabusa gets taken.
Comfort pick for Kairi, and I think they learned their lesson from not picking the jungle up in the first phase. Go for the Hayabusa now. They need a good matchup for Kairi to still, perform. The Lancelot, I think it was also because they had a chip, but yeah, it did not work out in game number 1. Now, let's see.
Alright. Looking at the bans first though, Engage is something that RRQ really lacks right now, the catch potential. By all means, the Selena can come through again, but it's really not as... I mean, Onyx will be more prepared for that possibility now, right? They banned the Hilda themselves. It's known to be an annoying pick against the Hayabusa. It should have been earlier, by the way, for RRQ as well, except that the Esmeralda got in the way. So, Onyx not planning on Esmeralda, I think. Bans the Hilda still. Novaria though, banned by RRQ. So, they want to have dominance in the long-range department. Is that a sign that the Selena might show again?
Might be, and Suns is not really known for the Selena. I believe only one pick this season, and it's 0%. Outer Kochiab, is he gonna bend the Phobius as usual if you wanna face Tyrant and you have an Assassin as well? Kind of deters the potential of this squishy heroes.
Wonder if the Hylas might show up. The Hylas Gatot combo. Both aren't really the best engagers, but then together they can kind of make up for each other's weaknesses. The Selena though, again, there's just so many hints, so much foreshadowing that a potential Selena might come through. Onyx will immediately respect it.
Alright, now what are we gonna see for RRQ, the ban? Last time it was the Farsa that came out for Onyx. It was a deny really away from RRQ, because RRQ with the Farsa Granger up against the Harith would be a bit too much for him to handle, the Harith. What's RRQ ban? Do they take away... yeah, I mean, if they do want to go Hylo Sarashi, do they just ban out... I was gonna say CC, but they're gonna ban out the Cho, taking away a Keyboy pick, thinking that this Badang is gonna go to Ludpi.
Yeah, I think Ludpi is more well known for the Badang for sure. Onyx now, they learned their lesson from game number 1 when they only have one real threatening tool. Now with Ludpi on the Badang, if they can get a playmaking hero for Keyboy, now there's layers here that they can kind of use to confuse RRQ, make them react, have some feints in there. Something that ideally can survive long as well. I mean, the Cho would have been ideal. What would be a second close option? The Jawhead comes to mind by all means, but it really isn't as safe as the Cho is, right? It's not as mobile at all.
Still with a comfort towards Suns. It was neutralized in the first game, but right now the Hayabusa is erased from the opposing side, now playing for Kairi. So, less immediate threat for Suns himself. Wow, my lord.
Hey, a signature Rins pick, Kadira. Khalid for Dyron. That's also a signature back in the day when he was part of Rebellion.
Hey, wait,
yes,
is it gonna be surely a Khalid EXP?
I think it has to be an E. Oh, wait, hang on a second.
No, it's not confirmed because the Khalid doesn't do too well against Badang, right?
Right.
The early game will be good against Farsa in Rome. That's gonna be the Hylos on the other side. I believe it'll be on Edok.
Yeah. Oh, what season is it though? The double combo, the Gatot, Khalid, and the Kadira. It's like a throwback to last season, yeah. And this is the Kadira with buffs, I believe. It never made it back into the meta, but it's stronger. The animations come out faster. The knockup is a lot more difficult to react to now. And Rince performed well on this in M6 as well, if I'm mistaken.
Yep, and Kadira against Sans.
Gila.
Insane. And I don't think he's gonna use the Petrify? Will he? It's still gonna be a Petrify. I thought he was gonna go a bit more flexible with the flicker. He used to do it, I believe. Well, let's see though. This is certainly has been a very entertaining drafting phase for both of these games. Let us wish for a more entertaining game in the second game. Onyx needs this W. RQ needs to close it out. Once again, Royal Derby and MPL ID.
Oh boy. It could be a clean sweep for RRQ to show everyone that Onyx might be back, but they're not back to our level just about yet. Looking at the situation right here, there's definitely going to be a lot of action from the roamers, man. The Khalid, we've seen how early game becomes such a prio here, and Edok on the Khalid will definitely be looking for a lot more ways to be pesky. But look at Onyx already gearing up, prepared for the aggressive possibilities.
This is kind of the problem with Kadira. Once you miss, it's hard for you to kind of recover, as we're going to take a look at the emblem by IndiHome, by Telkomsel or Rashi. Maybe the pull yourself together is the interesting one.
Yeah, more petrifies for Rince. If aggression is the name of the game right here, that could really work out well for them. Rupture Wilderness Blessing for Sans on the Farsa, trying to match the roam potential as well, but it's difficult because he's not as safe as the Kadira. We've seen it before last season when it was still meta. On the Kadira, yeah, you can be pressured, but you can leave and exit. Whoa!
Petrify line on the Keyboy, but Kyrie is able to steal away with... Oh, actually, I think did Sutsujin take it because he got level 4. 2 red trees, and I think Sutsujin won it.
Seems like it.
Oh boy, Sans with the stun. Wings by wings.
Yeah, as I was saying there. Oh, hang on a second.
Stun over again. Breath of the Ocean dodge. Sutsujin watch out, kill to the back as well. Sutsujin low, but he gets away with electrifying beats. Turtle though will be spawning, and Onyx have prio.
More sustain, more burst heavy as well, more utility. And utility becomes the name of the game right here. Both teams not really making a lot of mistakes without it being forced on them. We'll wait and see though. Onyx have control, but they're letting Kyrie get the orange buff first. With more playmaking tools, more stuns available in the early game here, Onyx.
Ooh, good P. Able to almost take it away, but Sutsujin still is able to take it away. Ludpi has revitalized, will be holding onto it for a while. Oh, he does it well. Wow, saving it to the very last second. That was risky. Rince opening it up, Kyrie.
Oh no.
Petri, oh! Good mistake from Kai, and a punish from Rince. The feather airstrike as Ludpi jumps in and takes the kill back. A trade over. Keyboy finding the pin down on the piss crack, but there's no damage followed up. Sutsujin able to throw them back now. Sutsujin with the retribution. Ludpi falling to the beats of Sutsujin.
And I gotta say, I do not blame Kyrie at the time. Normally you'd see Kadira in the early game. It always leaves a sliver HP for you to get away. Kyrie was willing to take that damage, but what happens? There was a burst full on.
It's a full HP Hayabusa deleted immediately. I think we weren't expecting that kind of damage either. So that's something that people are going to have to get used to for sure. Fortunately, purple buff still taken for the side of Onyx. The RX here already showing a lot of control here. Gonna set the tone to ensure that Onyx don't try and get too creative. Again, in the mid lane, Rince just has so many more avenues to look for information and go for kills more than Sans. But look at this feather airstrike.
Over to Edok now. Good cancel. Kyrie picks up the kill. Back on track, 2-2.
It's a game about owning the bushes, Arashi. The first two, oh, gotta wait a minute.
1v1 on the bottom lane, Safero.
Oh,
back in.
no!
That was risky. Keyboy's waiting in the bush top. Has the fist crack. Will try to look for a play, but Toy is so aware. No, something's being planned by Onyx.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, the first 2 minutes, the bushes were Onyx until Rince made that play, and now Onyx is a bit reluctant to open it. Oh!
Petrify, good Purify out from Sans. Feather airstrike to stun him down. Keyboy gonna try to pin him down, but won't be able to find it. Sutsujin walking up. Oh, good fist crack to cancel out the radius. Sandstorm, Sutsujin electrifying beats. That damage gonna pile up. Kyrie lands the quad shadow. Red tree and the shadow kill to the back. Good displacement to escape from the shadow kill.
Good plays by RRQ here to shut down all the aggressive attempts done by Onyx, and they were doing that knowing that the neutral objective might be up soon, so RRQ might have the control. We haven't really seen the Gatot Kacha too active in the game so far, but with the next turtle coming soon, if RRQ want to contest it, we're going to see Dyron explode onto the show.
Right now, Rince, only a kill for him, and this also kind of works like a Selena. You don't really get the gold coming in from the waves because wave clear for Kadira is pretty miserable, just like Selena. So it's gonna be hard for RRQ to catch up in gold, but also a bit of a silver lining that no matter how much gold that they're down with, they still can turn it around.
Does look like this turtle is gonna go for free to RRQ. Kyrie is still on the purple buff. He's nowhere near Sans. In the back, getting pressured by Edok. Goes pathway as well from Lupi there. Trying to go for it. Sutsujin with Red Chiefs win. Still now coming in. Able to get one kill. Edok taken down. Now Diamond able to block them down. Petrify a lot of them down as well. The back Sans gonna be caught. But Lupi falls. Now it's Savera. What is him on force with Kyrie as well, who doesn't have the quad shadow just yet. 2 members falling. RRQ with a big win.
This time around, 2 gold laners rotating right at the perfect time, but unfortunately Toy made the difference better.
And that was the combo, man. The avatar of the Guardian there, Onyx. RK has seen that Onyx wants to go into that messy 50-50 clash, trying to get Kyrie the window to go for a steal. But that means the AOG is going to land flush on everyone, as Edok, as aggressive as ever on the Khalid. Onyx might be concerned about someone else coming soon to back him up. And again, Rin's on the Kadira, man. There's 2 assassins on the side of RRQ.
And hold on, Arashi. I believe I saw a concealed buy coming in from Rince in the first 5 minutes. So this is interesting. This might be because he knows he's not going to get the gold from the waves.
I mean, if that is indeed the pickup there, that's going to be an interesting approach. Because factually, we've seen that Edok is the one clearing the mid lane a lot of times here. So it seems like Rince is acting as a secondary role. It's a strat we've seen before with like mid lane Chos and all that. Like utility mid laners. We haven't seen it in a long time. But Sutsujin is gonna take the purple buff. They're gonna take the turret in the bot lane as well. Full control here by RRQ.
This is the game fact by Gopay. Marks Kadira's debut in MPL Indonesia Season 15 after last being used in MPL Indonesia Season 14 by Sans when they lost to Dewa. So, pretty poetic right now. He's bringing it out in the presence of Kadira God himself.
Yep. Donnie. It's definitely shaking right now as he watches this game. RRQ. Oh, D-Boy. Oh, Rince jumps in! Purify already baited out. Now he's going to dive all the way to Rince. Kyrie has a shadow kill. We'll be able to use it and we'll get a killing spree, but it'll be traded for the turtle and RRQ. I think they'll be happy with that.
1 second, Onyx try to contest it.
No, that's a retreat from Sutsujin. Clean from RRQ. A trade. Meanwhile, double off flicker. Kyrie with the quad shadow. Toy going in as well. The quad shadow. Will it be enough to buy some time for Keyboy to walk up Toy? Able to read out quad shadow movements. Now with the flicker as well. AOG. Kyrie's still able to escape with the help of the revitalize. Diamond walks over the pod. Will land on him. Signs the back though. Finds for the airstrike. And Lupi is able to disengage to help Kyrie escape. He pops the recall. Keyboy with the pin down onto Edok. Diamond jumping back in onto Sans. Kyrie leaving to play. Quad Shadow Imp, the taunt used, the Revitalize as well. They will jump on Tyrant, and it will be a kill back. Oh, wait a minute, Wings! Oh, that took a bit too long. But Onyx have taken the winning trade. Sutsujin gets some waves pushed in top.
That was some shades of M4 Kyrie versus Echo, man. That turned around some of the golds towards Onyx and gave them some kills, even though there was a lot of resources being poured toward Tyrant, man. That is a tanky boy.
The big moment there is Toy dashing forwards to secure the kill there. Well, just too tempting, too important. Whoa, Sutsujin.
That was, whoa.
He probably doesn't know it, but he narrowly dodged a full-on burst attempt there. Whoa. Oh, hey! A familiar face.
Introduce him, Arashi.
It's RRQ, Skylar.
The Prince. Skylar watching from home. Hey, man. Want to see him play, man.
Yeah, for sure.
Raging duet from Skylar.
Renner's Apathy. Which one is your favorite?
I think the Renner's Apathy is better.
Same, exactly.
I think so too. Well, now RRQ, I guess they've already made a bit of a mistake there, but everything is still within calculations. While the chase was happening for Onyx on the bottom lane, Sutsujin was pushing, was still farming as well. If you look at the gold difference between Sutsujin and Kyrie, there's like 2k gold difference. Keyboy getting boosted down.
Melted down by Sutsujin's beats. Oh man, Ikoi does not a chance.
Only a single silenced robe. But nonetheless, that was a bit too much damage that I expected from Sutsujin.
It's way too much, especially if you stay in place and you don't force him to kind of use all the spells to get close to you. You can kind of add it to his damage potential. Ludpi, too low.
Good night. What? Ludpi gonna be taken down up top as well. Severo, Tyrant gets taunted down. Will have Kai to help him. Quad Shadow jumping back and forth. Only one Quad Shadow left earlier. Bringing Satchel from the flicker. Will be able to land on Kyrie now with the Shadow kill forced upon him. Ida will be taken out by Kai. Lord, Keyboy jumps in with the fist crack. Sutsujin still able to find it. Quad Shadow lands onto the back line. Toy will be caught in the back spot. On force over. Severo gets another. Sutsujin dancing away. Electrifying beats finding it, but Severo gets a double. Now with San trying to dodge, but Sutsujin gets a double as well.
Who won, Rashi? Lord for, I believe, who was for it earlier? It was for RRQ, right? And Onyx actually won the team fight by a hair's breadth.
They technically won, but the Lord, can they clear it before RRQ gets in place? That's the big question here. If they can, then that can still be a value option. But right now, if RRQ can get into position and punish Onyx for overextending near the Lord, that could be a terrible moment for Onyx.
Everybody's rotating. They can't stand here for too long. Tyrant's already cutting them in the back. Popping a taunt as well. Severo able to get the Chrono Dash. Bottom lane turret taken. Onyx. Seems like this Lord won't be... in the mid lane. Never mind. No one's there. RQ will get a tier 1 and a tier 2 down below.
They still get the pressure coming through from the empowered waves. Not the ideal Lord take, but all things considered there, it's not really bad for RRQ. Sutsujin picking up a couple more kills as well. 2k gold above Kyrie, like I was mentioning, definitely already on the massive power spike. And Kyrie hasn't really been shut down. 6-1 and 3. The problem is he's the only one that has a healthy amount of kills. Severo now has the Holy Crystal, but so far he's been pressured so much that he can't really output that damage as reliably as Toy that can just stay in the back and just keep taking pot shots at the members of Onyx.
Toy is reliable, but what about Rince though? This is a tough game for him, especially in the later part of the game. It becomes a Purify Forcer. There's not going to be much damage that Rince going to be outputting if Onyx always knows where Rince is. The win condition becomes a bit harder for RRQ from now on.
You know, can spot in the bush, I believe. Now the whole team rotates towards the bottom lane. Sutsujin. Electrifying beats already, but the purple buff, will be taken. First pathway set. Keyboy looking for the play. We'll be able to go for the pin down on Edok, but that's not the right target to go for, and they know it. They'll back away.
Bit of an aggressive showing there by Onyx, trying to get something back. Not wanting to let RRQ get away unscathed at all. But yes, the fact that the Sans and Severo both are running the Purify becomes a concern. But the thing is also, now whenever Onyx are trying to go for a fight, Sans can't really sit there and output the feather airstrikes, right? He has to be concerned about the potential for Rince to get past everyone and get to him. Because he might have the Purify, but if he doesn't even notice it and he gets deleted, that's a whole different story. And we've seen that before. When the Kadita players are just that quick with it, sometimes the Purify doesn't really matter. You need to be expecting it in order to be able to counter it.
Lord spawn, 13 minutes and a half has elapsed. Rince already popped the ultimate. This is info.
Yep, no Purify on Severo. The Petrify already used earlier. Purify for Petri. Petri's on a lower cooldown technically here. Edok walks up. Harry looking for a Quad Shadow. Won't be able to find it. Edok was able to body block it back. Keyboy with a pin down on Sutsujin with the first crack as well. Kyrie to be caught in the back spot right now as he passes Shadow kill. But Edok's able to heal back up. That's a double. No! Shut down! Toy was able to find it. Severo though gets another 2 for 2.
Still an equal game, but still Retribution on RQ's side. Onyx, what do you do?
No feather airstrike for Sans. Sutsujin should be able to find it. Severo looking for the play right now, and it will be a free one. Sutsujin with a monster kill.
Very calculated, very composed. RRQ did not even hesitate to take the Lord despite Onyx still healthy 3-man.
And that's crazy, man. We've seen in the past week crazy steals coming in from the mid laners against Sans. I guess he's only sitting on a Divine Glaive and blowing one. No real burst damage threat. Ooh. Now RRQ are gonna try and siege, and they have the long range. And remember, the Breath of the Ocean, the knockoff from Kadira, can be used as a setup tool as well. There's just layers of things that Onyx has to be mindful about right here. The Raging Sandstorm, the Avatar of the Guardian, and the Breath of the Ocean as well.
4K gold lead. Things are looking pretty darn good for RRQ right now. Oh, it's about to crash down in the bottom lane, and they're still trying to manage the wave. Currently, they're doing it quite fine, except... Okay, finally the top lane wave is pushing. This is the time for Edok. The flicker is there. No, he's not there.
Look at the AOG cut. Diamond looking for the top. Won't be able to get it in time though. In the back, so the rough waves used. Diamond very low still. Raging Sandstorm from the Breath of the Ocean. Sun's gonna be taken down by Sun again! Again, diving deep into enemy lines! Very low though. That's an immortality bought already by Sun Jin. It's a chrono dash to take him down. Kylie very low. Will be taken out by Toy. Now Savero. Can he run? Toy with a flicker forward. 4 for 4. Only a roam versus the gold lane. Toy trying to go for the shot. 17 seconds on Sans. Down below, a base turret will fall. Keyboy won't be able to clear the waves, but he can surely buy time. 8 seconds on Sans. Toy looking to end the game. 5 seconds on Sans. Clock is ticking down, and Keyboy will be able to hold.
And that's a good position coming in from Toy. He knows that the danger is coming. The danger is looming around. He's just gonna take what Kyrie has right now in the blue buff.
Oh, that was a scary one, dude. I believe the idea for RRQ is that, well, let's see the replay first. Presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. It's an Avatar of the Guardian into a full-on flank where Rins was in the base and he was trying to escape with the rough waves. Afterwards, it was really, really close, man. The fact that only two members survived overall. Toy definitely made the game-saving play there to take out Savero. That was an important one. But I think the idea is to stop Onyx from clearing the waves using the Farsa. Right? That's a massive advantage that Onyx have right there. A longer range burst mid laner. So all things considered, the gold advantage went from 4,000 down to 2.6, but they got 2 base turrets and they got the one on the side farther away from the Lord. I think it's still worth it, but now they gotta be careful that if Onyx has the item power spikes, they're only 1 or 2 items away from getting a full build at this point. So RRQ can't get away when they make some kind of mistake.
Uh-oh, Rince. Already owning the push there, but doesn't want to go for Keyboy. He knows that he's gonna be able to burst Lake Gimmadang. This is where Kyrie shines. They did some Kai magic.
Ooh. Oh. RRQ not playing with magic though. They're just playing with calculations.
Yeah, just trying to output cold hard steel. Especially from Toy, man. He collected a ton of stacks on that Sky Piercer.
Already Quachetto! This is a kill! Oh, man!
Kyrie able to react to it. Edok though will be spotted out as well. But the airstrike coming down with the rough waves used by Rins.
What a chess match between these two mid laners as the Lord fight is going on. Sojin goes in.
Able to play again. That's gonna be the pin down, locking him both. Kyrie jumping with the quad on the shadow kill as well. But the Wintercron is right there for Sojin as he buys enough time. Savero in the back as well. Now on the Sojin, who's gonna be caught in the tough spot? Savero able to get the kill. Rins very low. Savero unable to get the final shot on him. Quad shadow only on Dyron. Farsa sent back to base.
They can still guard the Lord. I don't think Onyx will be able to blitz this one, especially if Tyron is healthy after going back to the base. It's a 4v5. They have healthy members, but personnel is RRQ.
27 seconds. Savero on it. Mid lane gonna be cleared by the Farsa. Keyboy trying to soak as much damage as possible from Toy Setsunada. Keyboy in the back trying to go for the pin down. Will be able to go for the fist crack as well. Now Kyrie jumps in as well, but they're all missing the skills, the crucial ones. 14 seconds for Sutsujin. Up for their airstrike. Desperate plays being made as the mid lane gets jumped in. San's gonna be caught by the Raging Sandstorm now. Edok jumping on. It's gonna be Toy in the mid lane. Keyboy trying to stop it. AOJ! Tyrant stops Sans! Toy falls! Keyboy in the mid lane, Lippy trying to hold it down. Toy looking for the end angle now as he looks to Kite. Kyrie with the quad shadow, won't be able to land it. The Breath of the Ocean plays down Sutsujin. Back up.
Oh man, take a breath. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a game we have here. That was a 4v5 by RRQ, and they still somehow made it competitive. And now Onyx has the Lord. They have the siege potential in Sans in a few seconds. This is the time to strike back.
The gold advantage now, though, is in the hands of Onyx, and they have this lord that will provide them with damage reduction. RRQ, they gotta make a play happen here. If the fight goes textbook, 5v5 front to back, Onyx, in theory, should not lose this one.
Evolve Lord. You play with it, massive advantage. Take a look at these two carries. Magic damage carries up top. Sutsujin will shove in the wave. Onyx don't care.
But there's a wave coming up top.
Yeah, that's a big wave. And Onyx don't care.
Carry sent back. Oh, it's Riz!
Suns unable to get the Purify in time. Not into Severo. Jumping to the back as well. The AOG. Oh no, Tyrant. He's trying to buy some time now. Severo is doing so much damage to the Lord as well. Sutsujin up top. Sutsujin up top. With the base turret taken down. Sutsujin will claim another. Tyrant taken down. Sutsujin looking for the play right now as the recalls happen. They're split up. They're scattered. Still on the base. Severo has the Mind Force one more time. Sutsujin, can he recall in time? Severo with the jump on toy. Severo! Again, Breath of the Ocean knocks him off. He has the Purify. Sutsujin's coming in. Can he save the game? No, he cannot! Onyx stand back up. And we have a series on our hands.
Take a bow! My goodness! That was RRQs to lose. Sutsujin almost getting it done, but the three-man trident of Onyx was able to penetrate the fort of the Kings of Kings. What a game! And we are on to the climax.
Holy moly. Way too close for comfort right there, man. The fact that Onyx were able to get that Lord, though, that definitely swung all the odds in their favor. And it was off a crucial fight right there. Unfortunately, despite all the good things that Rins was able to do in the early game, it wasn't enough towards the late game. He was really unable to find those really impactful picks onto the Kadira all the way till the final fight there. With the Lord coming through, with Severo scaled up in the late game Harith. It just wasn't enough, man. Onyx, they have done it.
This is why I said, Sheffin, even though they won game one in a dominant fashion, remember who won game one yesterday. It's a competitive season of MPL ID. Maybe except for one or two. But oh my lord, we got a series on our hands, baby. That really looked like a Mobile Masters Grand Finals game. Like, you know, Onyx Page versus RRQ, leading at the start, RRQ, pushing it to late game, Onyx holding, defending, and then coming back. Ooh.
So, it takes a Sky King to beat the King of Kings. Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, the only team who's done it so far this season has been...
there is a common factor.
Yeah.
Coach Yeb is in the picture there.
Yeba.
I'm just saying.
Fine, I'll do it myself, Thanos man.
Oh boy.
You want to talk about the Kadira pick?
Yeah, unfortunately, like I mentioned towards the end there, I feel like that was the one pick that towards the end was kind of lost. Right? I think Rins on the Kadira wasn't really sure, or I guess he was trying to still be a pick-off tool, but just didn't have enough of a space with the Purifiers as well to really get someone of massive value. And he was going with the same approach here, right? Always looking for Kyrie or Sans, and that's it. And the difference is that he doesn't have the same exit strategy. And again, because he was unable to secure the full-on burst, it just wasn't enough, right? So I guess picking the Kadira against the Kadira god isn't really the wisest of ideas.
This is the thing about the Kadira, we already talked about it, right? With the Kadira, you kind of have to win mid. That's the window. The window will slowly close. He wasn't even able to get the kill on Sans in the late game when he jumped on him. Sans no Purify. Like here, yes, early game, that damage, redonkulous. But later game, it gets kind of sussy.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit more difficult. And by all means, Rins was trying to go for those assassinations, but if you want to compare him to Sans, the man that's actually in this match as well, there were so many moments where it's a pretty straightforward approach. He'll come at you with the... he just dash towards you and try and go for the full combo. Whereas when Sans plays the Kadira, he goes for weird flanks, weird angles, right? And that's something that we didn't see as often. But in the early game, dude, RRQ were just holding all the control. But towards that mid game there, like you mentioned, Mirko, Onyx were able to withstand. And even when they lost 2 base towers, this looked really scary. But Onyx somehow pulled it back, made it a 4-4-4 trade. And when you're down 5,000 gold, they'll take that trade any day. For 2 base turrets, maybe not ideal. But towards the end here, again, Onyx were the ones who were able to actually force RRQ to make the plays happen. RRQ did not have a chance to force Onyx to respect that wave in the bottom lane. And despite this big combo here, Sans was able to stay alive, output that damage. It's almost as if Rins kind of went all in there and just traded for Sans, it might have been a better situation for RRQ at that point. Because in the late game, Farsa and Kadita, I think the impact speaks for itself. And with the Lord, they had that calculation. They knew they can go for the end, and they did.
What a game indeed. 20 minutes.
You can also say that maybe RRQ got a bit too creative, because I think there were 2 moments in this game where they were trying to go for some kind of split push end.
They had to. They couldn't have fought.
True.
The Evolve Lord 5v5 is suicide. They could have tried to stick together, but there was an angle of attack up top. It did split Onyx up. They tried to gamble it. The fight around the Lord, every time RQ makes a desperate play, there was always a reason to. Like in the fight around the Lord, I know what you're talking about, the scattered fight when Toy tried to go mid, right? That was because Sutsujin was already taken out. The Lord was gone by that time, right? So they were like, all right, we contest the Lord, we're gonna lose it. We'll try to make a play elsewhere. I think it was just a forced error by Onyx. It was well played by them.
Yeah. And I think that was like the best strategy that RQ could have pulled at any given time, right? They gotta split it up.
Yeah. Exactly. Because they sacrificed a lot of the gold lead to get those 2 base turrets. And then because Sutsujin got taken out in one of the skirmishes, they were unable to use it. That's the whole point there. It's they have factors available, but due to the movements, the outplays, whichever factor you want to, put all of that on, because of that, RRQ were really unable to use it. And at that point, the idea is that if they want to go for a full-on just fight, a full-on brawl, then hanging on to that gold lead would have been the better move. But like you mentioned, Mirko, the fact that Rins also obviously can't really farm on the Kadira, right? He didn't have the same kind of damage. So unless someone really takes in the full-on channel, the Breath of the Ocean, and both parts of the breath of the rough waves, then they don't get taken out.
Yeah.
Look at that, 3 turtles for RRQ. But it doesn't matter, Onyx holds on. Even though, looking at the turret.
Yeah, 9 turrets.
Literally nothing.
It's all, like, I feel like for RRQ, their early game is ridiculously good. Like, they have a crazy hold on early game. But once we get to a later stage, that's when Onyx really prevails. I think it's just the experience of the players, right? Having the tried and tested trio mid of Onyx, who's been here for how many years? Since season 10. Well, that's when Kyrie joined. But Keyboy and Sans has been here for a while, for a hot while. So I think that's where the veterancy really, the experience plays a big factor late game when it's just sporadic.
Right. And there's another point to raise for Rins on a quote-unquote assassin type pick. Because for the Selena, you're taking pot shots, right? You're still far away in the back.
Exactly.
But on the Kadita, you're in the thick of it.
Everybody knows.
Everybody knows. And you're still, I don't know if he's still shot calling, right? Whether they changed that. But again, if you're shot calling on a Selena, that's a whole different issue than shot calling on a Kadita. On this Kadita, you want to be creative. You want to spend that brain power thinking about where is your opponent's attentions, where is the vulnerabilities that you can use to go for a pickoff. And I do feel like some of the attempts and some of the targets that he goes for, you can understand why he does it. But I think if you think about it, if he thought about it a bit more, he would have gone for other things. You know, maybe use his damage to peel a bit more in a sense, rather than go in for that in the final fight, I believe, in the final Lord fight, he went for Kyrie, and Kyrie was able to dash out of it with the quad shadow. So there's moments like that where you understand getting Kyrie would have been value, but thinking about it, is the Hayabusa really gonna sit there and take it, right? So I feel like that's also another factor that could be kind of hindering the late game shot calling, because the later the game goes, more pressure, more factors, more things to set up.
And that's why the Badang first pick really gave them value, man. Because if it was any other tank, you would have at least gone like half of your HP chunk. But the Badang can always just say no, right? Any engage, no. Ura. Just fist crack his way out. Oh, they were, dude, that play in the mid lane, by the way, when RQ were like going back and forth and then trying to go for the base when Sutsujin was dead. Dude, Onyx were panicking. They threw everything. They were like, by the airstrike. Keyboy flickered forward, just punched Sutsujin, no, punched Toy in the face, like, no! Dude, they were just like, take the Lord! Recall, come on! Oh my, that was super chaotic.
That
They
was
were
close.
desperate. They were really desperate at that moment.
I think it's building up to a very entertaining game 3, right? Because by no means, RRQ actually played a good game in game number 2, and they still lost. So we know that they are elite, at least in MPL Indonesia. Wow.
Dude, that was a funny one. When I was doing I almost laughed because Keyboy literally just flickered. It just came in, punched Granger, and then said, okay, we're good. We're good, sir.
Is that
That's a hit and run.
The Eterna method? They already ancaman. Just go in like, what's up, what's up?
And I think Toy was visibly like confused. He's like, what? Wait, you're not gonna, all right. He was just done. He's like, what? Okay. Someone replay that clip. That was funny for me. Oh man.
What else to talk about? I mean, there's the factor that Toy, his strength, which is that he can shoot from far away, became a problem there as well. Because towards the end there, Savera was on him, dude. Every single fight. Where is Toy? Dude, I gotta have to find him.
Harith is the new Natan. If you get to late game, dude, this guy will win team fights. Especially with Purify, because you just can't lock him down. With Flicker, alright, you can still CC him. With Farsa, you can outrange him, but when the Farsa's on the other side, Harith gets late, that's what happens. He just shreds through everyone. And this is why previously, Harith Joy, Harith is always a pick you go for when you see Joy, because Harith actually out-sustains and out-damages Joy in the late game.
Right.
Now the sustaining part got nerfed, the shielding has been nerfed, so not as much, but still, once you get to all item 6, it's still there. You saw it earlier.
I mean, we have a lot to talk about, but we gotta throw it to Bude Clara Mongstar first. We want you guys to see something here. What's up?
Yuhu, Bude di sini di tengah-tengah MPL Arena ingin merasakan. Anget ya. Di Royal Derby memasuki game ketiga mungkin kita bisa lihat bahwa Raja dari segala raja dan juga Raja Langit mereka berjuang untuk benar-benar menjadi pemenang di match kali ini. Leg kedua sama-sama ngotot, sama-sama pengen ngedapetin kemenangan apalagi poin yang penting. Tapi kalau ngomongin dari masa ke masa memang kali ini bukan lagi Royal Bestie nih. Lagi pada jadi Royal Derby yang posisinya berbeda. Tapi kalau ngomong-ngomong tentang masa ke masa, kita ngelihat dari pilihan hero mereka cukup unik. Dan sebentar lagi kita bakal ngebahas tentang satu hero yang begitu ikonik di MLBB. Nggak hanya MLBB, tapi juga MPL. Jadi di sini Bude udah ditemani oleh Wede. Halo Kingdom.
Halo Bude.
Halo. Halo Sonic.
Halo Bude.
Halo, cari siapa nih?
Cari kemenangan.
Udah satu sama. Kalau Kingdom cari apa nih?
Cari piala baru, ini mana ya piala barunya?
Kemarin udah lihat ya, keren ya.
Mau dibawa pulang soalnya ke GH nih.
Asik. Tapi harus menang ini dulu dong.
Pasti, insya Allah amin.
Ngeliat udah potensi dari keduanya. Kamu suka nggak pick-pickan di leg kedua ini? Pick-pick hero dari tim RRQ?
Sebenarnya karena ada patch baru juga sih Bude, jadi kayak lebih seru aja. Apalagi ada collabnya sama Naruto ya kan, sama anime terbaik di dunia gitu kan.
Aduh, jiwa langsung bergetar ya melihat.
Betul.
Oke, memang dari leg kedua ini memang menarik. Kalau dari kalian ngelihat pick-pickannya Onyx di leg kedua ini khususnya udah Kocep nih, beda nggak sih sama sebelumnya?
Sama aja sih Bude, cuman kayak eksekusinya aja lebih mantap.
Lebih mantap. Tapi Bude penasaran, di sini ada player cowok nggak? Tunjukin ototnya dong. Kalau kata mau katanya nih.
Nggak ada Bude.
Berotot. Hah?
Nggak ada.
Nggak ada.
Nggak ada.
Tapi cowok menurutmu hero yang seperti apa sih?
Hero-nya sebenarnya fleksibel sih Bude. Kalau untuk cowok itu sendiri, apalagi dari masa ke masa kan kita tahu dari season 1 sampai season sekarang juga cowok lagi laku masih laku juga. Walaupun banyak hero baru, walaupun banyak meta baru, tapi cowok tuh masih fleksibel.
Cowok fleksibel. Kalau dari Onyx, kalau nama cowok muncul, apa yang kalian pikirkan?
Keyboy dong Bude.
Auto ya?
Yoi.
Langsung auto, tapi kita bakal ngebahas lebih lanjut lagi. Bener kata Kingdom dan bener kata, sama-sama bener. Tapi kalau ngebahas tentang cowok inilah dia, fakta-fakta menarik tentang hero Chow dari sepanjang perjalanan dari MPL. Inilah dia, let's go kita lihat bareng-bareng. All time MPL ID Chow. Buset, itu Keyboy nomor 2 ya?
Iya Bude,
Sesuai.
sesuai dong.
Kamu kalau ngelihat Keyboy pakai Chow, biasanya apa yang kamu teriakin?
Gila Kiboy.
Gilanya ketularan Sans berarti ini ya?
Iya.
Oke, tapi kalau melihat dari masa ke masa, tim
iya.
RRQ dari season 1, dari Barir, dari Instinct, beda-beda role banyak banget nih yang
Iya, betul.
mainin. Kamu kalau ngelihat ini siapa nih? Ada yang paling ikonik gak sih? Atau paling berkesan buat Kingdom?
Sebenarnya yang paling bener-bener berkesan tuh cowoknya Pipin Bu deh.
Season 5 ya?
Iya,
Pin?
cowoknya Pipin.
Kenapa? Kasih tahu Maul, bisik-bisik mulu kamu Maul.
Iya, tadi kata Maul juga cowoknya Pipin itu tuh ada cowok yang paling menakutkan.
Kenapa tuh?
Buat tim sendiri.
Oke, Vin kayaknya lagi restream nih.
Iya.
Ini ada dari Revan ya, Vin. Dari Revan, menakutkan untuk timnya sendiri. Jadi season 5 itu berkesan ya?
Berkesan banget.
Oke, Pipin, ini jawabannya seru banget dari Kingdom. Kalau dari Sonic, ngelihat, berarti dari season 11, Keyboy, season 15 Keyboy juga ya? Dari Sonic, sebelumnya ada lagi nggak nih? Belum ada dari...
Cuma Kiboy Bude.
Hashtag cuma Keyboy.
Yo Ibu De.
Tapi kalau dari Sonic, tahun berapa atau season berapa Keyboy itu paling bersinar dengan Chow-nya?
Season 11 Bude.
Kenapa season 11?
Ya karena prime-nya Kiboy gitu Bude. Kita sering lihat Kiboy pakai Chow di season itu. Dan sering menang juga.
Sering menang juga. Dan menurutmu sendiri, berarti Keyboy nomor 1 untukmu kan?
Iya Bude.
Pesaing terberat Keyboy nih dari masa ke masa, masanya Keyboy. Atau boleh deh dari season 1 sampai season 15, siapa tuh?
Jelas Donkey dong Bude.
Oh, Donkey? Kenapa Donkey yang menjadi pesaing Keyboy?
Ya karena gimana ya prestasinya di atas Kiboy.
Prestasi di atas Keyboy.
Iya.
Misal Keyboy diadu sama Donkey sekarang, menang mana?
Menang San sih Bude.
Makasih. Yang diadu siapa, yang menang siapa. Tapi selain dari Vin ya,
Iya Bu deh.
siapa lagi nih yang menurut kalian paling ikonik untuk Hero Chow?
Mungkin di sini nggak ada ya. Cuman kalau untuk paling ikonik biasanya R7. Cuman kalau dari leaderboard ini sebenarnya mungkin
Ada tuh.
selain R7 Budi ada yang lebih terbaru lagi. Nggak dimasukin ke sini. Di saat Albert pakai Chow jungler.
Oh, bentar, kapan itu ya? Bentar.
Itu season berapa ya? Aku juga lupa sih.
Buset.
Tapi Albert juga pakai Chow jungler.
Itu menggebrak sekali gak sih?
Betul.
Kita biasa EXP, terus ada season 2 tuh kayaknya masih romit, masih segala macam
Iya,
kan.
betul.
Lalu roamer sekarang. Kamu suka yang unik-unik memang ya?
Iya, suka unik-unik. Apalagi Pipin terutama.
Lagi Pipin, tetap Pipin ya
Tetap
nomor 1.
Pipin, nomor 1 Pipin.
Terus R7 menjadi leaderboard, tapi kalian paling suka Chow di role apa?
Kalau untuk sekarang mungkin di ROM. Tapi kalau dulu mungkin di Demek, di Experience tapi Demek.
Sekarang berarti Rom, dulu XP, tergantung ininya ya?
Iya betul, tergantung.
Oke, tadi kalau katamu kenapa dari Chow bisa season ke season ini selalu di-pick loh?
Iya betul.
Berarti karena kefleksibilitasannya tadi.
Betul.
Betul, kalau itu dari Kingdom. Kalau kalian ngelihat dari season 1 sampai season 15, Chow itu terus populer. Apakah karena teriakannya atau karena wajahnya yang wah kenapa rame terus nih Chow?
Sama sih Bude, hero-nya hero fleksibel jadi mau dipakai di ROM atau di HP sama-sama oke.
Sama-sama oke. Tapi paling suka apa? Di mana?
ROM sih Bude.
Rom, karena Keyboy.
Iya.
Coba dong kasih tahu ke Keyboy, boy pakai Chow dong gitu. Minta ke Keyboy.
Boy, cowok lagi nggak sih Boy?
Simple ya, gitu doang ya.
Iya Bude.
Oke, dan kalau melihat dari segi Chow, The Way of the Dragon-nya, ada nggak yang paling ikonik dari Keyboy pada saat apa? Di final kah atau di mana?
Pada saat MSC nggak sih Bude? MVP kan?
Oke, memang itu.
Iya Bude.
Dari situ Chow tertanam dan melihat hari ini Chow di match ini belum keluar berarti ya? Belum keluar. Berharap nggak kalian Chow bakal keluar?
Tergantung coach.
Tergantung coach. Berharap nggak?
Tergantung Adi.
Tergantung coach, tergantung Adi. Tapi kemenangan bergantung ke siapa nih sekarang? lebih mengarah ke Kingdom,
RRQ dong.
ke Sonic.
Onyx dong Bude.
Lemes banget sih. Coba semangatin.
Kingdom Bude.
Suaranya kasih tepuk tangan terbesar.
Hei, Kingdom suaranya mana sih?
Menggetar. Coba suaranya.
Sonic, mana suaranya Sonic?
Keren. Dua-duanya udah sama-sama keren. Tapi kita akan melanjutkan untuk pertempuran Royal Derby. Game ketiga, game penentuan. Akankah ada balas dendam atau pembuktian? Mari kita langsung saja lemparkan kepada caster. Monggo.
Yesterday it was we're so back. Game 1, it's so over. Now we're so back. Is it gonna be it's over?
See,
In
Chef,
game number 3.
you actually are pretty cool at shutting down patterns that end up being true. You said earlier after game 1, hey man, that was yesterday. That was something different, man. 1-0 start, it's gonna be 1-1.
You gotta adapt. What's the meme? Adapt, adjust, improvise?
Yeah,
It's the old
Improvise,
meme.
adapt, overcome.
Ah.
But
That's what
there are
I'm
no
doing.
adaptations here, Chef, and you've been like this from week 1. You gotta believe, man, and then you can conceive and achieve it, brother.
I will believe once I see it.
So, have you? Is enough?
Well, I haven't seen game number 3, so I don't know who's gonna win.
But that doesn't matter. We're already going to game 3,
Okay.
right? Wait, what was your prediction? 2-0?
2-1 for Onyx.
Whoa.
Same?
Yeah, same. So why weren't you a believer in a 3-game series?
Well, it's a bit inconsequential for me. You know?
Against a what?
It's a bit inconsequential for me.
I
It's
just wanna
RRQ
say-
and Onyx. They can do whatever they want as long as Kickfam wins. I'm okay.
I just want to
You
say, Navi, I want to apologize for the 0-11 count prediction. I thought it would be a mere curse, honestly. I wanted you guys to win because I don't want y'all to break my boys' record. But you guys have the best emote, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Do it, Rashi. Do the sound.
Nah.
And I have the Sunday, bro. Relax.
How about that one?
Relax, fam. Relax.
Oh, that one is not MPL.
This isn't an MPL one, but you can use it if you want.
Ooh, Sapu.
This is my favorite with this.
Hey,
These
Sunday,
are the
bro.
my favorite ones. Because these are the more
Fun
competitive
ones, I
ones.
guess.
This
Yeah.
is you call it, you say competitive, right?
Uh-huh.
Competitive ones.
This is lightly competitive.
No, that's just chill. I don't think chill is competitive in any way. It's just calm down.
Relax,
This is-
fam. Relax.
Oh, this? How
This
about
one is respectful.
Really? Respectful?
Yeah.
But you can use it ironically, sarcastically.
That's
But it's not
probably
as,
like 90% of
but
the
look at-
users.
but look at
you
the
win a
ump.
1v1.
But this has the ump. It's the ump, man. It's the ha, you know? It's like T-Boy when he flickered forward and Granger. Do that in your rank games, by the way. It helps. Sometimes the Granger just panics. He's just like, oh, what? And he flickers. Or sometimes you can put a shortcut and then the enemy team will recall.
Oh, hang on.
Oh,
First
my
pick again.
3 games in a row.
Interesting. So they are both playing their own game. I like that. I like that. They're giving each other
No,
their
they're both
best
playing
weapon.
MLBB.
Thank you for the correction.
You're welcome. Get it right. Get it right. Definitely.
This is
Whoa, that's a hearty laugh, dude.
That is...
You have to inhale for a laugh like that.
What are they doing? Did you see the move? What was...
I don't know.
That's some ritual, man. That's a ritual for sure. What's going on here, Mr. Yeb channeling the dark arts to get a win in game 3?
And it's all the health he can get. And the whole crew is
Look,
laughing.
even
too.
Keyboy.
Oh,
Severo.
man.
They're all channeling the dark arts.
Black
Interesting.
magic.
Someone make an edit of that. Dark arts. Onyx. Meanwhile, RQ with the good guys. They don't need dark arts. They just need the man. La Mercenaria. Sutsujin.
Oh, boy.
And they need to look cute.
Excuse me? What? They're menacing, sir. They're not cute. They're
Their
veterans.
father is cute.
They're what? What? Their father?
That's cute.
Oh my lord.
Get out, dude.
You said Yep was
Take the
Onyx's
headphones.
father.
Yeah.
Take the headphones off. Get out of here, bro. What's the matter with you?
I mean, it's not wrong. Has cute. That's true. That's true.
Say it
I
to his
just-
face.
Say it
Might
to his
see him
face.
soon.
Say Cas cute is cute. Say Cas cute, you're cute.
That's good. You're pretty darn cute.
Say it to his face. All right, let's get to drafts, man.
Once again,
Let's go.
presented by Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Still with the 3 same bands earlier. Most of the chip. No chips for EDOC. Gotta lose some weight.
What? All right. Yi, Valentina, and Fanny though, same thing. By all means, both teams have been able to actually get success. It's only about closing out the games here. So the bans, nothing really crazy has to come out through the bans. RRQ, if they go with the same strategy, on paper, in theory, they should be able to still find an early game success, but now they steal away that Harith, which means the joy option is for Onyx.
Yeah. I want to go for Hayabusa right away here instead of Joy.
I agree.
What's gonna be the second one though? It went Badang before.
Yep. That can work.
Experience the euphony of
Oh, wow, they pick up the Granger early. So
I'm gonna
it's
hide their cards first.
Granger Joy then? Or is it still just going to be Granger Haya? Because I don't think you want to give the Haya over to RRQ. Oh, well, maybe
not even both.
Wow. Give them both even. Gatot Kacha here.
They're trading drafts right now.
I wonder if Onyx is thinking that RRQ are a team that only moves forward.
Lucas.
Only forwards, right?
Oh,
Lucas Matilda though. Oh boy.
Indeed. This is the pick that sealed BTR's fate just yesterday. Lucas Matilda.
Reporting for duty.
Oh my god!
Whoa.
Well, I see where the vision, but
Jungle
seems a bit too early here.
XP.
I don't think even if they went on to the second phase, it would have got banned.
Yeah, I agree. But I guess it does if they went. Okay, let's think about it. If they went for something else, say like a Haya, then this won't be Flex anymore, right? So I guess I haven't seen this matchup myself. Expert versus Lucas and Matilda. On paper, it does make sense. You just burn the guy, right?
Yeah.
In the anime, that's not really how you beat Naruto, but this is MLBB, not Naruto.
Right, I think Sasuke tried to burn Naruto down as well, but it doesn't really respond. It doesn't really work out that well for him. The X-Borg here, man. Interesting. Now with that in the picture, is it about winning the fights or is it about the neutral objective control? Because for the X-Borg, for the longest time, it's all about the control, right? That, along with the Gatot, along with the Granger, sets up for a very defensive composition. And now, in true RRQ fashion, RRQ are the ones who want to be aggressive, who want to move forward, right? Yeah. So, maybe this is Onyx really understanding that, okay, as long as we don't fall to RRQ, we can outmaneuver them later. And RRQ, like, tripling down, saying, we gotta take them out.
Hey, Hayabusa fan though. I feel like
They're
Cascade kind of like, oh, this is an X-Borg.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna go to jungle, right? Wait, it's Kyrie.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait.
They're saying, no, we know your tricks, yeah. We know that you want to set up for Mr. God in the Jungle man in the jungle with an assassin. There's no way this X-Borg is going to go onto the hands of Kai.
Is it though?
Reed. That's what they think. That's what RRQ are thinking. So they're playing a safe game right now, right? Like instead of just gambling on if it gets picked, if it's going to go jungle, they're just going to say, no, we're not going to let you go Haya. We're not going to let you go maybe another jungle bad Joy. Farsa, oh, whoa, what are they setting up for? Farsa and Eve. What pick in the mid lane? They're denying RRQ's pick, that's for sure, but what do they want to pick up for themselves against?
Valentina, for sure, is the
it's
highest.
banned.
Okay,
With the low Yi.
Yeah, for the...
Oh, how good is the Lucas against a Valier?
I feel like not super good.
The double fire combo.
It's annoying.
Double fire, but Lucas has anti-CC immune. So if the Valier shoves, you can't shove the Lucas back.
Well, not initially, but eventually you'll be able to, right?
Do you have enough peel? Because there's no peel that will go through anti-CC.
Good point.
Is this just a Novaria pick?
If it's
Did you try to play with
high
range? Novaria seems like the better choice, right? Valier seems a bit more... gotta be in the fight, kinda.
They're either trying to limit the AoE or the wave clear. That's the idea there with the Yves and Farsa. Usually you would expect a Chushin to come through with these kind of bans, but no, it's already banned out themselves. 4 Suns. What, could it be...
Oh. I was gonna say that it's gonna be Fire Mist Matilda, but...
It's the AoE.
Yeah.
I think they were banking on RRQ potentially wanting to go for the glue maybe and get a winning lane. Right now they still have the option to go for the Phobius if they want to.
Lilia? Oh yeah, that's better. Never mind. It's gonna take some time, but it works. So it's gonna be a Lucas jungle. And I believe Coach Yep will shift this X-Borg towards jungle as well. Let's see.
Wow. Yeah, export jungle for Kyrie, that's definitely an odd sight to behold. If that's the case, what do you think is gonna come through for the EXP lane, man? What will Lutfi be playing?
Esmeralda this time? Looks pretty decent.
Ooh. Oh, how about the Masha, bro? Whoa!
I think you're cooking a bit too hard.
Yeah, the
Lutfi.
Masha, I think, doesn't do well against this team. Like, they're all comped up. You jump in, yeah, you do damage.
Too much shield, too much healing too.
What would it be, Keyboy? What will it be? What are you gonna go, you madman? Or maybe it's a jungle.
Kai? Kai Benedetta or?
Lutfi. It's Lutfi. Season 13. Remember when he outplayed Lu Geek Fam?
So
with the Benedetta against the Masha.
Are we sure it's damaged the Benedetta?
I think it has to be, right? Diablo. Is it your revitalized Benedetta or is it the petrified, damage, all in, let's go local Benedetta?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this has been one of the most entertaining drafting phase that we've had this season. A lot of surprises, especially in the later part of the draft. So it is going to be a petrified Benedetta, which signals it should be a damage.
Toy flicker.
That is info. That's gonna hurt if it connects. Let's see though. This is the climax. The battle of the two kingdoms. Is it going to be Rex Regum Keon or Onyx? Land of Dawn is the witness.
Is it gonna be the kingdom in the sky or is it gonna be the kingdom on the ground? That's the massive question right here. Only one game away. Drafts looking as competitive as ever. With Kyrie on a fighter here. With no flicker for Toy. So many factors swirling around, but only time will tell. Only the Land of Dawn will give us the answers.
I don't think this is Sutsujin's, I believe he went Impure Rage yesterday? Is it? I don't think it was Killing Spree yesterday when he played the Lucas Jungle.
You would think that with the presence of Edok and Matilda, he would go for something that gives a bit more damage. But Emblem Rashi.
Going for the focusing mark, more movement speed potentially, and oh, look at Lutfi, man. Going with the aggressive builds right here. Suns,
whoa, very aggressive. Flickers out to safety. Luckily, Kyrie's right there to help with the Benedetta. Man, flicker burn early. Kyrie has last insanity, will decide to hold out. But it did burn Rinz's flicker, so it's mid lane flicker for flicker as Kyrie helps Sans to clear out this wave in the mid lane. Sutsujin won't try to go for anything crazy.
Is that a bait? It was there for quite a while, and Kyrie shows up in ideal time to burn down both Edok and Rinz there. Definitely interesting. The lane, though, is looking very even, man. From farming alone, both teams are dead even. Now with the first neutral objective fight, with another realm and last insanity, AOG, do Onyx feel confident enough to deal with the damage and chase of our Q? That's the main question here in my opinion.
If they're very confident, Sans already level 4. Keyboy already eyeing the situation there. A flight comes in for Sutsujin.
Trying to burn him down. Darren in the back already pinning him down. Now it's going to be Sutsujin walking up. Still winning the Reggie battle. Lutfi walking up. Sutsujin going to be taken very low. Last insanity from Onyx. First blood traded for the neutral objective.
So, who wins?
Oh, I think it's equal, technically. But the fact that Onyx are dealing with a very strong early game combo, the Lucas Mathilda, I feel like that kind of even-ish trade kind of favors them a bit more. By all means, RRQ does have like a slower scaling mid lane, so it's not really out of the ordinary. It's not really too surprising. But man, look at Onyx immediately trying to make moves. Keyboy knowing he's up against a Mathilda. Not really under too much pressure, not under a lot of danger. A fighter against a Gatot as well, you know, Keyboy is actually a lot tankier than it looks here due to that passive. And the numbers say still 70% for the audience.
Exact same. I mean, this has been a very entertaining series so far. It's building up to be one. And the XP lane, Arashi, I think this is where the difference maker is gonna be. Especially Lutfi, he can roam around the map much faster than Dyron, to expect some a lot of rotations coming in from Lutfi himself. And I don't think Darren can catch up.
Yeah, that was the meta way back, right? EXP lane, split pushing, dueling down. Back when the Paquitos are in the picture, the Yuzongs. It's funny how we're seeing a lot of throwbacks technically when both these teams are in here, but look at Dyron.
Suns with deep pull with the Stampede. Oh, Kai just burning him alive. Another pick for Onyx.
And they were using the fact that Dyron is a bit unsure about his ability to roam. So they set up the trap in the bushes. Good, intelligent play from Onyx.
Yeah, he was trying to, I don't know, like clear faster, just move around a lot earlier to compensate for the lack of movement speed. Only a handful of fights and pickups here. Already a 1.5k gold lead. Sans definitely doesn't seem threatened.
Whoa, with the flicker forward and the fist crack! Ritz gets the bad impact. Keyboy jumps with the AOG, but Darren's able to escape. One member down. Sans has the passive. Will be able to come back in time. 1 second for him respawning. Savantport's coming down as well. Lutfi bursts it down. Kai with a retry. No, Sano who steals it and saves the day for Onyx.
What was that? 2 retries, and the one that ended up having it was the Granger. This is some chaotic gameplay here from both.
I mean, when both junglers are just really good and reliable on your retributions, you start having to do some more mental math there. Predict the damage output from your friends as well. It's very much now, not just between the 2 junglers, also between the 2 teams as well. You have to coordinate when the damage is going to come through together in order to get that retry secure. But RRQ already with a good showing. Catching Sans there was definitely a great moment. Oh, look at Lutfi though, trying to go 1v1.
Pulled back again, and Lutfi has just been chunking that turret down. Eye for an eye to escape. Rins walking up. Harry, last insanity defensively. Sutsujin. Ooh, super low. Oh, Edo! What happened there? I believe it should be a Keyboy with a taunt, right? A turret falls as well. Onyx taking control.
They are 2.5k gold lead in charge right now in 5 minutes. Safe to say they have the early game, but gotta watch out for Rins. This guy is doing a lot of damage on the Sicilian.
Total assist in MPL ID. Kila Sans is back. He's no longer sane. Man's back to Kila. Crazy. AOG from Keyboy. Rins comes in like hey! Gets the assassination in the back with a petrify. Turret falling. Savero on Sutsujin. Sutsujin gets away. But you gotta remember, Lucas, if you don't win in the early game, how will they win?
I swear to God, I didn't see Lutfi in the screen just now. It just comes out of nowhere. Probably the ultimate there was not shown on the screen.
The electro final blow?
Yeah.
That's Lutfi Orden, brother.
Well, right now look at RRQ immediately letting go control over the neutral objective. They can't really brawl against a team that's ahead with a Netherrealm, with a Last Insanity. Kyrie actually gets the orange there still.
Oh no. They can still win the fight though.
I guess they're not too concerned about the turtle. They want to go for the fight. Tyron walks up with the fist crack, and now Braga armor down. Sans still has the Netherrealm. Will be able to pop it in time. Toy pounces already. Now Lutfi walks up as well. It's gonna be the Rins who gets it. Lutfi finding the kill on Sutsujin. Now they all collapse. Stampede into Keyboy's taunt, and Lutfi just slashed them 2 pieces.
Safe to say they are back. Look at the combo. The OG Gila Sans maneuvers. Savero still dealing the damage. Kai wants to sandwich this one.
Rins petrified by Lutfi.
Man, oh man. They're not stopping 5k right now, Rashi.
5k, and they have to hold on to this. RRQ, they have the Sicilian. He will scale, but right now Onyx is doing a great job shutting him down. Knowing that Rins does not have any purifies, any defensive tools, they're just going in aggressively, and so far, RRQ are powerless to punish. The man that should be punishing, Sutsujin, on the Lucas here, just seems so powerless against that X-Borg.
The window and the space that Sutsujin is operating is always so dangerous. He's always in front, taking a lot of damage coming in from Onyx, and there's not much bodies on the front for RRQ themselves. Sutsujin is forced to be this kind of like a pseudo tank as well.
Again, it's an aggressive move here for RRQ. They have a Badang and the Lucas. This composition is meant to move forward, right? The Mathilda is supposed to bring Sutsujin closer to the backline. But because of the Gatots, because of the X-Borg as well, RRQ just kite back slowly but surely, and RRQ just cannot dive that far deep without losing members in the process.
Tyron caught back. Savero, constant.
Oh boy.
Ooh, that was close. Sanguine Claws almost caught him. Toy Prominence Mind Force just to defend this base turret.
Ooh. Bit of cheeky damage there from Toy as
Oh,
well.
man. That's barely any damage to Kyrie. Wanna check out the items, Arashi.
Radiant armor, along with the War Axe. So
Makes
he is
sense.
fast, he sustains, and magic damage is not a concern of his. And Sutsujin and Dairon are not gonna be beating on the X-Borg, right? The people who are gonna be outputting damage onto X-Borg is gonna be the Harith and the Sicilian. So with the Bat Feast as well, that Radiant armor is gonna be stacked up very handily. RRQ, they're forced to play the defensive game, and we know that is not their comfort zone.
There's a free neutral objective to the Sky Kings. Kyrie with the Lord. 9 minutes in, first Lord. Now they want to push forward.
This is some crazy siege comp coming in from Onyx. They can gap close with AOG. Kyrie just is in front doing a lot of damage. Savero, that's Sonatas. That's gonna result to a lot of deaths for RRQ as we're gonna take a look at the items once again, Arashi.
Sky Piercer already completed for Savero. Almost 2,000 gold ahead. Ludpi as well. I mean, 4, 1, and 3. Say less, dude. With the Hunter Strike, the Malefic Roar, he's all in on the damage. It's not about frontline here for Onyx. It's about making sure that the backline of RRQ, the Harith and the Sicilian, will not be able to do much at all. They're just sustaining through the damage of RRQ using invulnerabilities like the Last Insanity, using the second HP bar like the Netherrealm. There's no real built-in tankiness except for Keyboy, and even then, he's playing reactive unless it's time to cut off RRQ from their base. That might happen soon.
Look at that Sonata constantly poking them down. Holy Defense already popped in up top. Litpi in 1v1 against Sutsujin. Almost a kill. Tail Beast Bomb by Sutsujin to retaliate. Holy Defense in the mid lane popped as well. Now another wave in the bottom lane as Toy gets rid of it. AOG from Keyboy just zoning them away to give space. A taunt over. Keyboy able to escape. Has the Revitalize still. Kai walks up. Not going to use the Last Insanity. Will lose the Paraga armor as Toy will zone them back away from the space. And RRQ have defended against the Sky King Siege.
And the Sky Kings lead balloon to about 9k, Arashi. This is just insane. And unique heroes in MPL Indonesia. Kyrie played 50 heroes. Has he? I believe he changed role like once or twice a game? Like one game or twice?
What?
Kyrie. How the hell did he play 50 on jungle?
Yeah, he's played a whole lot, from the Julian to the Bauman to Fredrin. He's been through a lot of crazy metas, man.
A lot of very crazy metas. Backrunners are still even more flexible. Onyx are gonna increase this lead even more here, controlling the jungle completely, man. Back then, we would say at 10k, that's where the game is pretty much done, where the other team can't really defend. But against a Sicilian and Harith, there's always that big maybe. But will Onyx allow it though? Are they gonna try and trade the same way RRQ did? Because that is what allowed Onyx to really come back in game number 2. Onyx might not afford, might not give RRQ the same luxury.
Yeah. And by the looks of it, they're trying to just freeze the lanes, waiting for the next Lord because they know they're gonna need the help of the Lord to be able to kind of penetrate the fort of RRQ right now. A lot of base defense potential here, especially from the Sicilian. And Edok will do a lot of work to kite them to a better place, to a safe place. Now the question is, does RRQ have any chance of contesting this? Looks like the answer is no.
Probably not, man. They're just too far behind. I mean, the Holy Crystal isn't even completed for Toy, right? There's no way. Rins now has the Wishing Lantern, so against these beefy frontliners, there is there is some damage there that has to be considered. Still a 10k lead. Holy Crystal finally for Toy, but is it too late? It's only the second Lord. RRQ in theory should be able to defend still, but unless, the moment Onyx kind of force their hand and force them to use all their spells in fights instead of on the Lord, that could be the moment that Onyx are looking for. And they still have no solution for the Ludpi Benedetta split push, by the way. So you're really seeing this draft force RRQ into some really confusing situations.
Back again with what Mirko said. Oh, gotta watch out!
A flicker out. That's a big, big win for RRQ, but can they make the most out of it? Sans still able to regen. He just needs to Netherrealm in time. AOG into the back line right now. Lupi walks up with the final pull. Won't be able to find it now. Sutsujin able to find that. Eye for an eye. Lupi taking out. Toy gets the shutdown. And the Kings of Kings have a chance.
That could not have gone any better for RRQ. They dodged the AOG. They dodged the whole Electro-Final blows. Area of effect. And they survive, taking 2 in the process.
I mean, if they got a wipe out, it would have been better, Shevin.
Oh,
I'm just saying.
Okay.
But just saying. Onyx, they kind of made the similar play to RRQ. Sacrificial members for the base turret, but it's not even on the side where the Lord is far. Oh, Edok!
With a pull, Edok taking very low. Kyrie with a burn. Toy in the backwards, the Mind Force Sound can be taken down as Severa tries to deal with it now. Kyrie still putting the fire onto it. Oh! But will have his Viraga armor taken out. Actually, he keeps it intact.
That's a whole shot, the whole combo of Zaman Force, and somehow he didn't even get the Viraga armor. That's a concern for RRQ right now.
But he's building towards that power spike. How close are we from a Harith power spike?
Already at a Divine Glaive at this point, so there is some real damage. One more item to really settle the deal here. We're approaching full build situations here. But the thing is, Onyx has so much more farm that their frontliners are going to be a bit more sustainable compared to RRQ. That's the number one big factor. Number two, they have Lutpi as an extra damage dealer as well. So if it comes down to, when it comes down to it, Onyx might be able to win in a full-on blast of a battle, but as we saw earlier, if the Zaman Force allows Toy to just spam out the Synchrophissions and dash through with empowered basic attacks, if Rins can just keep spamming out the bat impacts, they're at a point where RRQ can win a fight. Onyx has to be careful in how they engage and who they engage on. Is it geekable, Mirko?
I was gonna say that.
Oh, I think it is, you know. Sicilian Harith. This is like the modern day Nathan Eve.
And Toy is building towards that Oracle. That is in a way a power spike for his sustainability with Mathilda in his team. Now the Lord this time, it could be contested, right? It is 8k golden. Lutpi! Oh.
Gotta be real careful now, Lutpi. Oh, very squishy. Keyboy taking back with the Sanguine Claws, bad impact. Oh, doing a lot of damage, forcing an AOG defensively. Sutsujin in the bush. Lutpi spots him, gets him away. Lord, 16 minutes in. For Onyx, they need to bank on an Evolve Lord, I think, to end.
And look at this, Lutpi already making it difficult for RRQ. Going for the split, having the advantage when it comes to the rotations. RRQ are not in the picture. Rins is trying to get the purple buff, I think. Onyx might force RRQ's hand here, might just take the Lord immediately.
Oh, they concede. But it is still geekable. Oh, he went in!
On Tyrant, with the eye for an eye, Lutpi knows not to take the risk. Just a Lord for Onyx, another shot at ending this game.
I wonder if there's a shot call that says, Lutpi, no, Lutpi, no!
Lutpi, no! Oh boy. Tension is building up for sure, man. Rins with the purple buff. Again, RRQ in theory should be able to defend, but it's all on Onyx. Whether Onyx can select the right tool for the job. Do they want to zone RRQ using the AOG? Do they want to do it using the Last Insanity? Or just with the Electro Final Blow? The back and forth here has to be impeccable from Onyx, because they can't stand there and take these bat impacts. We've seen it happen. Keyboy, after receiving 1 or 2, immediately has to back away. But look at Onyx controlling the waves.
Oh man, 2 shots on Rins. Detonata landing. Lutpi in the back, looking for the play. Up top, Sutsujin is isolated. People are going to be able to find a top. Sutsujin to be taken down by Lutpi! Sanguine Claws not landing. Kyrie has baited them with the Viraga armor already, but he has the immortality still. Lord on the base. The AOG comes in with another realm tool. Kyrie walks up, another realm brought there, and now it's going to be Severo on the base! We thought it vanquished! We thought it extinguished! The fire of the dynasty of old has been reignited!
Welcome back, Onyx! The sky is yours! And this night, the kingdom is yours! Celebrate! Pour the honeys on towards your players. Time to bring back the glory of the Invincibles.
Oh man. A tough bitter pill to swallow for the Kingdom today. They were able to get their revenge on Bigatron just yesterday, but today it's a different story. The Yab effect is absolutely real. Some were questioning, is it because they were up against not the top tier team in the scene, but against RRQ they're able to do so. There can be no doubts about it any longer.
Well played.
They're gonna say we're so back in the stage after this. Buddha Clara, let's see what they have to say.
Pembalasan dendam yang begitu manis dari tim Onyx. Di leg pertama mereka kalah, tapi kini 2-1 kemenangan yang akhirnya didapatkan. Upi udah siap banget nih kayaknya menjawab ya. Upi, kemenangan hari ini gimana nih?
Ya yang pasti senang lah dari kita yang awalnya banyak kalah kan. Terus akhirnya kita dikit-dikit naik ke atas gitu. Senang-senang.
Senang-senang. Tapi kamu juga memunculkan Benedetta yang out of nowhere semuanya langsung shock. Ini Benedetta menjadi momen-momen yang kita lihat bener-bener shocking banget. Lalu nggak hanya Benedetta, hari ini kita juga dikejutkan dengan adanya export. Lalu ada apa lagi tadi? Ada macam-macam banget. Benedetta muncul dari mana itu tiba-tiba?
Ngelihat hero-nya aja sih. Lihat hero-nya, ada Benedetta ya udah pakai aja gitu.
Ada banyak hero di Mobile Legends.
Tadi
Lihat.
yang lihat pertamanya Benedetta kan, terus minta ke coach akhirnya dikasih.
Jatuh hati langsung ya.
Ya.
Tapi bukankah memang itu hero yang cukup nyaman untuk melawan hero-hero yang mepet-mepet gitu?
Gak kepikiran ke situ sih. Yang penting tadi lihat kayak Benedetta kayak bagus deh. Ya udah pakai aja.
Coach Chef sama Coach Adi bilang iya. Siapa yang bilang iya duluan?
Aku sendiri.
Loh, kamu yang minta, kamu yang iyain?
Iya.
Oke, ini hal yang menarik tentunya. Dan kalau melihat tadi kemenangan yang sungguh emosional kayaknya, sungguh ramai. Satu orang yang biasanya kalem, tenang-tenang, Kairi. Heboh tadi apa yang kamu teriakin ketika akhirnya menang?
Apa?
What did you scream or what did you do after winning the match? Woo!
Kenapa?
Apa yang kamu lakuin tadi? Atau apa yang kamu teriakan?
Teriak-teriak doang.
Teriak apa?
Ya ada lah.
Adalah, Sonic ada yang denger nggak? Di belakang. Tapi, is this mean something for you? This win?
Kenapa?
Kemenangan ini apakah berarti sesuatu untukmu? Pembalasan dendam ini melawan tim RRQ?
Mungkin ke bawah hype juga karena mereka kan lagi nomor 1 kan. Terus ada ini juga kan, kemarin ada pesan sama teman kita. Buat teman kita kan kemarin kan di ESL. Yang katanya ini waktunya kita, bukan Onyx.
Wow! Jadi pesan balasannya apa tuh? Ada pesan balasan nggak?
Kenapa?
Mau kasih pesan balasan nggak sih?
Nggak ada sih, udah menang, udah cukup.
Oh udah cukup, dibalasnya sekarang ini, dijawab hari ini?
Ya.
Dijawab hari ini dan kalau boleh kita bahas lagi, ini di season ini Kairi memecahkan banyak achievement. 1000 kill dan 50 unique hero dari Kairi muncul hari ini. Export, this is the first time we saw you play Export.
Yeah.
Is there something, the reason you play Export in this match?
Apa ya? Tadi kata coach bakarin aja musuhnya, gitu doang.
Bakar-bakar aja.
Ya, main api-api aja.
But this is your first time. How was your first time?
Ya enak, menang.
Enak, menang. Tapi is it the secret? The secret sauce from Team Onyx using T-Strat pocket pick like this. Ini apakah memang menangnya melawan RRQ harus dengan hero-hero yang unik? Hero-hero yang nggak pernah kalian munculkan sebelumnya?
Nggak dengar tadi.
Kunci kemenangan kalian tuh apakah ini harus pakai hero-hero unik?
Oh iya, karena kan mereka juga si Araki banyak pakai hero yang unik juga. Kayak Kadita, Esmeralda kayak game 1. Jadi kita harus ada Cista juga.
Dan muncul di game ketiga, awur-awuran. Dan kalau kita bahas lagi, kayaknya hari ini ada apa dengan jungler-jungler? Retribution ada apa? What's wrong with the Retribution? Because the jungler is not getting any objective. Rarely getting any objective. What's going on?
Kalau gue sih emang tadi emang rate gue cukup. Ya. Tergantung sama ini, tergantung sama Sabero. Tadi kan dia bawa retri itu, hitar-hitar itu.
Oh, but this match, again and again, kalian udah bisa balas dendam Ki Boy, balas dendam nih Boy. 1, 2, udah 3 yang kalian balas dendamkan di leg yang kedua. Membalaskan dendam ini kayaknya sama kalian tuh memang mau Prime Onyx balik kah? Atau bagaimana Boy?
Kalau balas dendam yang pasti seneng banget lah kita bisa kalahin lagi di leg 2. Terus masih ada 2 kan, 2 tim lagi. Yang kemarin leg 1 kita kalah, ya pas ketemu ya siap-siap aja sih. Kita juga lagi dapat momentum buat ngembalikin Onyx seperti sebelumnya. Pasti kita bakal berjuang lebih keras lagi lah.
Makin ngeri nih ya kayaknya Onyx ya. Ini Onyx bukan yang leg pertama berarti?
Iya.
Leg kedua Onyx yang berbeda?
Iya, leg pertama Onyx biasa aja, leg kedua Onyx bersatu.
Oh, masih dengan jurus Onyx bersatu. Dan kalau dari Kiboy sendiri, kamu melihat satu hero signature dari tim Onyx, Kadita, tadi dimainkan oleh Rins. Kalian shock gak sih tiba-tiba ada Kadita muncul di season 15?
Kalau Kadita sih dia sudah pernah pakai sih. Jadi kayak udah tahu aja. Soalnya emang jago deh.
Dia memang jago, tapi di season 15 ini baru banget. Mungkin Sans ya yang udah siap-siap nih untuk mengomentari bagaimana hero Kadita muncul di hadapan Sans.
Ya nggak gimana, emang hero dia juga kan. Ya.
Tapi di season 15 memang Kadita bisa menjadi hero yang populer lagi kah?
Nggak tahu, tergantung tim lain. Cuman kita lihat nanti ya saya pakai juga apa enggak. Cuman pastinya ada disimpan lah, yang tim lain juga pasti ada pakai, cuman belum keluar mungkin.
Jadi memang kalau dari Kadita sendiri, kalian tahu player-player yang bisa bermain dan salah satu yang kalian juga sempat perhatikan adalah dari Rins berarti. Udah nggak shock kalau Rins mau menggunakan Kadita.
Iya, karena sebelumnya kan dia udah pernah pakai juga kan. Jadi ya kita udah tahu juga.
Oke. Dan kalau kita bahas tentang Kadita di season ke season, musim ke musim, kan legenda-legenda Kadita ada Godiva, ada Sanski Boy. Kalau Kadita Rins, apakah sudah masuk ke dalam level gila Sans?
Ya mungkin ya kayaknya.
Kayaknya.
Iya dah, iya.
Yang benar
Iya.
Rins sudah masuk ke dalam gila Sans.
Iya, betul sekali.
Baik sekali. Tapi Sans, musim ke musim, match ke match, di sini Onyx kalau hari ini di leg kedua ngedapetin kemenangan dari Sans sendiri, apa sih yang udah berbeda nih dari Onyx? Kayaknya makin kuat, makin strong, tapi mungkin kita tuh pengen tahu gitu loh. Kekuatan kalian tuh dari apa sih?
Yang pertama kita bersatu dan kita selalu pengen konsisten di setiap match.
Di setiap match bersatunya itu Budi kepengen tahu yang lain, ternyata bersatu itu masih muncul
Ya,
dan ingin berusaha terus-terusan. Ada yang di sini kan kalian dapetin kemenangan terus. Untuk Savero sendiri, Savero pernah berhadapan dengan Toy sebelumnya pada saat MDL.
Ya.
Dan gimana kamu melihat Toy pada musim di MDL dulu?
Jago.
Jago. Kalau sekarang?
Makin jago.
Makin jago. Tapi kan kamu di leg pertama nggak bermain melawan RQ. Paman W yang bermain. Paman W ada pesan-pesan sebelum kamu bermain nggak sih? Paman? Atau mungkin yang kamu perhatikan untuk melawan Toy deh. Apa yang kamu pikirkan yang harus kamu fokuskan ketika harus berhadapan dengan seorang Toy?
Lebih agresif.
Lebih agresif. Dan tadi cukup agresif nggak? Game ketiga. Game berapa?
Kenapa?
Game berapa yang paling Savero agresifin tuh?
Mungkin 2-3.
2 dan 3. mendapatkan kemenangan pembalasan dendam untuk Savero sendiri dengan muka yang sangat datar. Apa yang sebenarnya Savero rasakan membalaskan dendam nih dari Onyx kepada RRQ?
Yang pasti seneng lah.
Yang pasti senang. Oke, Royal Derby dan juga Royal Basti. Sans, kamu udah mengikuti dari Royal Basti pada musim kalian benar-benar lagi di atas berdua. Sekarang Royal Derby, RRQ di atas, posisi dari Onyx di bawah. Vibes-nya beda gak sih untuk musim ini?
Sama aja, tetap seru seperti biasa. Ya, sama tetap seru banget sih.
Seru banget, seseru apa tuh Sans?
Seru banget. Ada war, ada sabar, ya seru pokoknya deh.
Ada war, ada sabar. Tapi pembalasan dendam ada gak sih yang kamu ingin sampaikan atas kemenangan Onyx dan pembalasan dendam ini?
Apa, sorry boleh?
Yang ingin kamu sampaikan atas kemenangan ini, pembalasan dendam ini?
Senang banget. Itu doang.
Yang spesial mungkin untuk Sonic?
Ya terima kasih untuk Sonic. 2 match ini kita lancar. Semoga dukungannya di minggu depan makin sama. Jadi biar kita lebih semangat juga. Ya terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Yang spesial nggak tuh?
Terima kasih sayang.
Tapi inilah dia kemenangan dari tim Onyx. Dan ini bukan hanya sekedar kemenangan, namun pembalasan dendam. Sambutlah kemenangan dari tim Onyx. Tim kedua yang mengalahkan tim RRQ ada di Onyx dan Royal Derby menjadi satu pertandingan yang penuh arti. Dan Bude di sini juga mau ngasih kalian sesuatu yang berarti. Apa itu? Ada GoPay Coins. Buat kalian yang mau dapetin GoPay Coins secara gratis, kalian bisa ngedapetinnya dengan mudah. Cukup punya aplikasi GoPay dan kalian bisa mendapatkan GoPay Coins secara gratis. Bude akan tunjukin caranya buat kalian yang ada di sini. Siap-siap, inilah dia. Caranya pastikan kalian punya aplikasi GoPay dan Bude tahu kalian punya GoPay karena dari minggu pertama sampai minggu ke-6, wah GoPay selalu hadir di setiap harinya. Jadi setelah kalian download, kalian buka, lalu buka kamera pada smartphone untuk scan QR code-nya. Setelah scan QR code, kalian tinggal klik buka hadiah. Otomatis hadiah GoPay Coin bisa kalian dapatkan. Dan ini mudah banget, nanti akan muncul di layar putih di sebelah sana. Nanti QR-nya akan muncul di sana. Udah siap? Sonic dan juga Kingdom dan semua super fans. Wah rame-rame tuh di pojokan ya. Siapkan, inilah dia QR code untuk kalian. GoPay hadiah GG. Yang dapat langsung tunjukin ya, langsung tunjukin nih. Boleh kasih tahu ke kita dengan gaya terkeren, terkece, tergoksnya. Asik. I love GoPay. We love GoPay. GoPay hadiah GG. Memang terus memberikan kita kebahagiaan untuk hari demi hari. Dan mungkin kalau kita ngomong kebahagiaan sedang dirasakan oleh tim Onyx. Mereka berhasil membalaskan dendam dan di leg kedua mereka belum kalah satupun. Dan kita pasti penasaran bagaimana kebahagiaan ini berlangsung dan bagaimana ini bisa terwujud dari pembalasan dendam dari tim Onyx kepada tim RRQ. So game ketiga, what's wrong, what's going on? Langsung aja, caster, monggo.
Boys in 3, 2, 1. Di atas langit ada Onyx. Di atas langit ada Onyx. Onyx, 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 Onyx. Di atas langit ada Onyx. What does that mean, RQ fan?
Above the skies, there is Onyx.
Does that also apply with RQ?
Huh?
Does that also apply with RQ?
For now.
Okay.
Hey, it's one game.
You're not going to say you're number one in the standings? You're not going to just
You know, tell them. Yeah, we're number one, and there's no saying that the next time they meet, RRQ is gonna get it done.
Were they number one last season? RRQ?
Wait. Regular season? Yeah.
Yeah, they were.
They were. So do you want to recreate that story? Are you satisfied with runner-up or?
I'm okay with them taking some L's if they learn from it, right? And I think this kind of match, oh boy, dude, I think this is a very valuable learning experience because there's a lot of things here that, a lot of subtle things that Onyx were doing here that really shut down whatever it is RRQ we're trying to do here. And I feel like they kind of got read out. You know, they're reliant on the aggression. So I feel like this is something that Onyx does really well. So credit to them, but the MVP here, Shevin.
By Samsung Galaxy A36 5G, obviously. And I gotta say, I'm struggling to give a single or like to point out one guy, at least in the third game, to be the MVP. I think everyone kind of doing their own thing.
Yeah, I think especially in game number 3, everything was so crucial. The reason why they were winning in the early game was also due to the rotations, right? It's like a team effort more than anything. And I think that's something that RRQ weren't able to find here with this composition. And by all means, dude, the X-Borg pick, get it out of the way right now. It was awful for RRQ to go up against that X-Borg. But afterwards, you know, the big engages were P-Boy. The big team fight wins was the Netherrealm. And still, Silvero towards the end was doing a ton of damage. And Ludpi with the macro control, with the dive-in leader to the back line. Everyone really had to do their part right here because it was that high level of a game. Which is why, you know, they lost, I'm sad. But overall, this is the kind of game you need to be having if you want to really be improving, right? You need to be put up against people, against teams that will push you to the limit and shut down a lot of the things that you thought would be so reliable. And Onyx definitely did that. The playmaking for Dyron wasn't shown. Edok wasn't on a playmaking hero, can't do it. They split apart this composition that should be benefiting so much from the Mathilda's guiding win, using the split lane pressure, the three-wave push, and then they went for the decisive end and didn't really allow RRQ to get any trades whatsoever. There wasn't a, you know, 2 members for a base tower type situation there. Onyx, after that small hiccup in the top lane, immediately recovered and immediately took note of what cannot be done against this team. And that adaptability is what made him so special all the way since back then. And it's kind of scary to see it back here again so fast. In a matter of a couple of days, we're seeing the small finer details that can elevate them so much higher over the other teams.
Gotta say, last game over TLID, I was not convinced of the Yep effect.
Oh my lord.
This is just a slap in the face for me.
Yeah, constantly.
Especially
today.
in the third game.
Especially
it's like,
after today, I 1-0, you said nah.
But like third game, like if there's no Yep, I don't think this draft would be in here.
If there was no Yep, game 2 comeback wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Just the morale. Again, replay the clip before the drafts, him laughing with the team. That's all you need to see.
The vibes.
The dark arts. Yeah, the vibes, yeah, for sure. The vibes, not the dark arts at all.
In fact, you can even go even further and say that Keskut looked kind of less jolly in the drafting phase. So
you gotta remember,
that's the kind of effect.
You remember during this time in BTR, if he smiles,
yeah, that was the joke.
100% win.
But he wasn't smiling.
He wasn't.
Or at least not on camera. So yeah, the morale for the team, the demoralization for the opposing team as well. Don't forget. That's definitely all part of the big mental component of top-tier competitive Mobile Legends. So, credit where credit is due. You know, congrats to the Sonics right now. Today is their moment. That was a very exciting game, though. I think either fans from the Kingdom and from the Sonics can agree that game was kind of intense. The third game, in my opinion, was a bit more decisive for Onyx, unfortunately, due to the drafting phase. But I feel like any other team, you know, a lesser team would have crumbled way earlier as well. So I like to see it, you know, that they don't really just immediately falter from the drafting phase, try to do some things, try to attempt some plays. But it's back to the drawing board for RRQ.
Man, so like the seedings become a bit more complicated right now because RRQ, they lost this match. Obviously, the upper bracket hope is still there, and they're still the #1 leading the charge, but it gets even, you know, narrower.
Yeah.
And for Onyx, can they actually do it from now to upper bracket? that's a bit hard, but with the way they're playing right now, you can really rule it out.
Yeah, not yet, and especially considering how close it is in the standings.
Yeah.
There's no... I think for RRQ, they kind of already have gone through like most of like the top tier teams, I would say.
Well, against Bigatron.
Exactly.
Against
And now
Onyx as well.
I honestly think those are the two teams closest to RRQ right now.
Agreed.
So I think they're fine. I think upper brackets is almost secured from RRQ, almost.
And you have to remember,
It's just
Onyx,
BTR and Onyx now.
Onyx can't
And
really
Evos.
jump as easily because back
Yeah.
then a lot of teams in the bottom, right? They were really far in the bottom. But now with everyone so equal, it means that everyone can move around. But it also means that if you're down further low like Onyx, it's not as easy to just hop up all the way to the top side.
Yeah. This is number 1 versus number 8, by the way, if you guys want to know. To point it out, just how close it
It's
is.
a different
in
team,
MPL IQ.
technically. With Yeb coming in, it's a different story
Still
altogether.
number 1 versus number 8.
Still, yes.
Number 1 versus number 8. MPL ID S15.
And Yeb. Things would have been so different, by the way. I
said
keep
early-
reinstating that.
Yeah, I said earlier this season it's got to be a Navi and RQ sandwich, but that RQ part seems a bit.
I think
up
it's
in
already
the air right
confirmed,
now.
almost.
Really?
They're 8-2. They've gone through the two
toughest.
biggest tests, it seems, right now.
Oh yeah, I don't think they can lose more, right? Yeah.
Well,
Mathematically, they can, but
No, like against, like-
matchup-wise, I think they got it good right now.
Well, we need to hear what happened with Cascade and RQ in that match particularly, so we're gonna take you to the loser interview.
Royal Derby hari ini dimenangkan oleh Onyx dan pastinya kalau sudah bersama Alisa, kita akan memasuki losing interview dan sudah bersama Alisa di sini ada Coach NNM. Halo
Yes, halo.
Coach. So, gimana nih kekalahan kedua RRQ di MPL Indonesia season 15?
Kekalahan kali ini kayaknya sedikit unlucky sih, tapi overall karena Onyx-nya bagus juga sih mainnya.
Onyx bagus sekali ya.
Ya.
Dan pendapat Coach sendiri melihat tim-tim saat mengeluarkan cheese star ke kalian? Yes.
Nggak gimana-gimana sih, kalian sekarang udah populer juga ya, jadi ya nggak gimana-gimana sih.
Oke, dan menurut Coach sendiri untuk draft Onyx di leg kedua MPL Indonesia ini seperti apa?
Draftnya terusus game 3, respect sih gue, kayak dia mengeluarkan something new, terus kita juga yang lumayan kewalahan sih di game 3 terutama.
Lumayan kewalahan ya, dan melihat ini juga terbukti dari skornya 2-1. Dan untuk persiapannya sendiri nih, kalau kali ini kita sudah melihat di Royal Derby yang sayang sekali harus dimenangkan oleh Onyx, melihat minggu depan akan kembali ke Classic Derby, gimana persiapannya nih Coach?
Persiapannya mungkin lebih ketat kali ya, karena kita kalah mungkin motivasi buat menangnya tambah besar.
Motivasi menangnya tambah besar, dan boleh mungkin nih Coach ada kata-kata nggak nih untuk para Kingdom yang sudah setia mendukung RRQ?
Untuk Kingdom, terima kasih selalu dukung kita mau menang atau kalah. Ditunggu aja ke depannya.
Ditunggu aja ke depannya, jangan lupa dukung terus tim kesayangan kalian, dan thank you so much Coach.
Thank you.
Hope for the best untuk minggu depan pastinya, dan kita akan kembalikan lagi ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
Safe to say they were flabbergasted with third game draft from Yeb, and that's the thing that really turned the series around for Onyx.
For sure. I mean, he was saying it himself. We were, the word he used was kewalahan. We were like almost like struggling.
Yep.
Like we were pushed to quite our limits there, trying to deal with the drafting phase. And again, it just shows how well the drafting phase, how important it really is, honestly.
Well, we need a very well-deserved break after what happened in that second match, man. That was a game. That was a banger. The draft was so insane. The game was not less insane. And we are going to a more insane game. Hopefully.
Really?
With Geek versus EVOS. Man, oh man.
Okay.
If Geek wins,
I disagree, but
I'm the only one that celebrates.
For you.
Yeah.
For you, it is more intense. Who do you
It
think's
is.
gonna win?
Huh?
EVOS?
You're asking
Wow. You're gonna betray your team like that?
You're asking me?
EVOS to 0?
Geek Fam all the way. I'm called
Clip
Chef
it.
Fam for a
Clip
reason.
it.
Chef Fam!
baru. Awesome intelligence, tanda makin next level, always red. Semua game kita gak worry. Victory, victory.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Baru. Awesome intelligence, tanda makin next level, always red. Wasting time no more. Charging obviously faster.
Baru Galaxy A36 5G.
Walau yang lain terus berubah, Gope konsisten, kasih yang pasti murah. Bayar tagihan murah di aplikasi Gope. Transfer 100 kali per bulan. Download aplikasi Gope baru, nggak pakai lama. Dompet andalan gamers banyak damage-nya.
Rasa baru makin seru. Pertama di Indonesia. Kopi susu rasa cookies. Always ready, warnai harimu. Good day groovy cookies. Nikmati sensasi asyik kopi cookiesnya.
Tak ada hari tanpa mabar. Main ngelek, kerap buatku tak sabar. Gimana mau main sampai kelar? Ini waktunya ku bersinar. Okay, let's do it. Games main sandalanku bikin mainku semakin hebat. Tim stabil main makin mulus, rankku fix naik terus. Tukar DG rings, diamond dan voucher game kau dapat. Cuma Games Max makin no debat.
Games Max Booster, kini dapat DG Rings. Beli paketnya dan aktifkan boosternya di aplikasi Dunia Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the auction of the century. I hope you brought your checkbooks and your wits tonight. Let's start the bidding!
The rapid dragon in agile fashion. We jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, we're taking on the fight. Jump into the showdown till justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice, fighting for the priceless truth, blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah, fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective. Yeah, everybody's fighting for the truth.
変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせで行くわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クロノ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。 俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。シャシャナラ背中合わせでいくわよ。
Aspekku pribadi di season 1 itu juga yang juara kalau nggak RRQ pos. Menang bonus kalah belajar. Udah itu doang kita awalnya ngomong. Kami berlima, G, Billy, Rev, LG, sama aku tuh nggak ada mikir sama sekali kita bakal juara. Saat itu seneng banget bos. Pengen nangis aku waktu itu. Kalau nggak percaya boleh tanya anak-anak. Selama ini berarti gamblingku dari kotaku sendiri ada hasilnya juga buat buktiin ke orang tua juga kan.
Yang gue lihat ya piala MPL kayak simbol untuk tahta tertinggi di Mobile Legends ini sih.
Our new champion, EVOS Esports. Penantian panjang yang terbayar sudah.
Cuman kalau pas udah juaranya, jujur aja nggak bisa dideskripsikan dengan kata-kata. Nggak bisa diungkapkan lagi pas menang, harus rasain sendiri.
EVOS Legends!
Sampai alien mampu mempertahankan best RRQ Jose.
Paling memorable buat aku juga di season pertamaku bisa juara, terus ya dengan final kayak gitu lumayan ada kepuasan sendiri lah.
Kita lihat ini dia MPL Season 6 championnya adalah RRQ Jose.
Kalau untuk di season 9 panas sih, gara-gara dari season 8 kita gagal, dikit lagi kita bisa juara. Ya mungkin dari situ juga ada faktornya sih.
Raja Galaksi kita di MPL Indonesia season ke-9 RRQ Jose.
Pertama kali lihat pengen banget angkat piala lah pasti. Lebih ke pride sih. Kayak gue bisa gitu loh. Angkat piala sama tim gue. Kalau perasaan yang pasti ngerasa kayak mimpi sih. Itu gila banget. Berapi-api banget. Terus kayak segala macam usaha juga terbayarkan lah.
Raja Galaksi pemenang MPL Indonesia season 10.
Kalau buat yang season 10 sampai season 13, kita nggak pernah puas sekalipun. Mau udah juara lagi. Kayaknya belum cukup buat kita. Jadi akhirnya sampai forfeit, kita udah berjuang banget sih.
Kalau ngeliat player MPL tuh ya termotivasi dari situ.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu. jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan.
Live from MPL Arena, Jakarta, MPL Indonesia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Supported by Esports Federation of Indonesia. Presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official coffee, Good Day. We own this.
Sampailah kita di puncak di minggu yang ke-6, match penutupan antara tim Geek Fam dan juga EVOS. Dan minggu ke-6, minggu penuh kejutan, mengingat tim-tim sedang berusaha untuk mengamankan slot babak playoff. Dan kalau kita bahas tentang tim yang akan menutup minggu ini, mereka bisa saja mengguncang klasemen dengan kemenangan di match ini. Kali ini Geek Fam semakin menguat. Mereka berada di posisi 3 klasemen. Perlahan tapi pasti mengamankan posisi untuk lebih aman. Posisi nyaman, posisi atas. Sebaliknya di EVOS berada di posisi yang keramat. Posisi 7, posisi yang benar-benar membawa mimpi buruk bagi tim EVOS. Sekarang mereka harus berjuang untuk keluar dari zona merah. Dan boleh kita ingat lagi dan lagi, hanya 6 tim yang akan masuk ke babak playoff. Ngomong-ngomong tentang playoff, tentu saja 2 tim ini harus berjuang ekstra. Karena dari segi match win, sangat tipis. Semuanya punya potensi untuk masuk ke babak playoff dan mengamankan mungkin berusaha untuk upper bracket. Untuk hari ini, untuk leg yang kedua, mereka akan bertemu kembali. Leg pertama 2-0 sudah didapatkan oleh EVOS. Namun untuk leg kedua ini banyak sekali pertanyaan bagaimana EVOS akan bangkit. Karena EVOS terlihat terpuruk dengan kekalahan 2 kali yang mereka dapatkan di leg yang kedua. Jadi gebrakan dinantikan oleh EVOS Fams. Sementara dari Geek Fam, mereka mendapatkan momentumnya. Mereka sempat menang dan bahkan membawa rookie baru yang turut serta membakar semangat dari tim Geek Fam. Dan kita juga tentunya akan lebih bersemangat lagi dengan bagaimana jalannya pertandingan hari ini ditambah karena MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head & Shoulder, official dari coffee partner Good Day. Kita juga punya partner ini Sports ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan IndiHome. Dan juga advertiser Kacang Sukro dan Hawkband. Tak lupa pula ada supplier kita RSV Helmet. Dan hari ini benar-benar kita menyaksikan 2 match telah berakhir dan match penutupan menjadi penasaran pastinya kita semua di mana kedua tim ini sedang diuji. Leg kedua nggak akan lagi ada pertemuan ketiga kecuali mereka akan bertemu di babak playoff. Pembuktian satu sama lain, balas dendamkah akan dilancarkan untuk Geek Fam atau pembuktian bagi EVOS yang memang pernah mendua-kosongi tim Geek Fam. Jadi bagi para super fans yang ada di sini yang udah pada dak dik duk ser, nih siapa yang deg-degan nih di sini dari EVOS Fams? Bangkitkah esports hari ini? Bangkit. Kalau dari Geek Fam Unity gimana nih? Semangat dari Geek Fam Unity. Konsisten? Konsisten. Semuanya tentu ingin menghasilkan hasil yang terbaik. Mengingat benar-benar ini close dari segi match win-nya. Satu kemenangan bisa sangat berarti. Dan poin demi poin akan mereka kumpulkan. Inilah dia match penutupan di minggu yang ke-6. Sambutlah Geek Fam dan EVOS.
Rashi, are you geeked up to watch this match?
Am I geeked up?
Yeah.
I'm fully tigered up.
That's an interesting terminology there. I don't know what it means.
Oh, you don't know what it means? Are you EVOS top?
That's even more unheard of terminology.
Asking him questions. He's having a bad day. RQ just lost, brother, man.
Well, the thing is, I don't want to go too deep into like banter with Arashi because he can just flex to me like, hey, who's number 1 right now? Hey, we only lost like 2-0 or 2-1 against Onyx, which is with Yep too. It's kind of cheating. Now it's going to be Geek Fam and EVOS, which is pretty high stakes match as well, especially for EVOS. They're not really in the best of position. Geek Fam though, they're 3rd right now. Believe it or not, after what happened in the first few weeks, they are back in playoff contention. And that's because of my GOAT. Not just kidding. We have something that you want to see though here. For all the YouTube audience out there. Lose in leg 1. Can EVOS revenge their defeat? Okay, against Geek in leg number 2. And if respect make it as heroes, no, Geek dominate both matches.
Depends on the caster's vote.
What? What does that mean?
Oh, even the Indonesian desk was like, oh, what is this option in C?
What is C? Are we just all gonna vote C?
So, like, you know what? Let's give them the option here. Like, what do you vote for, Rashi?
I feel like Geek takes this.
Okay.
Oh.
I think Geek takes it.
Well, you don't have to ask me. So, if you're
you
voting
think
for
EVOS
C,
takes it, I know.
No, if you're voting for C, then you know what you're going for.
Well, when they say it depends on the caster's vote, is it like who we vote wins or who we votes don't win?
Oh,
We never really know what the caster's vote.
Pak Pulung is in the building, whatever the majority votes usually loses.
Yikes.
But earlier, the minority also won. Actually, no, it was 3-3, right? Onyx, RQ?
It was equal.
Okay. We're on the winning side, by the way. Just want to say, Sheffin.
Let's go. Meanwhile, though, EVOS, this has been a pretty odd season despite the addition of Albert, the baby alien. Right now, the full-fledged adult tiger, a new chapter, or will it be over? The sacred number 7, Arashi. Like, I'm gonna put you on the spot as an RQ fan, especially. Please don't go too hard on this team. Like, any thoughts on what's happening on EVOS right now, especially the latest few matches?
I feel like they're just doing a lot of weird stuff because initially I've been very supportive of EVOS with Albert and Key.
Really?
I feel like they're doing really, really well and it's an exciting type of play style. Yeah, that's a fact. What are you doubting me for?
Well, you are on the other side.
Yeah, but it's Viva Roar these days.
Huh?
It's Viva Roar these days.
Oh.
Yeah. But Mr. AP said as long as it's not that team.
Yeah, which is why I'm fine. They can win against anyone. Not my team though.
Damn, all
But
right.
anyhow, I've been supportive. I like Albert, right? I like Key. We're on the same page on that, Mir and Miracle. But recently, I mean, the fact that they lost to Alter Ego, that match in particular got me really confused. So I'm concerned about their performance, if anything.
Oh.
No one cares about the caster's vote, bro.
Don't trust us.
What the heck, guys? Come on. You got to give us some respect here, man.
Dude. Come on, guys. Especially the Filipinos out there. You guys love Arashi, right?
Yeah.
You guys love me, right?
Onyx wins. Oh, wait, no. If Beat Onyx, then talk. Oh.
Oh man.
See, if I said that earlier, right, that would have been a clippable moment.
Would have.
It's not too late. You want to say it again?
No.
Okay.
It's too late.
Why don't you say beat RQ, then talk? Then technically only BT and Onyx can talk right now.
Oh.
That's what you want, bro.
It's not too late to say it now. Okay.
I don't get it. I don't get why you're so hyped for this.
That was pretty weird, but yeah. This is something that has
The
been
watch list.
point of talking over the last few seasons. Geek has the tendency of switching their jungle. This season, it's
man.
Make-Its. Look at the history of the game for Geek Fam, man. Some dark times for this franchise, but they turn it around courtesy of Mr. Baloy.
Yeah. And their best season was definitely season 12, Niall. With Niall, I think he has been the best. Out of all the junglers in the past, that Niall boy from Onyx is the best jungler that Geek Fam has ever had.
Are you sure it's not Vincent?
Are you sure it's not Baby You?
Maybe, no, it's not Baby U, that's for sure. But season 13,
I wish I remember BBU, by the way. Those are... It seems like a lifetime ago, man. That whole roster.
How about
the Geek
Doyok?
Fam roster.
The whole saga of him.
Man, that
doing
30%
stuff.
win rate, I
We
just
weren't
realized.
active
Wow.
when Doyok was in the picture.
Well, I was watching. You know, I know who Doyok is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
pretty-
you're a
fan?
fan? I wasn't watching too.
Oh, okay. He's a pretty decent Gushin. Is it Gushin or Gushin? How you pronounce it?
Gushin.
Okay, Gushin. Player. We gotta take a look at the moment here. Onyx lost game 1 against Geek. And that was Make-Its all alone in the front line getting the Maniac.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they weren't able to close it out in game number 2 and game number 3. But we only take the good here in MPL ID, especially for Geek.
For the highlights here, we want to show the best of the teams. And when it comes down to it, when the game is a slow grind towards a massive, decisive team fight, it just seems like Geek Fam, they've had times where they don't really show that side of them, but eventually all the roads lead back to that kind of style. When a single decisive call from the team can really just turn things around completely. Right? I feel like it hasn't really changed from Geek Fam. There are times where they can do it better or worse, but it's always there around the corner. So I feel like that's something that can really work well for them here, because if they can withstand the aggression from EVOS, right? We know that EVOS is a team that requires that aggressive style. When Albert gets snowballing, when Key can get the moves, get the moments going, that's where EVOS are at their best. So for Geek Fam, I feel like the matchup really isn't all that bad. Might even favor them a little bit.
See, like, looking at the Alter Ego match, there's a lot of positives that I can take from Geek Fam, but at the same time, you gotta see the situation, like the context, man.
Yep.
I think you only repeated like quite a few times, like maybe like 27 times that Make-Its wasn't, you know, the Suyo wasn't bad. The
Yeah.
Valentina was there.
Only 1,000,001 times. I think I was able to get that out there. I think a very small point in the way that they were able to win. But it's not just Make-Its. It was also Mans, Beloyski Mans getting Cho. It was also Mans, Kenziski Mans getting Harith. All Trigo were basically like, Geek Fam, you want to win? This is the silver platter. This is a win. And they gave it over. Meanwhile, against EVOs, they were like, no. They said no to EVO. So it's funny that you say it because, again, yeah, we can take a lot of positives for the Alter Ego Geek matchup for Geek Fam, but we can take a lot of negatives for Alter Ego versus EVOs in their EVOs matchup because EVOs, it looked like a couple of times they were the ones leading at the start and then they just threw it all away.
And it's tough in this current situation, in the current meta, because oftentimes in the late game, we've seen the impact of that an Evolved Lord can have on the game. Sometimes even with the best late game carries and all that, the damage reduction, if it's used properly, is game ending. And losing it, especially if you're the early game team that has gotten ahead, losing that one Lord can literally just lose you the game completely. So yeah, the consistency and the reduction of mistakes here is something that a lot of teams are definitely looking towards, especially with a lot of the games in this week ending in the way of comeback, right?
So what's gonna be the plan here for EVOS to not get comebacked? They can adjust their roster, right? They can have a few surprises on their mind. Even like, I'll go as far as putting Natko back to the gold lane or something.
Oh no.
Well,
back in the gold
It's
lane?
an option. I'm saying it's an option. I'm not saying they're gonna do it, you
I
know?
don't think swapping out the gold lane is going to be a good idea because Airline already did really well. Even up against Alter Ego, yes, they lost, but Airline was probably the guy keeping it together. Could have been an easier comeback, I'd say, for Alter Ego had Erlan not been there.
So are you saying it's still gonna be Erlan and Natko on the sides?
Well, Reggie isn't back yet, so I think it'll be Natko and XP, and Erlan hasn't been bad. It's just that one match against RRQ.
Huh.
Yep.
Oh.
You can't judge a man from his lowest points there. I mean, you know, you have to look at the average, right? Of course, the consistency is called into question when there's big blunders like that. But overall, over the course of his career, I mean, he's been pretty solid, right? And this was the first season that we keep repeating this, but this is the first season where he's really allowed to play multiple times consistently.
More than one game.
Exactly. So I think it's only fair to see where he goes with this, because those kinds of the split-second decision-making that made him make those blunders, that's something you have to kind of refine with experience. The same way we saw earlier in the match between Onyx and RRQ, those refined shot calls, those split-second, I don't know, micro decisions in the team fights, you saw that from Onyx. That doesn't come in a day, or two, or even three. It comes after a long period of being active as a pro player.
Technically, it came in a day for them. They won their MPL right after
Yeah,
Kyrie
but-
joined. Oh, Onyx.
Fine.
Well, we talk about
They're just different.
They are.
The gold lane situation in EVOS.
Yes.
Now, GigFam, not so much of a, it's not as talked about
Yeah, it's
as
odd.
EVOS. But Kanziski was the gold lane for that match against Alter Ego, which he did quite decent. But do you think there is a reason for them to still go with Kanziski instead of Chatera, which most probably going to be filling in the gold lane in the playoffs?
Dude, I don't know. I don't know why they decided to play Kanziski, because I thought the experimental period, the trial period for Kanziski ended in the first 3 weeks. No, apparently they're still doing it now, and they're still kind of figuring out who's better, Chidera or Kanziski. Maybe it's based on scrims. Maybe the last week in scrims, Kanziski's been better than Chidera.
I mean, yeah, it has to be something in the scrims, right? And if it is something in the scrims, it has to be something so significant, so impressive that they're willing to still push out this this change in week 6. We're pretty far along here, right? If we follow the patterns which Shevin doesn't believe in, like defense should be done with the experimentation, and it should be fielding like a proper developed roster at this point. But they're not.
We will see though. Who's gonna be the gold laner? Who's gonna be filling in for all the roles for these teams? EVOS, Natko, Albert. Oh! Mr. Fantastic!
No way.
Mr. Bombastic! Welcome back, Mr. Jabran!
Ladies and gentlemen, we got a new old face in the building. Flip the coin. Which one are we gonna get? Mr. Fantastic or Mr. Bombastic? With key to the reunion. It's happened in EVOS in blue. Bronze. Can he lift EVOS back to their peak?
He used to be called the King of Marksmen. He was once ruling the gold lane, but right now, is the spark still there?
Seems to be pretty focused, except he ran into the desk corner right there. They were laughing about that. We'll have to see if that spontaneous action will hint at something in the Land of Dawn. But here comes GigFam.
On the other side, it is going to be Kanziski, the counterpart of Jabran in the gold lane with Paloy, Aboy, Makits, and Cops again.
Last time Mr. Brands met up against GigFam in the playoffs, he sent GigFam home, 3rd place, stopping their chance to make it to MSC. Now revamped with Makits, feeling the vibe. We shall see if they can take down the Tigers. GigFam!
Makits leading the charge, I like it. The new hot-blooded jungler of GigFam. Let's see. Let's prove that it's not just Suyo.
Exactly, man. With all the options shown just earlier, you saw the Xbox, the Benedettas. Who knows what the War Crime General has cooked up for his team here, but also from the coaching staff. Veal walking up with Lovesy. Oh boy. Maybe Dora DSP as well with Caleb. Let's see what kind of creative angles they have at work here. Is it going to be something even crazier, or are they going to play it safe? Because a lot is at stake right now.
might not be creative in the picks if they pick a Cho, but it will be creative in the way Beloyski is gonna play it. Is 1-1.
Alright. So, scrap whatever we were talking about, what we were expecting with Erlan.
Yeah.
How does this dynamic work? For Geek, technically it worked with Kenziski joining in. They were able to beat Alter Ego. But Brand stepping in, is this a good thing or are they changing too much? Remember, they went from Natco mid to Swalo mid to Natco in XP to now Natco in XP, Swalo in mid, and a new gold laner.
Well, before taking our eyes on Evos, we've got to look at Geek's new gen. Number 3 total Lords in MPL ID Season 15 right now. Definitely impressive performances when it comes to being aggressive. When he is the one allowed to go for those crazy plays, to have the damage at his disposal. We've seen great things coming in from Make It. But in a neutral objective contest, he's quite a far shot away from Annabelle, all the way number 1. But if he can take out the members of the opposing team before the neutral objective, then it's all fine and dandy, no problem at all. So that is something that Evos definitely have to keep their eyes on. But yes, they themselves here with the baby alien, number 1 jungle total kill in MPL ID Season 15, number 1 jungle total turtles as well. So you can see the early game emphasis here for Albert. But now with the changes, like you mentioned, Mirko, in the gold lane, in the EXP lane, is it too much? Because it's like a well-oiled machine. You change a single compartment, a single component, the whole thing might not work the same way. And comparing him to Hazel, number 1 in the jungle GPM right here, he is pretty close, man. Only 30 GPM off.
And you gotta remember that Hazel has significantly less matches compared to Albert. He hasn't shown up since, I believe, the BTR loss. Now it's been Sutsujin leading the pack for RRQ in the jungle. But man, we gotta talk about the man you see on your screen right here. Jabran. Okay, whoa.
Season 14.
This is doing him dirty. We have to take a look at his prime. Now, when was his prime? I think it's a good question to ask. Was it season 11? Was it season 13? Or was it back when he was ex-BTR, by the way?
By the way. That's a fair point. I don't know, man. Personally, I feel like it has to be the ex-BTR moment there when he's known as the king of the marksman. That nickname stuck there for a reason. But the keys to victory here for Geek Fan by the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. Use Altigo's blueprint by limiting Albert's power heroes and limit that aggression, and capitalize on Evo's misplays and overextensions in the mid to late game. The second one in particular is something that Geek Fan is so good at doing. We all know how Beloyski goes in, dies 7 times, and then in the late game, finds one moment of overextension, turns the whole game around. For Evos, it's a different set of win conditions. Deny Geek's comfort heroes, especially the Suya from Make It. We've already mentioned it earlier. And if you think you're Beloy, don't get, you think you're Beloy, you're not, right? Don't get overly creative with the playmaking, with the draft as well. Stick to what has worked for your team and give Brent a good laning phase. I think for Brent, it's a bit, funnily enough, it's a bit of the opposite. He does well in the team fights. In the laning phase, that's where we see him fall short sometimes when he was in that slump.
I'm still thinking about the idea behind Jabran, dude, going in.
I just realized something. I'm sorry, Chapman. He was number 12 to number 11, right?
Yep.
There are only 9 teams.
Yeah, I know.
So he's losing to subs.
Yeah. Oh, man. I just realized. I was like, wait. Number 12?
I think the bad part is there's no single digit on that stats. It's double digits.
Guys.
Well, we gotta give him benefit of the doubt, right? Maybe he's been spending his time in the hyperbolic time chamber.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he got married.
Huh?
He got married.
Oh.
That's a buff usually to a lot of I think it has only happened to Filipino players, but they get married, they get a kid usually, and they just pop off Benny Cutie, M4, Kelra.
How about MPL ID though? The one that has a kid, already married?
Sally Boy's retired.
Okay.
Udio's retired.
Oh, Reggie's gonna be back soon.
Reggie will be back soon.
I don't remember anyone else
Who else has a kid and is still playing and is married? Aldo is married.
But he's not playing.
But he's a coach.
You can say the same thing about Yeb.
Yep, I mean,
you can say the same thing about Mars.
But he's Filipino. They consider something but Mars. So for Filipinos, they get married and they want more bread. Right. In Indonesia, in Indo, I guess not.
Interesting.
We'll see with brands.
Yeah.
Right.
I wonder if they just...
He's repping all of the married men in the league right now.
He is. He is the bannerman.
The
from
love
the married
ambassador.
men.
Love is in
that's
the
kinda
air.
funny.
With EVOS versus Geek Fam battling it out in the drafting phase presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. So right away, the comfort pick for Albert, at least one of them has been taken by Blubsy. The Lucas won't be appearing in the Land of Dawn and Choi as well. So a lot of emphasis towards Albert.
That's the blueprint, right? Shutting down Albert.
Wait, I'm struggling to hear you actually. I didn't catch that last sentence.
That's the blueprint, shutting down Albert.
Exactly, yeah. And Albert was the one who started this whole Lucas jungle thing in MPL ID at least. So now, they're managing with the chip still, wanting to deal with the pesky macro maneuvers of General Voloisky, that's for sure. But so far, everything is still quite template. We haven't seen any bans that are overly specific and any other bans that are, new to the table. So if both these teams have information from the scrims, we're not seeing it in the drafting phase just yet.
Hey, it's a cheer for your team battle, Chef, and I don't see you repping your team, Geek or EVOS. Right now, EVOS winning by a long shot. Where are the Geek communities out there, man?
I'm trying right now. Already 3 messages.
All right, we got Chefin in the building there.
More!
We got a whole lot of geeks now in the chat of the English.
Copy paste.
90% is Chefin, but all right.
Good attempt, Chefin.
I'm still going.
You gotta fight the good fight.
You guys,
okay.
You guys cast.
Granger gonna be banned out by Geek. Oh, they respect Mr. Jabron.
Interesting. Now, Mirko, when Brands was still very much active, was the Natan not in the meta?
Well,
it sort of was, wasn't it?
It's weird right now. I think we've only seen it once. It was Shive who picked it up, and not bad, not good.
Exactly. So it's an option possibly. I do wonder if the Kimi might make an appearance right here again, because that's the way the Kimi works is kind of similar, right? You kind of have a pretty standard laning phase, and then in the team fights, you can do so many things with the float and card control, with the straight through. It's gonna be the Fanny though!
Oh my god, I forgot. I forgot. Oh my god.
Oh no!
Fake Kid's debut Fanny. He was practicing. He was warming up with the Fanny. If you saw earlier, oh my lord.
Well, this is interesting.
Get Jabran the Moskov quick.
I have a bad news, boys. I typed 20 times, and it's 20 out of 276. We're still losing.
Oh my lord.
Give your power to Geek Fam right now, especially after they got Fanny. Now, right now, EVOS, like it or not, they have to kind of draft around how to counter this Fanny, and that's the first step. Jabran on the Moskov. And a Jushin, something that doesn't really counter Fanny, but there's still other heroes to do it.
Well, at least the Jushin is survivable, right? With the Crimson Beacon, you can survive it longer, get some built-in shielding as well. If the Fanny sticks on for too long, you can lift her up, so it kind of forces Albert to play in a very specific time window. So more problems on the plate for Albert. Not a bad pick at all in my opinion. But with the Fanny though, Geek Fam have so many ways here to kind of, to kind of craft something different.
Hot take. Maybe something like a Cho.
Yeah, that's a real hot take there, Chefin. I wonder what makes you think about the Cho. Are they gonna also go like Valentina on a boy or Navari on a boy?
Oh, that would be a debut pick for Geek.
Boom, bang, a Phobius for Gobs, even crazier. Not like it's his most picked hero.
Man, oh man. Something that we don't really expect coming in from Geek Fam.
Ooh, but that's pretty good. Suyo, physical damage reduction up against 3 physical damage heroes right now.
Signature hero for Albert as well, by all means. Although, I thought that with the Fanny in the picture already, the Badang is something that has been used to counter the Fanny so much, having an additional wall in the game as well. So, Geek Fam won't be able to deny it from EVOS by picking it, but they might go for a ban on it right now, as EVOS try and take away all these long-range counters. The Sicilian, and if they go with the same idea, the Yi should come through as well.
Badang right away is banned for EVOS.
Yeah. So what's next? Do you want to ban the Yves or the Kimmy? Because the Kimmy kind of works in the same way, and actually, we have seen the Kimmy do really good recently. A boy, it seems like it fits his style.
I think the fact that it hasn't been touched, not even banned in this day, kind of shows that maybe they're used to playing against a Kimmy, or is it more conditional than we thought?
Yeah, maybe more situational for sure. But I think the glue is a solid option for Evos too, by the way, up against the Phobias to win out on that lane to stop the Fanny kill pressure.
Although, with the mid lane not really revealed yet for GeekFam, the threat of the Faramis is still there, so maybe GeekFam won't be able to actually, I don't know, to actually go for that option right here. Even if they ban the Faramis now, Evos can just pick it away, pick the glue away from GeekFam as well. So I'm not sure if it's going to be simple at all for GeekFam to get their hands onto that glue.
Wait. Okay, that's a Jawhead, man. Isn't the usual counter to the Zask, to the Juicin is for Mr. Swaylo, Zask? What if GeekFam, a boy played Zask a whole lot last season, it wasn't just Swaylo. Could it be a Zask for GeekFam?
Why would you pick a Zask when Valentina and Farsight is still up and you're up against a Moskov?
Well, because Zask does better against Moskov than Valen, no? Like, you don't want to be up close and personal later on against Moskov. But the Valentina is still a good choice, especially now because there's a glorious pathway on top of the Crimson Beacon.
Yeah, and with the Nightmare Spawn, you're forcing the Tushin to take some damage to clear out your Nightmare Spawn. There's not a lot of big AoE burst tools that the Tushin can use to try and clear that Nightmare Spawn from distance. So it's actually a very annoying thing to deal with if you're playing a Tushin. Because unless you clear that Nightmare Spawn, it slows you down as well, depending on your itemization. And that is the last thing you want when you're on a Tushin. So with the highlights already shown here, GeekFam.
Ooh, I'm more concerned about the gold lane pick though here.
Bruno? Carry.
Oh man.
Alright.
Not the biggest fan of the carry, but I guess when you're up against this kind of heroes, especially the Hylos, when he's chasing you, it's a good pick.
And it's Cho carry.
Yeah, Cho carry has
there's
great
a setup.
synergy.
That's true.
Also, in the laning phase, the carry isn't really all that bad against a Moskov, right? Short trades will allow you to actually out-trade in some certain situations. So a lot of work to be done there in the laning phase for both gold laners. Maybe Kenziski can show Brands how it's done in the new gen. Ooh. Final pick for Evos though. An enabler for sure.
What is El Momento going to play? No Badang, no Jawhead.
Hagril? Kufra?
You want to go take against Valen? I don't think so.
You're right.
Oh,
Ranko?
Interesting. So, a bit easy to punish for a Cho, but if you're Edok type of kind of Franco, then I don't think that's really a big concern.
Yeah. Yeah, there are ways to play around all these danger zones using the Franco. We haven't really seen Key stand out too much on it, so it's gonna be a time for a lot of people to see how exactly is Key gonna perform on a hero like this. Usually he prefers the Jawheads, the Chos. They can kind of be directly in front on the Franco with a bit more range. Let's see how accurate he can be in the Fishing Mania.
Looks like the stat prefers GeekFam draft by quite a lot. That's not always the case here at the Land of Dawn. GeekFam and Evos is ready to battle it out. The closing match in week number 6 of MPL Indonesia Season 15. We're here to witness.
I don't even want to think about what will happen to the standings if either one of these teams win. Considering Onyx just won, we're going to see a major shift anyway.
At this point, that's a problem for later, right? That's for the casters after the match is over. Right now, we got to focus right here, and already a lot of damage, a lot of aggression coming in from Swaylo. Signature aggressive style here. A boy trying to trade back, but in the early game, the Tsushin.
Oh my god.
Whoa, risky moves by Beloy. Classic though, classic. You gotta get those 7 deaths somehow.
Yeah, especially after the flicker has already been burned.
And the emblems right here, the common emblem on 3 heroes for Evo, so Sustain is favoring them. Agility with Tenacity for Swaylo with the Brave Smite. The standard go-to at this point, I would say. And along with that, in the gold lane, the laning phase, I think both...
A hook from Key! A boy picked up, thrown... He gets the first blood, but it's still first blood to Evos.
That's not a good sign at all. This early of a game, Albert already towards Poloski, but Make it's coming.
Over to Swaylo, looking for the cables again with the cutthroat too. Swaylo taken down, gets away from the iron hook.
Okay, I see
Clean.
you, Make it.
Good cable usage there, honestly. Again, oh, hang on a second.
Shot back into the Soul Sever. Oh, gets away from the Queller. Could have been bad. Could have been real bad.
Yeah, the alley up there with the Spear of Misery. Now Make it.
Uh-oh, Brand's forced to flicker out. Maloyski in the back as well, forcing Albert away. Good pressure.
Something tells me this is gonna be one of those games where we don't really analyze too much. Man, both teams just trying to find something again and again. Maloyski going with a clear. Turtle fight is where the big moments usually happen.
Oh, Iron Hook actually went through! Albert able to get the blade surge down. Gobbs in a bad spot. In front of pursuit, lifted up. Gobbs jumping back in.
What?
Flickering out to safety. Queller! And Gobbs gets away.
I wonder the fact that GeekFam has been super aggressive in the early game is they're just trying to set up for Make It, but I don't know if that's gonna be the right or like the wiser move here, considering that EVOS is already up by a kill.
The respect there by Swaylo. Immediately popping the Crimson Beacon there. Concerned about the damage output coming out of Make Hits. They're still in the area though.
D4.
Oh, same. Mako gonna be chain CC. There's gonna be the dash coming in with the cables as well. Albert picking up the turtle already with the way the dragon lock the key down. Make Hits! Jumping in, finding one Albert. Able to play it. Oh, Make Hits too clean with the cables. And Swaylo dodges away from being in front of pursuit. A boy does a bit more damage. Gob zoning him away. GeekFam trading the kills for the turtle.
Add this guy to the list of most has to ban Fanny players in MPL Indonesia.
Yeah, he definitely makes the list. That was some clean cabling, man. It looks like he was selecting exactly where to go instead of going with his cables. The U-turn straight towards Albert there. That was definitely impressive.
Hey.
Looking at the top prediction though, a bit more of a disparity.
Hey.
Owl the traitor. The traitor to the Indo desk.
It's just a side that I don't used to see. You guys are agreeing with me for once.
Well, GeekFam are third right now. They are looking good. Iron Hook from Key. Yeah, not the best choice to go for right now. Make Kids knows there's no hook, but he has no purple.
Interesting right now. Evos, they don't really have the same kind of frontliner. If Natko comes in too far ahead, if he walks too far up, GeekFam can punish him. So they're really just scouting using the Lantern Flare for the most part. Key is just taking a bit of a backseat role, going for hooks when he can. That's why you're seeing GeekFam just be a bit more proactive as much as possible. But man, they're really relying on Make It for a lot of these moments.
Okay, I just realized, Hirashi, both the gold lane and the mid lane, those are flickers. I guess it's because of most Make It's mostly?
Clean again. Just really jump scaring Swaylo a lot.
Back to the point, they gotta pick their poison, and it seems like Make It is the worst poison here.
Aloy. Oh, great move by Swaylo, reading it with a Crimson Beacon. A boy now walking up. Aloy, no flicker. Gets caught in front of pursuit into the back. Swaylo forced to flicker out. Now Nako right there. Make it with the cutthroat. Will be able to find it. Under the turn of two brands. Getting the Spear of Misery down on the two with the Queller also. And the Soul Sever. Albert unable to get the kill as Kenziski kites back.
That's a W for GeekFam. That's a roamer. And it's Poloski. You expect him to die anytime soon against Swallow.
This is
Swallow,
weird.
not Swallow.
All right. I mean, both teams, maybe this is why they didn't go for the Purify here. They're just playing together as a team, covering each other's backs.
Oh, bloody Haunt locking him down. Nako with the stun too. Make it shut down. GeekFam running away now. Oh, Albert walks up, wants to go for the, gets happening for the pursuit. Gosh walking up again with the weighted dragon, locking him down. Not enough. Glorious pathway now. All in aggression for the Tigers.
And this is why they're not stopping.
Key ground for Key. Kenziski.
I don't know why he's freezing.
Slam down to the ground. No purple buff. Big moves by Evos.
There's a reason why people or teams are letting go of the Fanny. Make it back. Take it down here, France.
It lands. He's not gonna take it.
When you make a mistake on a Fanny, it snowballs into this super messy, negative thing that can affect your team in the long run.
Yeah, the fact that Make It got suppressed there by Key. That was definitely the winning moment for Evos. And just like that, everything just swings heavily towards Evos because GeekFam tried to go for a fight still afterwards. When, if you look at their composition, They're relying only on the Phobias and a boy, I guess. Kenziski was in the fight, but it's a carry with only a corrosion sight. Nowhere close to actually enough damage to deal with Evos.
5K. Before that team fight just now, it was less than 1K for Geek Fam. Another one.
Slam down. Oh, Gob's able to go back in, but Gobs will be taken down by Sway Low. Our boys next to the chopping block. Valoisky picked up, sent back to the Wolves. Albert with a double.
This is already tough situation for Geek Fam right now. Fanny is not known for the late game. You gotta win the early game, and right now, they're not close to winning.
It's going from bad to worse for Geek Fam with Albert 6, 1, and 3. The damage is absolutely already ramping up with the War Axe completed. And now with the Franco and Tushin,
oh no,
Geek Fam, they can't really contest because there's so much pressure. They have to rely on Makis to relieve it by pushing the side lanes. But look at Evo's already trying to find something. An invade to deny the buff, the turtle, anything they can find. This might really devolve into a macro type thing with Moskov and Fanny going up with, oh, the hook though!
What? Finding Kenziski, of all people, keep threading the needle.
I thought the hook missed!
Yeah, I would send a report to Moonton after that.
Oh! 1v1 make kids! Both goal laners fallen.
That's bombastic.
I mean, only the Golden Staff and Corrosion sides for Brands on the Moskov. Can't really 1v1 the Fanny just yet. Later on, it might be different. Valoisky though.
Oh, Kids walking back up now, dealing damage onto that go. Oh, the cables! That go low enough for Gobs to execute.
Spin, spin, and spin for Makis. That's a strategy right now. 5-1-1, despite the good KDA, that single kill on towards Fanny, that costed them 5K gold swing towards Evos.
It's the Fanny pickoff and the fight afterwards. Geekan right now heavily relying on the Fanny to clear waves, to threaten kills.
Valoisky! Key with the bloody hunt now. Will be a kill back for Brands. He's on point today. He's El Momento today.
Valoisky caught sleeping as well.
Gotta be careful sitting in the edge of the bushes here when Franco is in the house trying to fish for those hooks. Gonna be a bit of a trade here by Geek Fam. As always, it's always about whether or not it's geekable for Geek Fam. In the late game, they do have to carry to fall back on. Still damage control though.
Oh, this is the problem.
Yep, no purple buff. That's gonna be very tough. Gobs though, able to zone them away in the back. As wow, flickering back to safety and getting enough space for the purple buff. Oh wow, to be taken by Makids.
Good effort there. Gauss was forced to use his flicker to ensure that happened for his team. But look at Evos, and especially look at Key. Fleeting time on top of that Winter Crown, dude. He can go for the Bloody Hunt with the Winter Crown combo, so you can't interrupt it. And it's on a short cooldown, so now that the fleeting time is up, look to Evos to make even more plays happen. Geek Fam, gotta be really careful right now.
I think Evos right now, they can play the reactive game right now, especially when you see, oh, don't take it.
Uh-oh, down below. Spirit of Misery already used up! Oh! Makids, there's the helpful key right now. Swaylo's looking for the plane. Makids, can you escape? Oh! No way.
No way, right?
Makids!
No way, right?
With the help of Valoisky, he might be able to escape another cable!
Oh my
so
lord!
clean on the Fanny! Valoisky with the way to Dragon. He will be sacrificed! Oh! Mr. Fantastic! King Jabran comes in all the way from downtown.
It's the spirit from Jogja. I actually don't know where he's coming from, but that is a beautiful spear coming in from Brands. That's why he's here in Evos.
That's the experience speaking for itself, dude. It wasn't a reactive aim towards Makids. He predicted that Makids is gonna try and recall somewhere around that area and just hurled that spear of destruction. Oh man, the accuracy is staggering there from Evos. Gonna be a bit of a siege situation where Evos can just pick and choose who's to hook here. Makids, he's been carrying the game as much as possible earlier on, but there's so many things he has to be worried about right now. France ramping up in damage. Key looking for him to try and lock him down. That was a great escape, but it was denied by Brands.
It's still a highlight. That's supposed to be a
highlight.
highlight.
That was cool though.
Yeah, it is cool.
Play the theme song.
What theme song?
You know, the attack with a big monster type of show. Anyhow, 9K gold advantage here. Evos if they're snowballing hard enough, they can go for a full-on end angle, but gotta be careful though. Ooh.
I thought there was a hook.
Yeah, same.
Oh man, Lord charging into the mid lane. Albert able to escape. Make Kids trapped in a bad spot. Great moves, man, on the cables. But it's a 10,000 goal lead. Doesn't change it.
Yeah, the Fanny in the base though, it's something we've seen before. Oh, glorious pathway from both teams.
Matko. Still right there. Base turret gonna be cracked with the first Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, Evo is looking for two with the first Lord. Gobs. Can't deal with the Beloyski in the back. Looking for the way to Dragon. Won't be able to find him, but gets bloody hunts it down. Kenziski won't be able to shred anyone. Swalo looking for a Make Kids. Oh, look at that meltdown.
It's not over just yet. Make Kids might want to go for more, but the answer is no. Gotta watch out for the stuns. Key does not have the ultimate just yet, but he still has the hooks.
Uh-oh. Make Kids trying to go for the defense right now. Boy looking for it as well. Crimson Beacon already there. Make Kids caught in the bloody hunt, and Key locks him down. SOD! Jabran locking the base down. 1-0 Evos.
And that's a 13k gold lead. Yes, that was right. That's the number, ladies and gentlemen. That was a dominance ever since that single death from Make Kids in the early game. Geek Fam paid the price.
Number 3 in the standings. It doesn't matter, man. The Tigers are on the hunt and they have taken the lead. Using their signature aggression. Has Geek Fam underestimated the aggression, the killer instinct of the Tigers? Because that was a brutal shutdown.
Man, it was tough, man. When you see a Fanny that's losing an early game, despite him having a really sound mechanic, then especially after the bubble buffs are taken, what do you do?
Oh, you just pray. You start praying at that point. A 4-0 lead to a boom bang bada being bloody hunt from Key.
I think it just went off cooldown there.
Yeah.
Might be mistimed because of the fleeting time, right? He might have thought that Key did not have it up.
Oh,
absolutely on point with it though.
We all predicted for 2-0 Geek Fam.
That's wrong. That's out the window.
Evosh shut us all down.
So, whose predictions are still possible?
Wawa Mania and, well, technically all voted 2-1. And OG, Ranger Amas.
Did they all really vote 2-1? What? Did they all vote 2-1 for Evo?
No. All voted 2-1 Geek.
I don't think so, but we'll check that later. But man, it looked decent until it doesn't look decent.
Yeah, that one fight though, again, when Make Kids got picked off, that was bad. But manageable. Not terrible, but not great.
There's too much unnecessary follow-ups.
I mean, they went in for a full-on fight without...
3.3k gold lead right after Make Kids got shut down. They should have just backed away after Make Kids fell, but they were like, fight.
Yeah, we can find something. And that's the thing here in the higher levels of Mobile Legends. Sometimes it's not the right play, but if your opponents aren't expecting it, it can work out. That's something that Beloyski loves to do.
Yep.
Right here, as we were talking about earlier, it seems like they have a chance to just leave, right? But they're like, you know what? This is a lot of AoE we're working with, but they're going up against a high loss, a Chushin. I mean, they're just way more AoE on the other side.
Stefan, wouldn't a Zask do better in this kind of situation? Over the Valen?
Block the hook.
See, the thing is, sometimes you gotta follow up the Fanny just a little bit, and Zask is not really the best at
You can literally follow it up with a stun. And you're not vulnerable.
Well, you gotta adjust to where the Zask is rather than Valentina kind of following up the Fanny.
No,
wait, really?
Zask will just ult and then pop in. It's like a
Zask
blink.
can jump forward twice. Technically, he can do 2 dashes.
Without being this vulnerable, I feel.
I don't think he was vulnerable. It's just more disrespecting the early game potential coming in from Key. And he got hooked. It's just
too many times.
Yeah.
Mr. Aboyman was a hook magnet this game.
We did see the great showing of the Fanny potential from Make Kids, but afterwards, after we thought he was going to take over the game, you can see that with proper coordination there, the shutdown, dude, Make Kids just wasn't allowed to really get a lot of steam going on after the mid-game. The neutral objective, though, where we thought that Geek Fam might be the ones to dictate the tempo, Evos just completely shut him down.
bit tough right now for Kikam. And I hope, alright, I don't know about you guys, but I want them to keep picking the Fanny if it's available.
Oof, I agree. I don't think the Fanny was a problem. I think the big problem was the coordination with the Fanny. It's almost like they don't play Fanny that much, and they don't know what happens when the Fanny just dies. They're like, wait, do we stop? Oh, we should have stopped.
I mean, in the draft, it feels like...
What is that hook, though? What is that hook?
Report!
Dude, that was the tip. That wasn't even that was a...
The hook literally shifts. Oh man, that SOD was so good.
It's almost like a Novario was in the team.
Yeah.
That is a weird hitbox.
That's what it is. That's exactly it. Man, by the best efforts there. Even when Naked was trying to use the base to his advantage, again, there's a ton of damage available there. If only the gold lead was somewhat even, that really could have been a comeback moment. But it's not, right? That's exactly why Evos went for it.
And the wave clear for... at least if the Fanny is down and does not have the base to heal up. Yep. The wave clear is terrible. It's horrible and terrible.
Horrible and terrible.
Terrible.
That game ended with the first Lord, by the way, so that's one of the fastest games we've seen today. 12 minutes.
You hate to see it.
We thought average game time was the TLID one. Turns out it's this one, Geek Fam Evos.
Wait, what item is Albert going for?
Let me check.
Endless?
Yeah.
Ah, interesting.
It's a build you go for when you're just so ahead.
More burst, more true damage, more mana. Can't go wrong with that. 8, 1, and 8. Again, they fall back to their comfort, right? To what allows them to really get going. They go for the Franco Studio.
Boy, what's up? Nice, come on. You should know this by now. One death away from that power spike. Oh, Lloyd, this is why.
That's why Evos were so desperate to end it. They knew what was coming, dude.
A boy. Now that, I don't expect the boy to be the one 0-5 though. Yeah, he got way too aggressive in the early game. He got hooked like a billion times in the early game. Not literally, I guess 3 in the early game, but you know what I mean.
He was overestimating how safe he can be on the Valentina. On a hero with 2 dashes, I think it's easy to fall into that false sense of security that like if you get hooked, it's fine. You have ways to get out, but because Key kind of the first play at least, because he flickered along with the hook. You know, even when a boy flickered out and dashed out, he could not get away.
You know, the last time we saw a big stompy stomp against a Valentina mid who went 0-3 against a Franco, it was RQ Liquid. Yehezkiel played Valen. That was the fastest game in MPL ID, 940. That was when Edoc just got hooks on the Valentina. I think, yeah, Sicilian started off with like 5 kills, Brins, that game, because of Edoc constantly getting Yehezkiel on Valentina.
Is that the counter here?
These Valens are just bad at going up against Franco, man. They just keep getting hooked.
Just don't get hit, bro.
Just don't get hit.
Can't let them get close.
Lol. How about Kenziski though? He was like 0-0. That's why I don't like...
One of those deaths don't count. That was...
yeah,
that was ridiculous.
This is why I don't like the carry. Most of the time, it's not an independent marksman, is what I'm trying to say.
I agree.
It really depends on the Poloski engages, and we know that Poloski is incredible at screening, incredible at scouting the map, but unfortunately, in terms of engaging, yeah, some mishaps here and there.
The pick.
I don't know actually.
Yeah.
That's a question for Bluffsy, not me.
Because they banned the Granger. They didn't want to train it. I mean, like, Evos banned the Harith. And then they picked up Fanny. There's obviously going to be Moskov on the other side. Then there's nothing else that you would pick in the first phase, right? Like,
Claude?
No, I don't think you would pick Claude in the first phase. But in place of the carry...
In place of the carry, yeah, not in the first phase. Not in the first phase.
It's not even a good lane against Moskov.
Yeah, it is what it is, the first game.
Maybe they should have just doubled down, and if they wanted... Because the carry would flicker anyway. Just go Clint or something, you know? Add some kill pressure.
Yeah. That's not a bad idea.
Brody. Something that just smacks the Moskov and lanes.
I mean,
no?
In the team fight, you get run down by a lot of guys.
Yeah, but if you win out in the early game, and then you play with a Fanny who's 4-0, I think it's better than trying to play late game while fighting in every team fight.
And burst damage still lines up with the Cho pick.
Yeah.
Right? You can still kind of assist and secure.
Or B-Tricks. There you go.
Oh,
middle ground.
Yes. Because you can make it a non-lane, right? But just Bennett's raging the whole wave. You can make it a non-lane, not deal with that.
And have kill pressure with Renner Apathy. Bah!
Yeah.
That's the middle ground right there.
I like that idea.
That's what I would go with. You know, not too loco, not clean, Brody loco, but not too safe like Carry Claude safe.
Fortunately, woulda, coulda, shoulda does not apply here in the game number 1. Game
Does in
number
game
2.
two.
Hey, we follow the script from match number 2.
What about match number 1?
Yeah.
Well, you're suddenly a pattern man now when it comes to
Yeah.
Geek Fam games.
I know, right? It's weird.
No, don't I know right me? What are you, Eterna? Just so that it happens. Just so that it happens, I will say Evo. Let's see if the curse still works or if I'm just gonna be... If this is gonna go Evo's duo.
All of Geek Fam fans, we are pretty chill. We're gonna throw it though.
Santai, bro.
We're a host.
Thank you caster, dan itulah tadi kita sudah melihat di match ketiga poin pertama dimenangkan oleh EVOS. Dan pastinya di match-match kali ini ada yang spesial karena nggak hanya teman-teman di Indonesia saja yang bermain Mobile Legends, tapi kita juga akan tanya-tanya langsung dengan perhimpunan mahasiswa Indonesia Rusia yang ada di Moskow. Jadi bersama Alisa nanti kita bakal telepon dan bakal tanya-tanya langsung. So langsung saja kita akan hubungkan dari MPL Arena ke teman-teman yang ada di Moskow. Silakan. Wow, halo. Halo
semuanya.
Wow, ramai sekali. Halo, boleh dong kenalan dulu. Namanya siapa nih?
Aku perwakilan dari Permos, namaku Amelinda Zaneta Malasaksi Dauruk, dan teman-teman aku di belakang, mana suaranya guys?
Wow, ramai sekali ya Melinda. Thank you so much sudah mau terhubung dengan kita di MPL Arena Indonesia nih. Nah, kalian itu boleh diceritain sedikit gak sih sebenarnya kalian komunitas apa nih? Dan apa kaitannya dengan Mobile Legends?
Oke, jadi sebenarnya memang kita ini para mahasiswa yang merantau ke Moskow, dan kebetulan kita nggak bisa move on dari game Mobile Legends. Jadi walaupun kita berada jauh dari Indonesia, kita tetap main Mobile Legends. Nah, dari situ kita sering ngumpul, terus kayak kalau misalkan lagi bete kuliah gitu ya udah akhirnya kita main game dulu kayak gitu. Kebetulan kan kita dapet servernya ini kan di Rusia ya, jadi ya memang musuhnya sendiri agak berbeda kayak gitu sih.
Wow, jadi kalau Mobile Legends sendiri di Rusia ini cukup ramai juga dimainkan oleh teman-teman di sana?
Sebenarnya kalau misalnya kita ngomongin rame, kadang waktu aku fine match juga ketemunya orang Indonesia juga gitu. Jadi kan kita bisa taunya dari mana? Kita taunya dari namanya kan. Kebetulan mahasiswa-mahasiswa di sini pada ganti negara, maksudnya pada ganti bendera negara kayak gitu. Aku nggak tahu, mungkin menyesuaikan kali ya biar lebih ke Rusia juga. Tapi kan dari namanya kita tahu. Pas aku chat nih kan aku chat kan kayak dari Indo ya bang gitu. Oh iya nih, oh Indo juga kayak gitu. Jadi kayak oh ternyata banyak yang main gitu.
Wow, seru banget. Tapi kalau dari Amelinda sendiri dan teman-teman Indonesia di sana, mungkin kalian suka mabar bareng, suka main bareng nggak sih terkait Mobile Legends ini?
Kalau misalkan mabar sendiri kebetulan kita cukup sering kan, apalagi Mobile Legends ini kita ada beberapa yang punya clan tersendiri di sini gitu. Jadi karena mereka klop sama teman-temannya, ya udah akhirnya mereka bikin clan. Banyak juga clan mahasiswa Moskow, ada yang mungkin anggotanya satu clan bisa 20 orang mahasiswa Moskow kayak gitu-gitu kan.
Wow,
gitu sih Mbak.
Seru banget, berarti ramai banget ya Melinda di sana. Tapi kalau ngomongin soal Mobile Legends sendiri dan kita yang sedang berasup di sini di MPL, kalian ngikutin gak sih? Suka nonton gak sih mungkin di YouTube live streaming kita juga?
Gimana nih? Dari teman-teman ada yang nonton?
Paling
sudah terjawab ya Mbak.
Wow, luar biasa. Paling banyak pendukungnya siapa nih yang ada di belakang kalian nih?
Ayo siapa guys? Evos. Ada yang Evos.
Oh, ada yang Evos. Ada Kingdom juga. Wow, ramai sekali ya. Jadi beragam juga ya yang kalian dukung di sana ya.
#1.
Wow, luar biasa sekali. Tapi kalau untuk match kali ini nih kalian kira-kira nonton juga dan ada prediksi skor mungkin 2-1, 2-0?
Prediksi gimana nih guys?
2-0 ya. Oke, kita akan lihat dan saksikan bersama-sama apakah di match ketiga ini apakah prediksi skor dari kalian terbukti. Tapi boleh dong satu kata atau mungkin pesan-pesan semangat dari kalian. Kira-kira gimana nih ke depannya untuk komunitas Mobile Legends khususnya buat teman-teman mahasiswa pelajar Indonesia yang ada di Rusia juga. Silakan.
kata-kata dari kami, tetap semangat kuliahnya, jangan lupa main Mobile Legends, tetap juga kejar pendidikan sampai lulus, dapat diploma merah.
Yeay, pastinya semoga cepat lulus dan kapan-kapan pastinya jangan lupa untuk main ke MPL Arena ya. Jadi kita pastikan kita tunggu kehadiran kalian di MPL Arena juga. Thank you so much Amelinda dan teman-teman perhimpunan mahasiswa Indonesia yang ada di Rusia. Pakai spasiba. Dan itu dia tadi keseruan kita bersama teman-teman di Rusia. Dan pastikan teman-teman yang ada di seluruh Indonesia maupun di seluruh dunia juga tetap menyaksikan MPL Indonesia. Karena akan ada berbagai keseruan apalagi sebentar lagi kita mau play off. Dan kita akan kembalikan lagi ke para caster. Silakan caster, take it over.
Welcome to the second game from the hopefully or like for sure 3-game series between GeekFam and EVOS.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a cope or like that's a. Can I even be super biased here in the English desk?
Yeah,
That's
Of
the
course
thing,
you
right?
can. Have you not heard Big Asian, by the way,
But I'm
multiple
sorry,
times?
I didn't
throughout
know
the
Brands
season?
was playing.
So does
If I
that
did, I would have gone EVOS 2-0 because they're now they have 2 XBTRs
apparently
by the way.
okay? I was gonna say like, oh, France is a needle mover in Big 2025.
XBTR by the way.
Apparently it's just XPTR propaganda from Mirko.
Propaganda.
Dude, he's always a needle mover, right? The question is in which direction.
Oh, you're right actually.
Could be fantastic, could be bombastic. I think
We saw both. Fantastic.
A little early bombastic,
Bombastic.
but then we saw fantastic towards the end.
Fantastic indeed.
What's also
Balancing
fantastic?
Evos.
What is that?
Balancing Evos.
What's also fantastic is the GoPay for your champions.
Here, you should do it.
You can do it.
Do it.
Okay. Take over.
No, I'm just gonna watch you do it first.
Yeah.
Open the GoPay app then. There you go. Right there. Open it. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. So if you join the MPL GG party right there by voting for your favorite team and every MPL ID S15 match at gopay.co.id/games, which you're on right there, win guaranteed rewards for your first vote. You'll definitely get 3 diamonds, 1 token. Use a token to spin for prizes. Go ahead and spin for the prizes in the gift arena. And you can win GoPay coins, I think skins, and you can win up to 15 electric motorbikes. So go ahead, check it out. There's also smartphones if you guys want. Right there. Yeah.
Interesting.
So you got the instructions, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Then do it.
Nice.
It's a vote for the champions if you
You
want.
can still vote GeekFam as your champion.
Exactly. You go to
Already did.
gopay.co.id/games.
Not only.
Or you open the GoPay app.
Not only they'll win MPL ID, they'll win MSC. Clip me, just kidding.
Yeah.
What?
See, do the thing. If GeekFam then talks.
If
Do it.
you're that confident, I mean, click on the top of game icon, click the trophy icon in the top right corner, click vote now and get a token, and then you vote for your champion and enter the winning team and the final match score as well. With all those tokens, you can spin the wheels in the gift arena and you can win those dream prizes, or you can stay dreaming like Sheffin.
You like to spin the wheel, Rashi?
Like what is like this is the portal thing?
Oh,
Doctor Strange thing.
Sheffin.
I can connect you to the portal of Utopia, where internet is not lagging when all the providers are doing their job properly.
Right. And what utopia is that?
It's Telkomsel World.
Telkomsel World. Are you talking about G21, that package?
For sure.
For 100,000 IDR, or sorry, for 100 Mbps with 375,000 IDR, you guys can get crazy speeds like 100 Mbps. Again, tsl.id/nacional. Or just download the My Telkomsel app, man, on your Samsung.
Join us in the Telkomsel land, and of course, to get there,
when I drop it,
it's not
what do I
safe.
need? What do I need?
Some protection.
Okay. Like
Protection
what?
is
Protect my
always
phone.
important, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to end up
With
doing
unfortunate circumstances.
Yeah, unfortunate circumstances.
Yes, yes.
And that's why we have RSV helmet. Strategy and speed are the key.
Yeah.
Focus and protection though are everything, both in the game and outside of the game.
Okay.
Everywhere.
Okay.
In your home.
Okay.
Oh my god.
He got shook by the drum. That was the most genuine jump I've ever seen. Sheffin, that's a sign for you to stop talking. Let me take over here. You guys, now available for all you guys in your favorite marketplace. Choose your favorite team helmet design because there's one for every team for any riding style. What's your riding style? Get yours now on RSV Helmet's official marketplace.
I was shook.
Dude, the jump was so genuine, man. That was
Thankfully,
that was
though,
pretty funny.
usually when I'm really surprised like that, I scream like an anime girl.
Okay, luckily you did it. That could
With
have been.
KYA, you know.
Kia?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like Kia, bro. What's the spelling bee?
How do you pronounce Kia?
KYA, yeah.
Kia, like actual Kia.
Yeah, Kia. What kind of pronunciation are you looking for? Like,
do it like an anime girl.
That's not pronunciation anymore. That's voice acting.
Whoa. That's second
Alright,
pick though
Shevin.
for
I have to start jumping,
Bak to
Shevin. You know, once Shevin jumped there and we were laughing, a bunch of the guys there were like, "Oh, my bad, bro, my bad."
Really?
Yeah, they saw and they were like, and they're like,
really? Oh,
yeah,
I didn't know.
We had a whole moment here on the left.
Get me a jersey for an apology.
Oh, you want an Evo's jersey? The team that's beating your team?
Why not? Free jerseys are free jerseys, bro.
Hey, why has Geekfam given you a jersey?
Yes.
The new one?
New one, no.
BTR gave me a jersey. Well,
you don't have to flex, bro. I know.
The what? RQ. Did RQ give you a jersey, Rashi?
The new one,
new
right?
one?
They did.
Oh, wow.
Well, you know.
Someone. There's a odd one out here.
If it's Mr. Bombastic and Fantastic, I'm Mr. Irrelevant.
Mr. What?
Irrelevant.
Irrelevant. That's pretty harsh, man. Don't call yourself that. Maybe you can have good day again, just like you did earlier. You can double stack that good day, and then maybe a boy. You know what? A boy should have a good day.
Why?
Because
he was having a bad one
he was
earlier.
having a horrible, well, in your words, terrible.
Yeah?
Yep. That's exactly why, Shevin. It's important to try and find balance in your life, and something that Geekfam has to kind of figure out right now. Do they want to get something to win out in the early game, or do they just want to really respect Evos and then fall back on that geekable style?
Ooh. Geekable. I like that word. Let's add that to the dictionary.
All right, let's get into the drafting phase of game numero dos. Perhaps the last game of the day.
Perhaps.
Definitely not what Shevin wants.
Don't forget, presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G.
Your team is banning.
And Granger is banned for EVOS. They want to give the bombastic man a Granger? We don't do that around here.
That might be their way of trying to force brands into more compromising situations. That could be it, right? The Granger, notoriously safe, can kind of kite back, can kind of reach from far away, still stay relevant without being exposed to too much danger. By banning it away, they're kind of forcing brands to be up close and personal and vulnerable. But Geekfam, whoa, they have given up on the Fanny.
Man.
Wow. Wow. So
that's for me, if I would make it, I would be offended.
Yeah, I'll be like, guys, it was you guys, not me.
One game, it's all it takes.
Hey, shout out to Dua Lipa.
Yep. How about Tiga Lipa?
Tiga Lipa? Who the heck is that?
Well, Kalea's gonna be banned out. Geekfam. Joy, alright, they're back to the JOY.
Sticking to their guns, naked. Now the Suyo becomes less scary, but it's Albert on the Suyo, mind you.
Sasuke.
Yeah, they can go with the same style here. Get Albert on the Suyo, get something to enable Key, and get frontline for Natco, and they're golden. That was literally the formula that we're using earlier, and that's it. Nothing crazy, nothing else that was too crazy happened in that game.
Now we're gonna see whether Geekfam are gonna. Oh wait, Evo's just gonna go for the Juicin again. Doesn't matter if they're up against the Joy. Maybe even better now. What's the last pick going to be here? They're not gonna go Moskov. Probably not gonna go Suyo.
I'm not the only one.
All right, so it's a Phobius and Juicin. Interesting.
Yeah, Phobius, pretty decent against a Joy. Certainly, if I were a Joy player, I wouldn't want to face a Phobius. That's a pain in the back.
rear end. Yeah, for sure, man. All these spammable card control tools and the targeted knockback from the empowered basic attack. Don't forget about that. We'll see if Natco can kind of have the same kind of impact we've seen in the season from the Phobius so far. For Geekfam though, against all this control, They just want to get some long distance options and just avoid the clash altogether? Nope.
Yeah, Eve right now.
Kind of.
Yeah. I mean, that's the bread and butter against a Phobius and a Jushin. Seems like too good to be true for the Eve to be picked here. And it is once again a Cholowski. This time around though, Albert kind of picked up the ninja and find his ninja way.
Hayabusa, the Kakashi.
Sancho.
See if he uses the right skin though, right? That's the big question here immediately.
What is the right skin, Arashi?
Kakashi Hatake from the Hidden Leaf Village.
Amen, amen. Hopefully it is Kakashi. Because we might see that Starlight skin again, just like we saw from Fabian.
I want to ask you a question, Arashi.
What's up?
Why is it called the Hidden Leaf? What's hidden under the leaf? Or like why the leaf is hidden?
I think it's because they're man, they're just hidden within the leaves of the trees there. That's why they're in the forest and all that, right?
Huh.
Because I think a lot of the other villages are out in the mountains, you know, near the rivers and all that. But they're the ones who are very forest oriented. That's my guess at least. So, a bit of Naruto lore there. But the Gatokacha and the Glue frontliners dwindling down here for Geek Fam. Evos already with a Phobius are very happy to lower those odds even more.
Just want to say thank you, Arashi Kishimoto. Now Avil. It was a glue ban, and they know Gobs is happy with this hero. If they're going by just purely lane counter, then it would be CC, but I don't think that's going to be the case here for Avil.
Yeah. I think they're just gonna... That's just setting up for the Phobius to have a winning lane, right? Yeah, again, there is a blue and the high-low, so they're taking away all of the picks that they did well against the Phobius in the lane itself. So, Geek Fam, we're gonna have to play like a Badang probably in XP.
Oh. I wonder if there's any other option. Like, go for a Mathilda here. You would expect a Mathilda to be banned against Geek Fam if anything. But, hey, alright. Geek Fam the ones going for this pick-off style sort of for now. With a lot of utility. Without a frontline though, what can they do? The Badang kind of fits well for the team fight. But in the lane, might be a bit brutal against that Phobius. Against the Phobius.
Yeah. I experienced it right away earlier, and Mr. Jabran still sticking with the Moskov. It worked earlier. Oh, let's see though. What's gonna be the option here for Kenzuski, because the carry didn't work out at all in that game. I want to go for something like a Beatrix again, or like something that you propose, Arashi, that is a Beatrix, but against a Hayabusa, not really the greatest of counters.
Exactly. But against the short range of Phobius and Sushin, and the Moskov technically, the Beatrix can be a really good solution here if they're trying to counter Evos when they're moving forward, by all means. But again, the Hayabusa is definitely an issue, and they still have no idea what key is going to be using. They go for the Claude, bit of mobility, bit of AoE, Jack of all trades sort of deal, and the Edith. So DPS-wise, they seem pretty solid. Can they match up to the burst damage of Evos though, especially with the final reveal here from Key? It should be some kind of playmaker.
Playmaker.
Just a roamer, right? I mean, there's no Valen, so there is more of a reason to go for the Tigreal. But there's a Purify on both Claude and Yi for sure, or Yi can just go and pop in RWM.
Yep. Is Akai crazy?
Akai? Akai would not be crazy. That's a pretty okay option against the Yi. Now that,
I think that's crazier than Akai.
No, it's not. Against so many very low range targets. Claude, Joy, they're all gonna really get hit by the Ruby, but it is not meta. Yeah. But so is that guy.
I was thinking about how to get out of the real manipulation as well, which is Ruby might have a harder time compared to an Akai, but this is Key we're talking about. I think he's fine and dandy with a hero like this.
Not just any Key, it's Hang Key.
Hang Key. Against the Joy, that Don't Work Wolf King second skill of the Ruby is going to be so valuable, so spammable, stopping the momentum of Geek Fam. That depends on how they want to get the fight started though. By all means, all the engaged tools, including the Tushin and the Ruby, are on a pretty short cooldown, so expect a lot of flicker moments here from Hanky.
Playoffs is right around the corner, and every match counts to the seedings. And this too really needs a W. Can GeekFam turn it around and make it a game 3? Or can EVOS use Mr. Jabran to close it out?
We'll say, ladies and gentlemen, as we dive into the land of Dawn, EVOS versus Geek, another standing shattering match. Because again, any win for Geek or EVOS will kind of shatter the entire standings.
Immediately, that's for sure. Looking at the matchups in the lane so far though, I think it's pretty much equal. The Phobias is going to be a bit more of a problem later on. But in the mid lane, I think it's very obviously a Yve advantage. What can they do with it though? That's the real question. With Key helping Swaylo out, are you going to be able to bait a boy to overextending? Or, is a boy going to be able to just deal with Swaylo again and again? Litho already falling into the hands of EVOS. As we take a look at the emblems here by Andy Home, pulling yourself together for Key. He's not here to tank damage, he's here to make the plays happen. That's his main focus right now. And for GeekFam, it's all about the movement speed, man. Especially for Beloyski, Agility Wilderness Blessing. He's trying to screen, he's trying to find information, he's trying to flank. Everything requires movement speed, and Beloyski is on it immediately.
I'll let you guys know that Albert did indeed pick the Kakashi Sensei skin.
Yes.
Let's see if he can use his Sharingan.
Probably not, it's not within the kit, but I understand, core-wise.
Oh!
Good take by Natgoat!
Natko with a slam. Give me that! He says, schmack. Yeah, top side though. Brands, even with Beloyski in the vicinity, not too concerned.
Uh-oh.
Man, Beloyski making a beeline straight for Key. That was kind of scary. Kind of menacing.
Just ran it down.
With the Naruto run as well.
Yep, Natko walking up, able to get the in front of pursuit on 3. Oh man, look at the juicy jumps for Natko. Boom, that's 1. That's gonna be 2, 3, double. 1 more? No, doesn't land it, but Beloy is basically out of the fight already.
To be fair, I don't think GeekFam has any real reason to be fighting this early on, especially with all the brawling tools that EVOS has. The Phobias alone is already troublesome. The Phobias and the Ruby, that's not a good time at all in a big fight, so they let it go. Ideally, they should have went for some kind of trade, but for now, they're still waiting around. SOD. Bit of a scouting SOD there from Mr. Brands. Beloyski will spot Key. No ulti on Beloyski. He's got to be careful there.
Uh-huh. EVOS, no kills just yet, but clearly they're in control of the map and also the XPs as well. Albert has been having a better time than Makeit's making, like owning the bushes here, and he might be looking for a play here. The whole GeekFam team knows that something is off, but they're going up top.
Up top. Genziski. Oh, I'm offended. Quad chat. Good night. Oh, my lord. Genziski. Oh, able to survive. Wow, despite everything thrown, he actually walks back in to soak in the gold. Damn, that was... Damn.
Interesting. Calm and collected by Genziski, and also still getting the gold in the end.
Was it because Albert saved this retreat? I think if he retreat, maybe put him in a kill. Make hits. Ooh. Stanson. Albert, no shadow kill, no threat.
Yeah, a bit of lack of damage there. I mean, Brands wasn't participating in that kill attempt at all. Maybe if he had the SOD, that would have been enough. Perhaps. But GeekFam doing a great job weathering the storm here. The aggressive EVOS early game. Key on the Ruby again. Dynamic playmaking potential, but it's not the same kind of vibe like the Franco. You don't have that kind of unpredictability and the range. That's the big thing. So now GeekFam, especially when they're together, they have the Yve to kind of like be a measuring stick to kind of slow down EVOS and cover some ground, slow them out so they can't really go for a decisive engage.
Beloyski, he does not have the map right now. This is the main problem. When he's playing the Cho and cannot screen, cannot scout what's going on in the map, and getting the bushes before Key and Swaylo usually spells trouble. And right now, another chance. Take the objective here from Geek. I think EVOS will have the advantage.
Oh, Key looking for it. Beloyski Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Gobs with the primal rap with the real manipulation. First blood for a boy. Nako, I'm offended, locking 2 members down. Now it's Albert with a shadow kill, finding 1. Gobs again with the onward as Beloyski gets caught by the inferno pursuit, but gets kicked into the wall. Gobs now looking for the timing, able to flicker out. Nako, Kenziski in the back with a blazing duetto. Flickered over on Wolf King. BMI looking for the damage. Albert gets away as Nako slams Kenziski down to the ground.
Alborobop survives, and now it's Make-Its against Natko and Key. He still goes!
Oh, I'm not too sure about this Make-Its. He gets away, but it's free. Reset for that Inferno Pursuit later on. And Shode from Jabran! From downtown, now a slam dunk to the ground. Brands with a double.
It's a double? Mr. Jabran? Maybe this is the key, the missing piece to the White Tigers' dominance.
Holy moly.
I mean, again, the experience definitely shows. He's going for these risky Spear of Destructions. At the right moment, though, Purifier already used up by Sway Low. Oh my god. Man, there's just so much crowd control tools, and Brands has just gotten a ton of value from that sequence of plays. I believe 2 kills along with a hefty chunk of gold from the Tart on the top side. Geek Fam, oh man, that was just so unfortunate. Everything kind of fell in place for Evos.
When I see games like this with Geek Fam, obviously the thought Geekable always comes out, right?
Yes,
but
that's true.
That's usually with Chidera. It's more like Chiderable. Right now it's Kenziski, you know? On the Cloud, not really the greatest late game hero there is. What are the odds right now for coming back in this game, knowing that the odds are against them? Even audience prediction, no love at all for Geek Fam.
Yeah, audience predictions wise, I think Evos definitely is gonna win in that department. I really felt that Kenziski could have really traded his life for Albert at that point. He tried to get out with the Battle Mirror image, but he was already in too deep. You know, so there's moments like that where it seems like there's hesitation for Geek Fam, but they're gonna be able to get the turret here. Kenziski though is in grave danger.
Ooh. Force back again. Jabran just given all the space necessary to go for this turret. Tier 2 down up top. 3,000 gold lead for Evos. Natko really just doesn't like Beloyski screening. Always smacking him in the face.
Well, at least right now it's Beloyski's familiar territory, right? He has the right to roam around the map, trying to scout, trying to screen for Kenziski.
Oh!
And we got a legend of both Evos and Onyx, Anti-Mage.
The best XP of all time.
Really?
It's just my favorite.
Same.
I think the GOAT is Aura. Yeah. But he's the GOAT of Indo, yeah?
He's up there,
But he's my boy. He's
Max
my
Hill.
favorite. Max Hill Anti-Mage.
Mr. Max Hill.
Is he flexing his guns, or? I don't think so.
I don't think you're allowed to show guns.
No, like, not that.
I understand, it's a joke. It's okay, it's okay.
Yeah.
Look at this maneuver though. Kenziski gonna collide with Mr. Jabran's. Whoa.
Kenziski?
In a 1v1 against Jabran. Jabran seems to have won that one.
Watch out for the SOD.
He's waiting for it. Now he shows in the bottom lane, but Jabran's too smart. Hey, the old Jabran would have gone SOD fighting Kenziski, but the new married Jabran says, I know there's a joy around.
That's the wisdom and patience of a married man.
That's Father Jabran.
Fatherhood Jabran. All right. Easy, calculated take by Evos on that turtle. Geek Fam, dude. They're waiting for mistakes from Evos, and they're playing the mind games, especially with Jabran in the picture. They're trying to find Brands again and again, but he's just not biting on the bait. So dude, calculated.
He should just change his nickname to Jabran.
Yeah?
Might as well. GA Brand.
That's an option. This is like typical Geek Fam, right? When they're leading in gold, they just try to find something across the map. It looks like it feels a bit more template right now. Evos just read what Geek Fam is trying to do.
Wow. Henki just baited out Earthshatter and RWM. I guess it was a bit of waiting. I'm offended, Gops. Gets out.
All right. With the Marksman Trinity, the Swift Trinity completed for Brands though. Geek Fam, they can't really win in a full-on team fight, forcing the flicker off Beloyski there, Sway Low. This is what you can do when you're on a winning team on the Zushin. You can just keep going forwards, and Geek Fam just don't have enough to hit back, to strike back at Evos just yet.
Uh-oh, Alvarabab.
This match kind of feels weird.
How so?
The matches that we had so far has been high octane, high kills. Right now it's only 5 kills through 10 minutes. Might be more after this as Beloyski and Kanziski.
Look at this.
Oh,
Look at how patient Jabran is.
oh, no.
Wait. I'm offended, didn't land. Earthshatter will. Drops. Onward, backward. Key. Unfortunate on the I'm offended. He didn't expect Beloyski to just keep walking forward.
Just dashed forwards there. That's where sometimes the experience misleads you. All right, still a 4K lead. Now a radiant armor for Beloyski. It's gonna be a bit more tanky. When it comes down to the magical damage for sure, but physical damage, I guess it's banking on the fact that the Dreadnought armor will be enough, as he shouldn't really be the prio targets for all the other physical damage sources. With the Lord in the picture though, the wave on top is gonna be a bit of a 50-50. Geek fam. Oh, actually, never mind. Yeah, Evos can just send Moskov there, and Brands can do what he does best.
Doing his thing.
Showing the wisdom.
Yeah. Ayah Jabran, and now Evos trying to manage this Lord here. Geek fam, they tend to just let go of the Lord or Turtles when things are not going their way, but I don't think...
Can they afford it? Can they afford to?
I know. They have the tools here. Beloyski and Kanziski is very mobile, and if things are going south for Evos, it could be their game. Beloyski got spotted out.
Yeah. The Beloy moves that was seen against Alter Ego. Evo's not gonna fall for that. Shining a light on Beloyski. Look at him. Sway low. I'm offended. Beloyski taken down again. Oh, for the first time this game. Plays it wet into the back line. Able to flicker out. Albert still with the retribution on point now as he jumps in one more time. Make it. Able to get rid of Albert. Natko falling to the primal wrath. 1 HP on Natko gets away. Jabran up top with a tier 2.
Well, at least they get 2, but I don't know if I could call that a W for Geek fam.
I think it is.
Ooh, they get the turret too.
Yeah, they're gonna get a couple of turrets here. That's great. They have a window here when 2 members of Evos are down. So, if I were Geek fam, I'll be looking for some kind of move here, some kind of fight, some kind of skirmish. We'll get the Lord down potentially. Oh, make it. Almost collides there coincidentally with Brands. Geek fam will be able to clear just well. They won't be able to push too far though. Gotta be careful of the empowered waves on the other side. Beloyski.
Good Shunpu to cancel out the I'm offended. I wait the dragon, but it's only on Natko, who has the Oh wow, Kanziski jumps into the blazing duet. Will just get bursted down by Brands! RWM, Brands able to flicker out. SOE doesn't land. Make hits in the back with 2 stacks. Pops in electrifying beats. No kills on the board. Geek fam get rid of the Lord.
Just 2 inches away from the preferred spot. Story of Mirko's life.
Man. Kenzie.
Albert with a shadow kill. Make it. Oh my goodness.
Not just yet, but Kanziski will not be able to defend the turret from the waves. You already know Kanziski. He was just flat out against the wall. Please, please don't hit me. Just trying to minimize his hitbox right there, and it did work.
Okay.
I'm
offended. God's able to get the Earth Shatter though. Beloy in the back. Looking for Natko. Won't get it.
I think Natko is too ambitious of a target for Beloyski's attempts, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But the Earth Shatter is really shutting down Key's attempts right here. The fact that if you cast it out, it still goes through regardless if you get displaced or not. He's just pulling Natko into his team to land a potential Earth Shatter that can become a winning factor for Geek fam. So Evo's got to be a bit more careful on the engage department. But with the Cloak of Destiny here, Sway Low will be able to fight for a bit longer. Beloyski.
Shunpu gets away, goes back in with the Kudo, now Makits walks up to the back line, but it's a good don't run, Wolf King, can't say stay! With one of nature, Makits getting rid of Jabran! Natko walks up, but he's fighting in the RWM! Our boy gets the shutdown, Key's running for the hills, and it's a Geek fam team fight win.
I guess it is geekable, not terrible. Kanziski, that was a good follow-up towards Beloyski, and what a respawn, what an RWM from our boy! This might be the turnaround, no, this is the turnaround for Geek fam.
No holy defense. Only Albert and Key left to defend. 13 seconds.
Right?
Key able to go for the I'm offended. Kanziski still able to BMI out. Make it. Looking for the play now. Albert walking up. That's a kill over for Albarabab.
At least they get the mid turret. That's a W. Geek. They're just gonna run and try to regroup once again, knowing they have everything that they wish.
Definitely a small W for Geek fam, but where the heck did Albert go? This the moves, man, the quad shadow.
Kakashi.
That was definitely shocking. But Evos, They gotta try and use Brands here on the split push kind of style. Why are they going for a full-on brawl?
Because the boys not alive. They want to 5v4 it. Makids walks up. Natco cancelling it out. Makids still has like beats. Get through it. In the back line, it's going to be Beloyski with the kick with the way to Dragon. Immortality to pop right now. It's Kenziski. It's got the piercing damage of Shabran. Again, SOD into the back line. It does land on Makids now. Brands takes it.
They're a bit low. This might be a window for Geek.
It will be. Makids, no electrifying beats. Key, looking for the play again. Good poke over. Albert able to go for the quad shadow. RWM locking the key down and will take it very low. Again jumping in. Makids goes in and wins out the entry battle. And now he's chasing Albert. Under the turret he goes. Makids is unstoppable. Evos have been wiped out.
This is the turnaround. What a game! What a play from Geek. They're just trying to end it right now.
Natco will go for Geek. Geek will go for Evos' throats. A full best of 3.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, indeed,
bro. I did not expect
bro.
that at all, Arashi. That was 5K from Evos. And what Geekfam does, literally, was just try to avoid them in every occasion and take opportunity when it's presented.
Gee. Oh man, they just waited for their win conditions. Like we told you, man. When the going gets stable, when Geekfam can kind of predict what's gonna happen, Jeffin, they just wait for it.
You gotta keep doubting Geekfam. Is it Geekable? Is it Chidero-able?
Exactly,
and
dude.
then Kenzi's like, hey, hold up, champ. Hold up, chef. I got you, brother, man.
This team sucks.
You gotta keep jinxing them, man. Holy moly, was that clean.
It's the late game fights, dude. The AoE was so good. And right here, Evos.
Literally, by the way, Arashi, Sheffin said, this is slow game, not high octane, and then he just started brawling.
Yeah, indeed, man. Kenziski, though, with the damage output on the quad. We haven't seen this hero in a long, long time, and you're reminded the damage potential. That was so good, dude. With that Moskov in the picture, Evos should not have given Geekfam that full-on 5v5 cluster team fight, but they did.
What's this guy? This team has got to be one of the weirdest team out there. That man.
That was definitely a weird.
Can you guys co-sign that?
Yeah.
Co-sign?
All right, I'll sign
statement?
it. Give me paper.
I'll agree.
And I'm happy that I'm a fan of this team because it's like a box of chocolate.
You never know what you're gonna get. Shout out to Forrest Gump. Rest in peace, Bubba Gump.
I don't know who that is. Actually,
I think
I haven't
Bubba Gump isn't
watched
his
Forrest
name.
Gump.
Huh?
I don't think
I haven't
Bubba Gump
watched
is his actual name.
Yeah, but
It's the company, Bubba
whatever.
Gump.
You know, shout out to Bubba.
The Bubba.
Bubba.
Baba Yeba?
The real bro. No, what?
Baba
Bubba
Jabra?
Yaba is still alive.
Brother.
Young and well.
Oh, okay. Sorry, yep.
Anyway, moving back to the game at hand here.
Yeah.
Oh, let's take a look at the crucial moments here before anything else. Take a look. That was the big fight, man. RWM hitting everyone. Kenziski, I think safe to say it's just the Kenziski damage on all the squishies in the back line. And Evos just did not see it coming.
Man, I wonder if like they're really trying to play it a bit mentally. It's not just strategical, from a strategical standpoint, every team fight that they make, because it feels like Evos, they felt a bit too comfortable. A little too comfortable. So that's why when Geek strikes, they're not ready. And this guy is always ready though. The redemption after that mistake on a Fanny towards the Franco this time around, with the joy, he's definitely enjoying himself.
100% team fight participation.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Damn.
That's ridiculous, man. In a game like this, with all the spread apart action, 100%. Take a look at the highlights here presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. In the early game, it was Evos with the mobility, with the playmaking, with the burst damage. And here, I thought Kenziski should have just gone for broke and traded his life with Albert. Seems like he was trying to escape there. And the SODs were massive from Brands, dude. Like, come on. Oh, the foresight to know exactly where the members of Geekfam are gonna be. That's the second time Makids got caught, almost in a blind SOD there. And when Evos have the control, this is what they were able to do. But you can see inklings of a win condition here for Geekfam. The fact that they were able to shatter the whole squad of Evos. And right here, they double down on it again. Despite losing out in the AoE. Dude, the dive from Make It and Kenziski together, you can't even itemize against it. One's magical, one's physical, and you can see the backline of Evo's immediately just melt down. This was the moment where Albert was able to actually clear the wave out, at least stall out the game even longer. But they tried to go for the punish when Aboy wasn't in the picture. It seemed to be successful, but after getting the slight bit of advantage, I feel like they kind of greeded out to really end things decisively right here. And unfortunately for them, again, the damage comes through again. The AoE plus the knock-up from the Lord really came in handy there, sealing the fate of Evos into a full-on 2-0 3-game match.
I feel like this is why Joy is just such a prio pick, right?
Yeah.
The cycle of skills. He went in with the electrifying beats. Like 8 seconds later, he's ready to fight again.
Yep. And the damage you do is redonkulous, brother, man. It's crazy. You wipe the floor. You saw just how much respect Brands had to put on Joy that he forgot about Kenziski. Like, he itemized for Rose Gold, really just for magic, or with the shield too, but he couldn't go with a nature, right? He had to sell another one of his real items for a defensive item. I don't think it's worth it. And for Kenziski, it was easy because really, there's not any threat with magic, right? It's a juice in late game. That's like it's a whatever, dude. Nice lamp.
I think that Geekfam also did a great job, coordinating between Makids and Kenziski as well. Because again, the idea could have been to use Key to stop the Blazing Duet. And in theory, it shouldn't be too difficult for Key to get that moment in. But when there's two very mobile heroes, threatening it again and again, plus, of course, the poke damage, the engage attempts from the other members as well. If you're a Key in this position, it has to be a very confusing moment, man. Do you stop Gobs? Do you stop Makids? Do you try and catch a boy or Beloyski? Or do you stop Kenziski? Every single one of these heroes pose a question towards Key, and he can't really answer everything.
I just realized.
He's not working today, but yes, go on.
Beloyski's teamfight participation is literally 9%.
Yeah. Hey, listen. Listen. That's why
it's one of one, man.
Listen. This is why. Oh my lord, that has to be the lowest damage dealt in the history of MPL ID, no? For a whole game, 4,500. Is it?
It might be.
I've never seen a 4. Oh my god.
Because he wasn't using the throw damage we're talking about. He was just trying to escape, dude. Trying to survive.
I'm telling you, this guy.
At this point, just use focusing mark instead of just conclusive blast.
No, he needs to clear in the mid lane, brother. He needs it's still prio, like getting prio. But, dude, this is why whenever we talk about Beloy's Cho, it's screening, never set up. And whenever someone says like, oh, he can go for pick, no, this is Beloy, sir. Like, yes, he can go for picks, but he can also just screen. He can also just be there, exist. It's like, hey, I'm here, man. Distract.
It's like that one fly that you have in your house, and you're like, where's this guy coming from? And he just sticks around. You're watching TV, you're watching MPL, you're eating foods, like, he's just there, and you're like,
but the thing is,
I can't catch him because he's slippery and he's slipping away from you.
The thing is, Beloyski is a fly like that. He's already annoying, he's everywhere. But sometimes he finds a big moment, sometimes he becomes an elephant and just smacks you.
Turns into a bee and stings you. That's a
No, it's like big moments. Remember, BBB, like, he can go 0-9-1 and then he'll get a 5-man ult on Tigreal.
Why are you turning into an elephant? Why not just...
Because he's massive.
No. Massive in game.
The elephant is massive. What the heck?
Okay.
Wait, what are you thinking?
No, like,
wow.
You don't have to... No, like, here's the thing. You could have just worded it out like, the fly just flies through your mouth or something like that. That's
what?
also massive,
that's
right?
Not massive, no.
How is that massive? What are you talking about?
No, like, it's a game changer. It's first of all, it's annoying.
What's wrong with you?
No.
You say it's a game changer. A fly going in your mouth.
No,
a game changer.
what I mean is
what the heck is going on?
Am I dumb
man?
or are you guys not following me?
No, what the heck
No,
is?
first of all, it's just annoying.
You're making it very difficult.
If it flies in your mouth, it's life-threatening, right? I mean, you know what? Let's just. Bude Clara Mongsar, I gotta talk with these guys to... I don't get it, man.
Hey caster, Bude ada berada di tengah-tengah keramaian dari penutupan match kita. Super fans dari tadi pada heboh banget, apalagi melihat kondisi sementara 1-1. Nah, kita bakal langsung ngobrol-ngobrol, Bude langsung jalan-jalan aja. Di sini dari tadi tuh segerombolan tuh rame banget tuh. Siapa namanya?
Steven.
Kamu sebagai Community atau EVOS Fam atau super fans?
Sebenarnya Kingdom sih Budi.
Oke, berarti dari match tadi nonton sampai sekarang.
Iya.
Tapi kalau sekarang ngeliat Geek Fam dan juga EVOS, match penutupan gimana nih?
Kalau dilihat sih Gig sih.
Dilihat Geek, tapi kamu serame ini berapa orang kalian datang nobar di sini?
Gak tahu sih Budi, aku keculik aja di sini sendiri.
Wah, hati-hati ada polisi nih datang nih. Penculikan terjadi, siapa yang nyulik siapa?
Gak tahu sih, kebetulan tadi di pojoknya Budi sendiri, terus datang rame-rame. Ya kayak pikirannya satu grup kan ya gitu.
Punya temen baru dong. Kalau di MPL Arena gimana ya temen-temen barunya mantep nggak?
Mantep dong Budi, seru-seru.
Seru-seru. Jadi satu pertemanan ini tiba-tiba untuk nonton ini aja?
Iya Budi, benar.
Bener, baru kali pertama?
Pertama kali Budi.
Widih, welcome MPL Arena. Tepuk tangan dong pada. Ya udah, silakan duduk menikmati. Itu kalau dari kiri, dari kanan ada. Kalau ini udah jelas nih fansnya siapa, nggak mungkin salah. Kamu pasti EVOS Fams kan?
Pas.
Dari kapan EVOS Fams?
Kalau mulai ngefans dari EVOS itu dari pas juara dia season 7.
Season 7. Berarti udah, ini udah 15, udah setengahnya. Namanya siapa?
Dede.
Saya kakak. Dede, kenapa pada saat season 7 itu kamu jatuh hati sama EVOS?
Tertariknya sama playernya sih, terutama Luminer.
Luminer Isan. Udah gak ada Isan? Habis itu?
Cintanya malah pindah ke timnya langsung. Ya awalnya emang dari playernya, ya lama-lama ya jatuh cintanya sama timnya.
Awal, ya gitu, keren banget sih ini. Tapi ngelihat sekarang, EVOS, kondisi sekarang, gimana ngelihatnya season 15?
Tenang aja, in branch we trust.
Wih, jadi tanggapanmu tentang branch in branch we trust, kepercayaanmu langsung diletakkan, baru main sekali udah langsung nih?
Jelas banget.
Jelas banget. Coba mau pesan-pesan ke branch sesuatu kah?
Please branch, jangan cosplay temenmu itu loh.
Loh. Oke, terima kasih Dede. Kakak pergi dulu ya. Tapi lagi-lagi di sini nih, jersey-nya sih sudah kelihatan ya. Tapi kanan nulis apa kamu?
Inilah Geek Fam comeback.
Loh. Ini yang kanan, kamu Community?
Iya, Fams. Saya Fams. Saya EVOS Fam.
Boleh berdiri gak sih berdua nih kayaknya seru banget. Sini dong, sini. Keluar. Out. Keluar ruangan. Oh enggak. Kalian berdua berteman atau enggak?
Baru kenal di stage sih.
Baru banget hari ini?
Baru hari ini.
Tiba-tiba duduk sebelahan, ceritanya gimana?
Enggak sih, sebenarnya saya datang sama teman saya. Cuman duduk ke depan, jadi dia temennya sama ini gitu.
Oh tiba-tiba sebelahan dan berteman. Udah kenalan belum tapi?
Belum sih.
Ya ampun. Oke, kenalan dulu. Salaman, namanya siapa?
Kalgio.
Henry.
Asik, tatapan tuh kalau kenalan.
Iya.
Bestie ya? Udah jadi bestie, kamu tetap percaya EVOS akan menang dong?
Percaya banget.
Kamu nggak kegoyahkan teman sebelahmu nih?
Nggak, saya percaya King Branch.
Percaya King Branch? King Branch baru muncul udah langsung mendapatkan kepercayaan sebanyak itu?
Iya, pokoknya udah percaya banget sama King Branch. Dari season ganjil pokoknya udah percaya sama King Branch saya.
Udah season ganjil, King Branch. Nah kalau kamu sendiri kenapa nih percaya kalau Geek Fam bisa menang?
Selalu percaya sama moto once a geek always a fam. Jadi dan percaya kalau misalnya rookie kayak Kenzie itu bisa nge-carry kayak game tadi, Cloudnya luar biasa.
Luar biasa ya. Tapi kalau ngebahas tentang Geek, kamu dari kapan sih? Bude penasaran. Dari kapan kamu jatuh cinta sama Geek Fam?
Dari SMP sih sebenarnya.
Iya, kapan ya SMP-mu ya?
Kapan lulusnya? Hah?
Dari kapan gue berarti season berapa cinta sama Geek Fam?
Lupa sih sebenarnya. Kayak season 7 juga deh kayak.
Season 7. Berarti ya anggap aja dari lahir dia langsung jatuh cinta sama Geek Fam. Kalau kamu?
Dari season 4.
Menang dia. Dia dari season 4. Kamu season 7. Iya, oke. Tapi nggak apa-apa. Sama-sama saling yakin menang. Silahkan duduk lagi. Jangan berantem ya. Jangan cubit-cubitan. Tetap suportif. Memang super fans tuh adem ayem. Saling mendukung. Tiba-tiba punya teman. Banyak yang punya teman di sini. Wah, mukanya ada cuma kayak pada takut nih kayaknya ngobrol sama Bude ya. Kiu. Kakak hari Minggu kesini? Iya. Untuk mendukung siapa kak?
Pas nih suami saya kayak
Oh, jadi ini terinfluence suaminya?
Iya.
Oke, kakak ini ngebawa istrinya untuk mendukung EVOS, menambah EVOS fans tambah 1 ya?
Iya, jelas pasti.
Jelas pasti. Yakin menang kan EVOS?
Menang, yakin itu menang.
Yakin menang. Oke, itu yakin menang. Selanjutnya siap. Langsung di MPL Arena. Benarkah ini di MPL Arena?
Benar dong.
Emang iya?
Iya.
Oh iya, jauh-jauh nonton langsung di MPL Arena. Oke, Bude dari Purwokerto. Abangnya dari mana, Bang?
Saya dari Wakatobi.
Oke, Bude kalah. Oke, siap. Purwokerto masih di Pulau Jawa. Wakatobi sudah jauh sekali. Ini khusus untuk mendukung tim atau memang kepengen melihat suasana di MPL?
Kebetulan ini pertama kali langsung datang di MPL Arena. Kebetulan juga ada kegiatan di sini, jadi saya mampir ke sini untuk nonton langsung.
Kali pertama berarti?
Iya, pertama kali.
Kali pertama, welcome lagi. Seneng banget akhirnya ya. Memang ada tim favorit nggak di MPL?
Jelas ada.
Siapa?
Alter Champs.
Oh, Alter Champs. Hari ini nggak bermain tapi pada akhirnya ngelihat suasana MPL. Biasanya nonton di rumah aja.
Betul.
Kalau pas nonton di rumah sama langsung di MPL Arena, apa nih bedanya nih?
Kalau nonton langsung vibes-nya lebih terasa sebenarnya. Daripada kita nonton di rumah sendiri, nonton langsung lebih seru.
Nonton langsung lebih seru. Ini kan udah jauh-jauh ke sini. Ada yang mau disampaikan nggak sih? Mungkin untuk orang spesial yang ada di rumah mungkin, atau yang ada di sini boleh.
Titip salam saja buat orang tua di rumah, tetap semangat dan dukung tim kesukaan kalian.
Orang tua di rumah
Ya,
mendukung tim favoritnya. Orang tua favoritnya timnya siapa nih?
sama Alter Ego.
Wah, satu keluarga dukung Alter Ego.
Enggak, cuman kakak saja.
Kakak saja. Jadi tadi siapa namanya, maaf?
Namanya Acil.
Nama serius?
Bukan adik Acil yang Onik ya.
Bukan ya? Nama panjangnya?
Nama panjangnya Asril Maru.
Oke, bukan yang jadi Adi, ini Acil yang berbeda, Acil. Dan mungkin mau kasih sesuatu nggak sih? Mungkin kesan-pesan di sini untuk MPL?
Pesan-pesannya buat MPL semoga sukses terus, makin lancar, makin jaya, pokoknya sampai season-season berikutnya.
Amin, tapi kalau EVOS sama Kikan yang menang siapa?
Cukup berimbang sih Bude, jadi saya lebih dukung kayaknya untuk malam ini GigFam sih yang menang.
Dukungan sudah diberikan tapi terima kasih. Sudah jauh-jauh memang di MPL Arena tuh dari Sabang sampai Merauke bahkan luar negeri juga sudah menikmati. Mereka ingin merasakan hype yang terus semakin naik di MPL Arena. Sekarang kita akan makin panas nih melihat GigFam dan juga EVOS yang akan melanjutkan pertarungan mereka untuk membuktikan siapa yang akan menjadi pemenangnya di match penutupan. Jadi GigFam Unity dan juga EVOS Fams, mari kita sambut game ketiga. Inilah dia.
Wow.
The
That was-
community is going strong, Chevin.
Yeah,
Hey, they're
even
growing.
the Alter
Chevin.
Champs is supporting GigFam. I don't know why we just smacked them in the face last time.
Because you're the same color. Look at this. Black and red.
Same color
Alter ego.
palette.
That's true.
It's black and red, but I'm feeling blue.
What? Why would you feel blue after a win from GeekFam? They have the momentum now.
Because I'm not sure.
And look at the pattern. Look at the pattern,
I'm not
folks.
sure.
Match 2. Who won game 1? Who won game 2 and game 3? GeekFam can do it, but you have to jinx it. You're right. Gotta feel blue. Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta jinx it. There's no jinx on us, I think. I don't know.
I think we're past that.
Uh-huh. Yeah, hopefully.
Chevin now has the power.
Wait a minute. Right now, BTR and GigFam is equal.
Yeah.
Points, right?
Yeah. So if you win, you go up.
That's a wide grin.
That is a very creepy smile, my sir.
Some very devilish smile here.
I can
quite
literally
devilish.
see your teeth drying out, bro. Like,
Mischievous
relax.
intentions from me.
Don't
But
you
yeah.
worry, my friend. Evo's here. 2x BTRs. They're gonna make sure BTR stays on top.
Oh, the earlier one? The Jabran guy?
Jabran.
Okay.
He was doing pretty well up until he did it.
Not like Kanziski's level though. There are
This
levels
guy
to
was
this
the guy
game.
saying, "Hey,
Weren't you doubting Kanziski? Huh? Weren't you calling
the
for
duality
Chidera?
of man The duality of man.
I'm a representation of Indonesia.
Are you an alter ego fan? Because you have a lot of faces.
That's true. That's
No,
true.
like I'm an Indonesian netizen, you know?
Ah.
If we win, we praise. If
So
we
are
lose,
you gonna hate on Kyrie?
you suck.
Are you gonna hate on Kyrie?
No.
Okay.
They're gonna hit
But
on
I thought you were
RRQ as well because they,
Indonesian
they got beat.
No.
Why not?
Well, I'm not. Those things does not concern me.
Oh, you're saying you're bigger than Kyrie. You're bigger than RRQ. That's respectable. That's respectable.
Geek Fam is bigger than everything.
Okay, wait a minute.
Not in that way, you know.
He said Indonesian netizen. Why did you assume RRQ?
Huh?
Oh.
We were talking about
What's going on with RQ? What?
What do you mean?
Are there anything going on with RQ
No
right
one
now?
mentioned
All
RRQ
right.
Kingdom.
No, because he's saying like, because you're saying, are you gonna hit on Kyrie? I'm like, are you gonna hit on RRQ because they just lost?
No.
Don't get it.
That's what I said.
I don't get it.
I don't get it either. All right, let's go back into the game then.
Game 3 though. Is the Cho gonna be available again for Baloy? I don't think it's super prior right now.
It's good for the guy.
Like, yeah, it's good for the guy. And to be honest, if we're taking a look at some of the stats that Baloy has been putting out, it's not that prior for Geek Fam, but it's more than just a stat, right?
Yeah.
Looking at the win rate for first pick and second pick, it's looking quite decent from Geek Fam as they're gonna take the first pick here as the home team. Mirashi, does this change a lot of things?
I mean, it's the same side. So
Yep.
today, I
Three
think
games in a row.
today we've seen all the matches, just both teams sticking to their own sides. We haven't really seen the back and forth that we are used to seeing for sure. So that's definitely an interesting dynamic to see here in Season 15. But yeah, I think it's going to be a bit more similar of an idea. But Evo's got to really think about that late game, man. Because again, I think you were saying the same thing about RRQ, Mirko, but their early game was great. The aggression was really, really good. And then they lose the plot.
Lost the plot.
Weird. In all their losses, the last 2 losses, it's been that way. It's been winning out early, and then there's a big throw later on. And then we saw it again against Alter Ego after that BTR one, and then here I believe they weren't able to get the win in the early game earlier, but then it just went away. Maybe again it's Geek Fam with that macro, or maybe just that high octane that they weren't used to in the early game.
Back to the starting point though. Best of 1 drafting phase presented by official tournament smartphone Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. So far is still back on typical. And don't forget to cheer for your team in the YouTube chat right now. Geek for Geek Fam and EVOS for EVOS, obviously.
Kevin's immediately trying to chat as much as possible.
It's a futile effort.
It's a futile effort, he says. Well, let's see if and the Hayabusa here is going to be a futile effort. Geek Fam with a full-on respect angle towards Albert.
Okay, Lucas, Fanny, Haya. Still going to be the Fanny ban for Geek Fam, and now with the Joy ban, takes a whole lot of that prio from the jungle.
What's left open here? Do they want to play it a bit more dynamic with a Matilda? No, it's going to be Beloyski with a Kalea. Oh, it's not always Beloyski, but it could be Beloyski.
Right.
Should be.
Should be. Yeah, interesting. I guess too many engage. It's not really that great either for you. Gotta find someone to roam around the map, taking all the damage, and now Albert is back on the Suyo, which boasts a 70% win rate this season. Damn!
Suyo, man, it's just so good, so effective, so flexible as well. Surprised at Geek Fam themselves having Make Hits as such a great player. Game number 1 MVP as well. Not really going for that Fredrin, but that's for the Suyo, but that's the Fredrin. That's what I was trying to say here. Wow, different angle immediately. Pick off, crowd control, decent amount of tankiness and sustain, and they have a longer distance clear and damage tool with the Granger. And the synergy between the Fredrin and the Kalea. Remember, man, the Kalea heals heroes around her, so the Fredrin can seem even tankier than usual. So this is something that EVOs definitely have to respect.
Okay, so surely this is gonna be a gold pick, right? They need someone to take care of the Fredrin. Because right now, the damage is quite lacking and you don't want that decision to be up in the air after the bans.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so it's still gonna be the same pick. 3 games in a row for Mr. Brands. Thing is for Geek Fam, last time they did this, yeah, they got a Fredrin, but they also had a healer in the Florin last pick. So this does give Evos a way to actually ban it out now. Last time I believe it was the same comp. It was Kalea and XP as well with the Fredrin, and then a Florin later on with Granger.
Unless.
And what was the mid lane though?
Novaria.
Novaria, there you go. I think now there are more options for mid lane because the Kimmy is still there too, and it works really well with like the double front to back with Rhapsody Kimmy, like right? Granger Kimmy.
And utility is just Fredrin.
Exactly. And Kalea.
They can still pick the Florin, by the way, if the Kalea goes to EXP.
Yeah,
I don't know if they're gonna do it though.
Yeah, a lot of valid options here for Geek Fam. Now Evo's definitely confused here. We were talking about a potential counter for something like a Fredrin, would be the Valir, but with the Tushin already shown here, it's going to be quite difficult. And with a Tushin that doesn't really output damage that reliably, I think they for sure need to curb some of those healing tools. The Florin comes to mind, but even the Mathilda, some of those heroes that can just bring the photo and be such an absolute disaster for Evos. I don't think the Suyo Moskov alone is going to be enough to melt through those shields and healings.
And I think Mathilda would be a better pick here than a Florin, considering that Fredrin does need a gap closer. He could help.
I feel like he already has enough up against this kind of composition, right? If it was a long-range comp, maybe a Granger on the other side, then it will be very hard, but it's a Moskov, Suyo, Jusin. I think gap closer is enough. You also have Kalea to engage. Florin does get banned, so it doesn't even matter now for Geek Fam. Unless they go for like Rafaela.
Wait, Rashi has an idea.
Can you imagine they go for Estes here? That would be obscene, dude.
Good choice too.
Like, they're legit, they can stand there and just take damage, and there's nothing Evos will be able to do about it.
Well, I think there will be things that they can do about it, right? I mean, it's not like a Florin where it takes away the entire anti-regen effect. So there should be ways to deal with it still.
I'm kind of worried if they pick a healer though. The first objective fight, they're gonna be lacking heavily in damage. They're gonna make it up with some toughness and survivability, but is that a good strategy in the early game?
It depends on what EXP lane they get right here, right? If Beloyski is the one on the Kalea, then they can get something aggressive, someone that brings more damage to the table for the early fight, and they don't even have to really win out in damage output. They can out-sustain a lot of the damage with the Fredrin built-in sustain, with the Kalea healing. If they get one more here on the EXP lane with sustain, like a Gato, let's say, there's nothing Evos can do, at least in the early game. They're gonna need items, damage and healing reduction before they can even start.
What if Geek Fam go Estes Faramis? Now it's another layer of HP to deal with.
Too much egg on the basket to the Granger.
Yeah. Then, yeah, the Granger will be the hyper carry. I don't think he's that type of guy.
Yep.
They need damage in the
He's
mid lane,
not that guy.
So who? No Mathilda. It's taken away by Evos.
What's the ultimate curveball here? I want to say health crit, but I don't think that's going to be the option.
Way.
Yeah, I know. I'm just wishing.
Does it even fit into the composition?
For sure.
They're just going to go and, play XP carry. Like Benedetta again, like we saw earlier. Put Kalea into Rome.
Mid lane Kimi here, like you were talking about earlier, Mirko. It could really work.
Needed. And the shield works.
So it is going to be Kalea Rome.
With the good old infinitely scaling heroes here in Granger and Sicilian, they're going to be sharing the stacks from the minions. And if things comes south for Geek Fam in the early to mid game, they still have a lot of things to show on the later stage of the game. Now for the roundup, now for Avil's composition here, do they need a dive or just a body up front?
Or even more utility here to force Geek Fam to stick around, to try and capitalize when they can get their hands onto the Granger or Sicilian maybe. This is tough. I feel like it's a more difficult question compared to what Geek Fam has in mind.
They barely has, they barely has anybody up front, and Gatot Kacha would be the perfect guy to fill that. Let's see though if it's a bit too much for this Gato. Game number 3.
I think the immediate question is the engage potential. Is it going to be the Circling Eagle or the AOG? Both on a super long cooldown. Both not really guaranteed against a composition like this from Geek Fam. Oh boy. I feel like our Evos are fighting an uphill battle right here against this composition. It is still doable, but everything has to go really right for Evos.
The stage has been set. The trap has been picked.
Oh, the Purifies.
These two teams. They will battle it out for this match win. High stakes. Geek Fam wants to go up 1 to the second placer, removing Bigatron. Meanwhile, EVOS will surely welcome a W for their standings and playoff chances. It is all or nothing here in game number 3 of Geek versus EVOS.
The second showing of the Fredrin for Geek Fam seems like, again, it's back to their old good comfort for EVOS. Can they split them up? The Moscow, the Suyo, really good at playing in the side.
Yeah, the formations in the fight is going to really make or break how these guys are going to go. Yeah, for EVOS now in the early game, not a lot of ways to really threaten the members of Geek Fam. They themselves aren't really running an aggressive hero, technically, with the Mathilda. They can orchestrate dives really well, I guess. But will that be enough without the burst damage, especially from that mid lane Sway Low on a Tushin? Gonna be playing a bit more reactive, I would say. Take a look at the emblems here by Indie Home. Assault with the movement speed, Wilderness Blessing. With the Inspire for Key as well, more shielding. And on top for Kenziski.
Oh, bye-bye.
3-man gank up top. Kalea's gonna be a bit late. Kenziski again survives it. He survived the high Ruby gank in the previous game now, early on. Tatko forced to use Revitalize down below.
Kenziski got that plot armor. And now, just realized too that Rashi, pack your bags. This is a Sakura skin.
Sakura skin?
This is pretty saddening.
Why am I packing my bags?
Yeah, you don't have to analyze. It's pretty clear who's gonna win here.
Oh, it's a lore accurate performance? For sure. What you're saying? Alright, we'll have to see, man. So far though, if you look at the farming speed, Makis is getting a lot of pretty good clearing here, but Albert is actually ahead in EXP, so... Oh, look at this!
Good slam down. Wow, Key forced to use the guy to win already defensively.
Rare instance of Sakura being super useful before the team fight begins. Now it begins.
Should be a free retreat, and it will be. Make secures it. Turtle 1 to Geek Fam.
Alright. It makes sense. They have way more control, way more sustainability to push forward into the danger zone. And they have used it quite efficiently. Now EVOS, they've already tried to go and orchestrate dives in the top lane, in the bottom lane as well. And they haven't been able to get any value from Kenziski or Gobs.
Scouting SOD there. EVOS really is looking for it. Tsunami Slam though will lock him down. Key, wow, very late Purify from Key. Ends up being lethal. A lethal mistake for him, and it's onto the hands you don't want to kill on a boy early.
But what is he waiting for? Playoffs?
Oh, damn.
A bit spicy there, Shevin, but yes, that was really a long waiting period there. Brands, solo, make it.
Uh-oh, the Purifier also ready, but he won't be able to use it. No, it'll just be Kenziski with the last hit on him. It's all Geek Fam right now. Sway low, Crimson Beacon. Ew. What? I guess he was thinking that Sway Low would lift him up.
Huh. Fortunately, didn't quite get close enough. A boy will be able to escape with his life. And EVOS are back to just chasing, trying to find something at all. And you're seeing that interaction again. Gobs, whenever he gets lifted up by the Lantern Flare, he can still get an Earth Shatter off. And that is something that EVOS constantly have to keep in mind. As Geek Fam, they just stick around the top side. They kind of get Kenziski a lot of value here with these roams.
If it works, don't change it.
I gotta say, now looking at it again, right, I had my doubts about the Mathilda pick, but now it seems way more evident. Gobs in the bottom lane there, just stopping that from happening. Sanguine Claws, Key taken down again. Which brings me to the point. This Mathilda pick was purely just to deny, it seems, right? Because I don't see the value with the team, the synergy.
Maybe in the end later it's going to be used to save brands from danger. With all of these diving crowd control heroes, that could be an angle. But because they went for that option, now in the early game, what can they do? Again, no real engage tool. They're relying on Suelo to get a lift. And they're going in again for a fight.
Oh, they went in. They're gonna go in onto Beloyski of all people. Beloyski gonna be taken down. SOD will land. Avoid caught in the back spot. Pinned down by Jabran. Gobs Earth Shatter Flicker coming down. The Purify is there, ready to get him out. Gobs has the Primal Wrap, but will just be stunned down by the Spear of Misery. And Evos are back in the game.
Signs of life here for EVOS, and now the gold swing is pretty evident. It's gonna be might be skewing towards EVOS after this. Not enough, turns out, but this is something that they can look forward to. Red tree.
Purify.
That's the 3 Purifies available for Evos there, that's for sure. But it seems like Geekfam really weren't expecting the full-on engage. I mean, you were surprised as well, Chefin. Key. Ooh.
That healing, that shield. First item priority for Makits is the Anti-Cuirass, so no that kind of Molten Essence Fredrin anymore in this meta.
I think it's more concerned about the damage from Albert, right? More than anything. If they're clashing in the jungle and those neutral objective contests, that's gonna be the main thing he's gonna be worried about. Again, Sway low, can do damage, nothing too crazy. Rand's gonna have to scale a bit longer. The only real threat in the early game here is that ability-based damage. So, Anti-Cuirass is not a bad pickup at all here for Makits. But yes, they're just playing this default for the most part. And they don't have to do anything too crazy. Evos are the ones who have to try and maybe overextend, try and get their hands onto the backline.
Nothing is rushing Geekfam right now. They can play as slowly as they want. It's gonna scale up to the late game, especially when Sicilian is ready.
Taunted under the turret, still has the Primal Wrath, will be able to pop it despite the Circling Eagle locking it down. Beloyski! Tsunami Slam locking him down still. SOD will land out. Gets the execute, Brands in the midst of it all. Now AOJ! Nako coming down, good flicker out from Kensiski. They're counting away now, but Nako survives. And it's Evos with a winning trade.
The healing coming in from not Goat.
Definitely a lot of healing that Geekfam have to kind of be careful about themselves. They do have damage, but again, a boy in particular is a scaling-based hero, and only now does this team have a reduction. Before the glowing wands for a boy in the previous fight, they don't have any healing reduction at all, and Evos were able to get advantage from it. And now they're going for the split push play once again. Geekfam, what's the play here? What's the call?
Turtle is the call. Moskov in the bottom lane still. Makers coming to top. Won't be able to find it now. Red Tray from Albert the baby alien. Oh my god. A dive into the back. Tsunami Slam purified out of by Sway Low. An Earth Shatter locking Nako down. But Nako is so tanky on the Gato Tacha.
Worst scenario out there for Geekfam. They conceded the bottom lane. Turret thankfully is not down just yet. But they lose out on the turtle as well. No conversion.
And they were unable to punish Evos for that contest and steal. And they almost lost a turret on the bottom side, so Evos, things are looking up for them. Earlier, they had no control, so Geekfam were the ones dictating the tempo. But now that Evos has some staying power, have some damage to really threaten Geekfam with, now they have a chance to try and use this Moskov a bit more efficiently with the timing. And again, key, the Mathilda pick isn't really great to be aggressive with, but in the end, it's still a Mathilda. It's a very good hero, and especially for someone experienced like Key, he would have a good knowledge on the ins and outs, when to go aggressively, when to go defensively on that hero as well.
About a minute left towards the Lord right now. Curious to see how this will end up, because so far, like right now, Geekfam, they cannot really deploy the usual strategy of just putting your marksman on the other side of the lane, or like the map, and trying to split with Beloyski screening. This is a Granger. Not a Moskov, not a Claude. Beloyski misses. Now Albert, that's a good power spike in that Malefic floor.
It's pretty good for Evos that 2 of their main scouters have a Purifies here. Sway Low and Key are gonna be the main people walking into danger zones, Sway Low in particular. But if Sway Low's Purifies down, they can send Key and have a relatively okay time denying Beloyski any impact of the Tsunami Slam, for now at least. Evos trying to play the wave game here, trying to set up for the Lord. Are they going to try and attempt a burst angle? Are they going to play it slow?
Okay, thought they was gonna try to wait for Jabran at the bottom lane, but it turns out it's just a single clear for Geek. Even Jabran is playing it super safely, doesn't want to go out. Oh, even letting the turret go down.
Yeah, it's all good. As long as he's able to survive, right? Like tier 1 isn't gonna hurt. But what's gonna hurt is walking up and possibly getting picked off.
Possibly costing his team the Lord. That's the worst case scenario right here. And Evos are playing it patient. Brands in particular is playing it super patient. Now there's info right here. He's gonna start pushing.
He'll shove. Tsunami Slam could purify out just like that.
Oh. Let's get out of the jail of free card with Guiding Wind. Now, massive AOG. Oh, everybody dodge away from it. Comes to the back line. Albert still winning out the retreat battle despite it. Swalo caught in the back spot. Naked, get to the taunt. Oh, it's a slam from Beloyski. Healing it away. The Sanguine Claws catches key. Albert gets shut down. Moskov in the bottom lane, only able to get a tier 2. They got the numbers, but EVOS got the Lord. Who won?
I think it still has to be Evos, man. The fact that Geek Fam, in theory, have such a strong front line, and yet the Evos were still able to find a window there to go for the Lord. Even if they didn't get the Lord, getting it away from the hands of Geek Fam is going to be so valuable for them. Now they can use this to get some more control, use it as a secondary frontliner as well, potentially, depending on how fast Geek Fam clears this out. Evos?
Certainly Eagle zoning them away.
Teori ancaman.
Not much they can do here. Geek Fam with the dub.
Right. So the game's gonna be stalled out a bit longer. Even though the scaling really isn't like super good, especially with the Chushin in the picture, but they still have the Moskov, right? The macro play, and they've shown that they know how to play using it. The only concern is Geek Fam themselves also scaling up with a Granger and Sicilian. That's an issue that they still have no solution for. They gotta start thinking here, because Geek Fam are itemizing pretty well too. C Halberd for Kenziski means that he's gonna be doing a lot more damage onto Natco and Key if they're all trying to move forward and distract them the same way.
This is the margin that they're really fine with, right? Only 1.4k gold lead for EVOS. Towards 2k, and they still have the Sicilian and Granger. It's all fine and dandy for Geek Fam. Just gotta watch out for overextensions, because even though you are super tanky, Makids, Gops, the healing coming in from Natco, from Key is just too much. And I don't think right now Kenziski could easily just burst them down.
Here's the Halberd now, right? So,
yeah.
BOD next item, or do you want to go defensive?
It's actually going for...
Is that a Winter Crown?
Yeah, that's a Winter Crown.
Potentially, we don't know for sure just yet. Albert is the one with the BOD now, and that's also a concern for Geek Fam. All of their heroes do a great job surviving on low HP, the Fredrin, the Edith as well. But if Albert finds the right moment and soul severs them when they're on low HP, that's a dangerous situation to be in. Especially for the Fredrin that wants to go as low as possible in theory to get damage from the Appraiser's Wrath.
Wait, real-time victory rate says 76%. Is it that high?
Interesting.
To think that again, Geek Fam have a pretty good scaling comp, and it's relatively even. I think it's still within the comfort of only a 2,000 gold lead, because they were able to equalize quite a bit earlier. You would think it's a bit more? 50-50? It's not going to be 50-50, but it's like 60-40, not 72.
Right. Definitely lopsided towards Evos. And they have the damage here. They're going straight for the Lord.
Yeah. They're trying to go for it. Makekids unable to get to it. It's going to be a free one for Albert. They're still going to look for a fight. Natco able to get the guiding win. Geek Fam want to go for it, but they just have so many ways to disengage EVOS.
Gotta wait a little bit. Make it decouple again. This time with the Sicilian, it will be easier. Tsunami Slam with the flicker. Oh, they are able to catch Albert of all people. Natco in the midst of it all now jumped in. Beloyski taken down by Natco. Purple. Holy
Actually,
heal.
by Brands. Hiding back now, Geek Fam. No Albert. Traded for Beloyski. Kenziski. We're able to play. Brands walks up, gets caught by the taunt. Oh no! The Brands, the Purify jumps in, gets caught by everything. And Geek Fam now have an angle to pull it back.
3 big booms for Mr. Bombastic. They can clear the mid lane turret right here. Two minions helping them. Bot lane, they're gonna be taken care of by Gobs. They're not going for it.
They're just gonna... Okay, it's hell... Oh, what? Swalo? Okay, Crimson Beacon, he gets away.
Interesting decision. I guess they want to play it safely. Maybe that's the angle, but either way, still a W for GeekFam.
Yeah, the Lord immediately negated completely. The gold advantage dissipated almost instantly right there. That fight, GeekFam, after being denied the pickup chance because of the Purifies again and again, they finally get their hands on Albert, the jungler that has to go Retribution, can't go for a Purify. Evil really should have seen it coming, is what I would say. And afterwards, that was just chaos, man. It's a full-on fight, and Evos don't seem to like that in this period in time. Even though they're the more aggressive team, they're the ones who require that slower, macro-oriented gameplay style. I think they're approaching that period in time, though, where GeekFam are gonna be able to out-damage them and outdo them in these big team fights. So if you're Evos now, what's the idea? Do you try and go for a split push end angle?
These Lord investments, Arashi, have been pretty bad.
Yeah. Probably need more research before jumping into that one. With the key though, looking and runs for just a bit longer. And it's so dangerous right now. Despite having all the Purifies, GeekFam still are the ones in control because of the damage advantage. They're just prodding away at the potential Purifies with the Sanguine Claws. And if it does land, they don't really have to commit to anything. Beloyski though gets jumped on.
Tsunami Slam, Purify. It's just the kind of game here. 20 seconds for the Lord. Both teams have so many ways to just get away. And for Evo, technically, there's no engage, right? Key circling Eagle in. Not really the best initiation, because they kind of have to just play back and forth.
Shouldn't that be a W for GeekFam?
I think so. They used up the Circling Eagle, they used up the Purify from Key as well, and Beloyski only used the Tsunami Slam. Flicker is still very much available. All the eyes are on Albert for sure.
No.
Swaylo!
Swaylo caught in the bad spot, has the Crimson Beacon, will be able to use the Crimson Beacon. Now backs away. Ooh. Beloyski jumps into the back line, will be able to fight Key, the guy who was already baited to use Purify earlier, and now it's Natko caught in everything, unable to go for the AOG Alvarabab! Caught by the Sanguine Claws!
Wait.
Brands up top will look for a play to end the game, but Gobs is right there. A boy with a flicker forward. Sway Little getting eaten by the bats.
It's over!
It's over. Four members down in SOD. He takes it. One desperate attempt that will not work. Evos, this is a disaster. GeekFam, 17 minutes in with a reverse sweep.
In a truly geek fashion, they're not satisfied with a 2-0. They gotta make it 2-1, man. Holy moly. And this is probably the first time Sakura has won this thing.
Yep. Oh my lord. Wow, what a performance by GeekFam. How many booms for that? How many booms?
You pick Arashi.
I mean, all the booms possible,
Damn,
dude.
that's a lot of booms.
That was so good.
We'll give him 2. Boom, boom.
Oh boy. Evos, what a heartbreaking moment. It looked so good for them. But GeekFam again, is it geekable is always a valid question.
No matter it's Chidera or Kenziski, looks like I gotta shut up when I'm comparing these players. And Beloyski, man. It ended up just like we expected, Rashi. The trade, the Purify trade, it was Key who started it, but it ended up killing him. And look at this, man. A boy and Swaylo. This is the late game Sicilian. Mr. Bombastic. This is not your time this time around. GeekFam, they're on the stage, and they have a lot of things to say.
Dan GeekFam, mereka membalaskan dendam kekalahan mereka di leg pertama dengan cukup sadis kali ini 2-1. Cukup close game, cukup close match di mana pada akhirnya balas dendam. Hore, hore nggak Loy?
Apa?
Balas dendam.
Ami ya, akhirnya udah balas dendam juga.
Akhirnya kalah 2-0 pada minggu-minggu awal kalian Dan sekarang kalian ngebalesin nih. 2-1 cukup 4-4-an ya Balo ya?
Sebenarnya kalau dibilang gak puas kah? Apa?
4-4-an tuh agak berat ya?
Emang berat sih mereka, emang bisa main juga, lumayan pressure-nya lumayan tinggi. Emang kadang aneh aja mereka kayak tiba-tiba ngegas terus ya mereka rata gitu aja.
Jadi ya banyak momen-momen yang kamu gak nyangka malah tadi di match ini?
Iya gak nyangka, ada yang gak nyangka tapi ada yang udah nyangka juga sebenarnya.
Mau dikasih tahu nggak? Yang nggak nyangka apa tuh?
Yang nyangka sih kita bisa menang.
Oke.
Tapi yang gak nyangka mereka ini blunder.
Oh, keuntungan dong untuk Geek Fam. Di bagian mana tuh?
Banyak sih Bude.
Jadi
Iya.
menangnya bukan karena diri kalian tapi karena dari EVOS-nya?
Jadi gak terlalu puas Bude.
Wow, ini lumayan seru ya. Biasanya orang menang ya udah yang penting menang, tapi enggak. Ternyata ketika menangnya dari kesalahan lawan itu nggak membuat kalian berpuas diri. Tapi dari hari ini sendiri, mungkin yang paling bakal rame ini adalah kembalinya King Brands. Dan yang menghadapinya langsung malah di sini Kenziski. Halo Kenziski, kamu harus melawan satu veteran yang akhirnya datang kembali. Gimana tuh tadi kamu langsung menjajal dan mencicipi melawan seorang Brands?
Brands sih masih jago banget dia. Soalnya mungkin dia baru balik main lagi aja, jadinya kita hoki menangnya.
Wow, oke, hoki menang. Tapi kan dia bisa dibilang punya banyak banget history, dia punya pengalaman. Tapi dari Kenziski, gimana sih ketika menghadapi seseorang yang benar-benar punya jam terbangnya tuh tinggi?
Kalau menurut aku sih melawan dia modal pede aja. Gak usah takut-takut. Biar walaupun dia senior.
Walaupun dia senior, tapi kaget nggak tiba-tiba Brands bermain di match kali ini?
Lumayan kaget. Soalnya Eran juga bagus, sama-sama bagus.
Sama-sama bagus. Dan menghadapi keduanya berarti kamu udah mempersiapkan diri?
Sudah.
Sudah. Dan memang kalau hari ini kamu melawan Moskov 3 game, pusing nggak tuh?
Pusing banget.
Pusing banget?
Iya.
Lalu bagaimana dari Kenziski?
Kalau dari aku, kita mungkin tabrak-tabrak aja mungkin.
Tabrak aja dan menang pada akhirnya. Oke, dan yang seru juga Make It. Jungler gemoy kita, kamu berhadapan dengan Albert. Berhadapan di leg kedua ini. Apakah nuansanya, boleh diceritain nggak sih nuansamu berhadapan dengan Albert secara langsung nih?
Lawan Albert, jago banget dia Bude.
Wow, kan kalau kita lihat kalian pernah di naungan yang dekat gitu ya.
Iya.
Terus bagaimana sih kamu melihat langsung Albert sekarang menjadi lawan?
Sedih sih Bude.
Kenapa sedih?
Aku niatnya waktu itu setim sama dia. Cuman rezekinya bukan di pos aja, makanya rezekinya di Geek.
Rezekinya di Geek. Jadi memang kita tahu kedekatan, bahkan talent-talent juga tadi bilang, Make It dan Albert itu idolnya tuh Albert ya katanya.
Iya bener.
Dan langsung melawan dengan idol hari ini. Suasananya dalam Line of Dawn, apa yang kamu termotivasi untuk bermain lawan Albert? Ada motivasi khusus nggak nih?
Ada sih, kayak pengen buktiin aja ke dia kalau aku memang bisa main di MPL kayak dia.
Wow, jungler gemoy kita memang benar-benar gemoy ya. Coba dong kasih message untuk idol.
Apa?
Kasih message untuk idol. Dengan kemenangan hari ini mungkin ada yang mau kamu sampaikan ke Albert?
Bob, semangat aja ya, bukan rezekinya aja hari ini. Semangat aja.
Semangat aja, semangat. Terus menyemangati ya. Dan hari ini juga banyak yang berbeda tentunya. Karena kalau boleh dibahas ini boy. Kamu pernah menghadapi, ini buat dua-duanya sih Gobs dan Aboy. Kalian ada diskusi sesuatu nggak? Karena Natko bermain di mid lane sebelumnya, sekarang di EXP lane. Kalian bertukar pikiran nggak Aboy dan juga Gobs? Gimana untuk menghadapi seorang Natko?
Gak ada sih, emang ya standar aja, main biasa aja.
Main biasa aja? Nggak disetel untuk melawan EVOS dengan komposisi baru?
Enggak, aman-aman.
Aman-aman. Gobs ada mungkin bertukar pikiran dengan Aboy karena sebenarnya kalian melawan player yang sama namun dengan role yang berbeda.
Jago sih dia, bisa jadi all roll.
All roll, oke. Lebih nyusahin pada saat mid lane atau pada saat menjadi EXP lane?
Semuanya all roll.
All roll. Jadi memang kalau dilihat dari historinya, EVOS tuh banyak banget perubahan. Dari kalian sendiri, pusing gak sih menghadapi tim yang penuh dengan perubahan dinamika seperti itu?
Make it sih mau jawab.
Make it, oke, Gops.
Ya alhamdulillah sih Bude, jadi kita nggak usah takut sama dia yang ganti role gitu. Soalnya kan masih ada adaptasi juga, jadinya ya udah kita jalanin aja.
Jalanin aja ya, tapi
Ya, bener.
ketika ada tim yang berganti player, berganti banyak hal, dari kalian sendiri langsung nge-switch, merubah sesuatu nggak sih? Kayak, wah ternyata lawan kita gini nih, playernya beda nih.
Biasa Bang Baloy efek itu.
Loy gimana Loy? Menghadapi player-player yang kayak, atau tim yang berubah dari segi playernya, itu pasti kan mengubah gameplay mereka. Kalian harus secepat itu nge-switch gameplay kalian atau gimana?
Gara-gara Mikids, jago soalnya.
Oke,
Ya.
jadi nggak perlu ngapa-ngapain, yang penting make it jago aja.
Iya.
Oh well, kalian sekarang lagi ada di posisi cukup nyaman ya. Tapi kalau dari segi klasemen, menurut Baloy sendiri, berat nggak sih?
Kalau menurut aku masih jauh sih, soalnya kita belum ketemu yang di atas-atas juga, yang RQ dan lain-lain kan. Ya, jadi masih berat sih, soalnya kan seharusnya kita udah bisa lolos playoff. Jadi kejar upper kan tujuannya sekarang. Tapi berat-berat semuanya, jadi kita harus improve lagi di scrim.
harus improve lagi di dalam scrim. Dan kayak minggu depan juga bakal jadi minggu yang cukup panas untuk kalian. Ada 2 match. Dan kalau 2 match itu kalau nggak salah yang satu kalian, bentar, RRQ bukan ya harusnya? Dewa dan juga RRQ, betul. Sesuai yang Baloy bayangkan dong, ini belum ngelawan RRQ. Memang bisa menjadi sebuah artika memenangkan melawan tim-tim yang lagi di atas.
Iya pasti enak banget lah kalau bisa menang lawan mereka. Tapi kita harus improve dulu supaya bisa kalahin mereka, soalnya RRQ kan lagi jago banget. Jadi improve dulu.
Jadi harus improve. Untuk saat ini berarti harus berkembang lagi. Tapi hari ini setelah berakhir dengan pembalasan dendam yang manis, tolong dong nih Geek Community, jaduk yang spesial-spesial di kanan itu Loy. Mau dengerin suaramu nih Loy, suara kemenangan dari Baloy dan juga Geek Fam.
Kalau buat Geek Community, terima kasih yang udah dukung kita dari awal. Meskipun di awal ada kalah-kalahnya, sekarang udah menang-menang. Semoga kalian kalau kita lagi kalah lagi, masih dukung. Tapi semoga nggak kalah lagi.
Itu yang kanan nggak mau tuh.
Introvert dia Bude.
Oh, introvert. Oke, buat yang introvert di situ, congrats juga. Tapi bersama-sama Geek Community, sambutlah pembalasan dendam, kemenangan dari tim Geek Fam.
How does they always do this, man?
The same arc 4 seasons in a row? God, Beloyski.
Hey,
Shows you again, like, just because it's the same story doesn't mean it can't be interesting.
they haven't reached the promised land yet.
Yeah, because they keep on changing their roster every time they get a good,
That's
like,
true.
My
That's
point
good
is,
opponents, and then
my
they're like,
point is, this is the time. If it's an actually anime arc.
Dude,
Okay,
they
buddy.
are really good. I'll be honest with you. The
Where's that
drafts are looking
emote?
amazing. The calls, obviously, for Beloyski. This is why you never give Beloyski any criticism when he goes 0-7 is because we know it's him.
He is
That
him.
impact.
He is him.
That's the moment that won them the game, by the way.
Uh-huh.
The targeting right onto Key, who he knows has already expended the Purify. That got the ball rolling, man. Before that, they needed a fight. It was either Albert or Key. Those are the only 2 options available, and he found Key immediately in the midst when they were all clumped up together. And because of that, EVOS couldn't go with that split push style.
What I'm really impressed about Beloyski the most is when he used Cho earlier, He did a flicker combo.
Yep.
That's a rare sight.
It's a rare sight.
And it's a successful one. But the MVP though in this game, or in the match, is Make It's 1-0-10. He's the silent killer. Well, not really killing, but he's facilitating his teammates to a higher degree. And it's free real estate for our boy and also Kenziski.
Showing again why the Fredrin just works so well. I mean, moments like this, you can just walk up, tank some damage. There's a certain value there when you can get the ball rolling. And this is the issue for Evos as well. It's not just Beloyski they have to keep their eyes on about. If they let their guard down, Sanguine Claws can come through. The taunts, the knockups from Fredrin can come through, and it's just a minefield of pick opportunities. Although Evos were able to make so many interesting plays there, Spear of Destruction maneuvers, you know, diving towards the back line. But eventually, right, the moment the gold balance starts swinging back towards Geekfan, the moment the items start rolling in, oh boy, you can see that the composition that was taken by Evos isn't really meant to move backwards. So the moment that there was a value pick already done, there's no option but to kind of semi-brawl here for Evos. And that's a problem here. Brands, great moments, questionable moments, the full package as always, and that is the final pick-off there. Important to remind the audience that the Purify was used because Evos themselves jumped onto Beloyski too, so that's just unfortunate for Evos. But with that shows again that geekable gameplay still has a very real spot in Season 15.
Brands, nice try. I mean, that was the only thing he could do, right? It's either stay up top and let the boys end, or come in, try to stop it, and it was inevitable. It was him alone against a tanky dude, a vampire, and a guy with a gun. And he's a guy with a spear.
Beloyski KDA check, that's actually really good.
Dude, oh my lord, brother man.
Only died 3 times.
Dude, first game he went 0-6. Second game he went 0-3-1. I think he's already used all his deaths in game 1 and game 2. Maybe now it's like a cumulative 7 death power spike.
Once he goes 7 deaths in the whole match,
Yeah.
that's where it starts picking up. It's like a really good, like, old classic car.
Yeah.
It looks good, it performs well, it's unique, but it takes time to get running, you know?
It's a classic below. I mean, dude, maybe when you start casting for his game in Season 10, then you'd be like, man, like this is weird, but now it's like, it's normal, it's Beloy, you know?
He's gotten us used to this weird playstyle.
BBB?
I don't really think anyone can really match the same kind of impact, in the sense that he's always impactful, but he always looks kind of clunky.
Yeah, he has mastered the art of being useful without having it shown on paper.
It's like
a subtle
It's
type
like,
of
dude,
usefulness.
if you like look at this guy on paper, his stats are horrible, but hey, we know he's one of the best roamers, if not the best roamer. Terrible. Yeah, I mean, that's the word that Chefin created. Horrible, terrible. To be fair, yeah, this guy, Vin, has worked so hard playing from Season 1 all the way to
sweat, and
Season
tears.
13 to make it to #1 death. And Beloyski with like 4 seasons. And so it's taking that from Vin.
Those are rookie numbers, bro.
Dude, Vin even mentioned it on stream. He's like, dude, I worked so hard to get there, and this guy just takes it away from me in a few seasons.
So let me show you how you actually feed.
Oh man,
We're gonna hear the same thing about Navi
but
later on.
he feeds, and it doesn't, like, you know, he calculated deaths. Yes, that's like, it's not feeding. It's like,
I know.
what's it called, man? I don't know. He's the weirdest player of all time, but in a good way. I love Beloy,
You know what
man.
that is? It's a sacrifice that the general is willing to make.
The
And
war
when the
crime.
general is willing to take a bullet for his men, you know you're in good hands, dude.
Dude, he's taking a whole lot of bullets.
He's taking the whole artillery.
Oh, man, that's a lot of
Bring the
bullets.
rain, bring the pain, dude.
My soldiers rage.
I forgot the movie, you know, when the guy gets shot like, "Nah," and then he just stands back up. Is he just Luke Cage?
I don't,
is
know.
it
I don't watch
bulletproof?
movies.
What? TV show. Luke Cage is a TV show. Yes.
Okay.
So he just has a unreasonable amount of durability, dude. He just takes a beating. Oh, he's like Captain America. He's like, I can do this all day. You know,
But Captain America
he's
can't
beat
do
up
it all day. He just, you know.
all day.
Oh man.
What do we have here?
Endings.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh man. Whoa. What?
Whoa! Wow, wow, dude. Navi are red. Wait, Navi are red. They're down. They're done. They're done. They're actually done. 0-11. Oh my Evos.
Because Onyx won, yeah.
Oh my lord. Evos.
Come on, man.
They're on 7, by the way.
What?
They're on 7.
Oh no!
It wasn't the asset we talked about this.
Oh
the
my-
magic
the
number.
dreaded number 7 for Evos.
The fated number that Evos always finds themselves associated with.
Oh my, dude. What is, like how? How does it keep happening?
The difference between 7th placer and 1st placer is only 3 match point.
Dude.
By the way, if you divide their game win-loss percentage, it's also a 7.
Oh my lord, dude.
No way.
Dude.
Divide their
No,
game.
like 14 divided by 2, I guess. Yeah, game win lose, you know.
It's 7 and 7. Coincidence?
It's a bit of a stretch. You
I know,
but
I'm kidding.
You get it, Sheffield. Geek Fam number 2 though. I told y'all in week 2 when they were like 8th place that this is just Geek Fam. Don't worry. It's
someone.
Poloiski with a new team. I sound like a broken record because I keep saying it every week 1 to 3, and the man next to me just doesn't believe it.
I swear to God, man. Sometimes Geek Fam, you see the players, you see them playing. How the hell are they in MPL? The next thing you know, how the hell are they not winning MPL? And by the way, this is the winner of the Rookie of the Week. Oh man. Hey kids, Rashi.
That's my quote.
Back to back Rookie of the Week.
Oh yeah, wait a minute. Finds ways to catch the opposition off guard, that's fair. But a great partner in crime for the war crime general to get more space. When this guy takes the attention away, you already know Beloyski is sneaking in the shadows.
Yeah, you cannot ignore the elephant in the room.
Who's the player of the week though? Who is the player of the week, Sheffield?
Oh, drum roll.
It's
Whoa!
Kai!
Now said Mirko, quick, clean, and simple.
Read it out. Is the God in the Jungle back? Season 12, the match against Geek Fam. He punctures away. Boom. Buys Rose Gold. Winter, Imo. Escapes against Luke, against Niall, against Beloy. What? What? No way, no way. Oh my God, Kai!
And
the God
today,
in the Jungle, never doubt this man.
And today he played Lancelot.
Well, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the Lancelot game actually, but is he back?
Wait for the edits, dude. When you read that out, is the God of the Jungle back? And then immediately it just shows the highlights, you know, all the Lancelot moments.
Is the God in the Jungle
Oh
back?
boy.
I think it's Onyx.
My favorite player
They
of all
are
time.
back. Not just Kyrie.
Yeah, Sans is back, Keyboy's back, Savero's getting there, Lutpi is starting the Penitenta again, just like season 13. I like it.
Give them their comfort, man. Lancelot didn't work, but
Whoa,
who cares?
whoa,
Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Geek Fam Dewa, BTRT LID. Oh, there's some history between them.
Classic derby, by the way.
Aaron has never lost to BTR, he says, and he wants to keep that win streak going.
Dewa AE EVOS RRQ.
Onyx Navi.
Oh no!
Navi
Oh, no!
Bigatron! Oh no!
You know what? Navi should win that one.
Wait, are you ignoring?
What do you mean?
Ignoring the first match on Sunday, Rashi?
Classic derby. On Saturday, the big one, Evos versus RRQ. RRQ just winning. Well, actually lost. Both of them coming off of losses.
Yeah. And on Sunday, Shevin is feeling kind of confident
Number
after
one
that
against
showing,
number two,
but
baby.
I gotta say, man, I'm pretty confident myself in my boys.
They're called, back then they were called, what was they called again, Rashi, back then?
Back then?
Yeah.
Geek Fam?
Yeah.
What? The King Slayer.
Ah.
Jamie Lannister.
We have broken that curse, buddy. Move on.
Whoa.
We've broken the curse. We've beaten Geek Fam.
Pattern.
After the curse.
It's a thing.
This guy, man.
You're the last guy to talk about patterns, dude.
Listen, you called me a madman. You called me a madman when I said this is gonna be the same Geek Fam again for the 4th season in a row.
Santai bro is our motto. Alright?
I thought you said you didn't like this one.
This guy is the definition of hypocrisy, irony.
A walking contradiction. Oh, hey.
Next BTR, by the way.
Yes, that's actually true.
Good luck.
Good luck.
To
Let's
our
go.
women national team here. Good luck in 2025 SEA Games in Thailand.
Wow, man.
And that is... Oh, I
Team
forgot.
Vitality.
I forgot his in-game name.
Come on, you got it. I can help you. Arashi? You know?
Ooh, hang on.
Guys, come on,
It starts
man.
with a C. I remember. It starts with a C.
Oh, Cassius.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I remember. I remember. It took a little while. You know the
Who's the look-alike again?
Zaya.
Okay.
My goat.
Divided by country.
Not doing too hot in Vamos right
I want to check the DNA there. Maybe they share the same father.
They might be brothers. Maybe.
Who knows? Maybe
Maybe
like
a brother from a different mother.
maybe Cassius Sinner was just
Common ancestry?
he went everywhere.
What? Another like is it a Genghis Khan story?
Interesting.
Oh, we got M News. We got M News.
M News. M News.
What's happening in M? Where's the news? Team
Oh.
Spirit wins MSI
Yes, sir.
2025. Ken with DFYG claims the second place. Oh, did Ken mention? Did he play in grand final?
XBTR, by the way.
Did he play in the grand final? Even in the
Wait,
playoffs?
I was casting here. What do you mean? Why are you asking me? I don't know.
Well, you're supposed to be the BTR diehard fan. You have to keep up with the news with all the players.
I was keeping up with the BTR.
No, that's,
Here, the XBTR
that's your
is here.
problem, not mine.
Key. Hey, Spirit, by the way.
What's that hair for, man?
The hair for BTR now.
Yeah,
Here.
I know.
Where's your Geek Fam hair?
Yeah.
It's where
Big words.
It's
Hey,
black.
listen.
This is
Hey,
this
listen.
is why.
Hey. Talk to us when you actually get a jersey from your team, yeah?
Oh!
I'm sorry.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
He's gonna leave now. No. I'm sorry, y'all.
I want to.
You were saying something about Team Spirit though.
No, Team Spirit just, I mean, they're really good. The fact that they won is crazy though, because they have to adjust to like the Chinese patch. Chinese version.
That hurt me more than you thought, man.
Hey, it's okay. I got you the jersey though, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
but it's you.
We'll do it again.
Oh yeah, so Geek Fam don't care, but I care. I care more about you than okay.
We'll figure something out. We'll
Okay,
figure
Geek
something
Fam,
out.
come on, man. Hook your boy up with a new jersey.
Oh my god.
Maybe you can join. You know how the teams actually give away jerseys?
Yeah.
Like to their fans?
Yeah.
If you come early, if you're one of the first people
I'm
to
always
come
early here. I came here like 3 hours before the match starts.
But you never went to Geek Fam. You just stayed in the talent room. And you never bought a ticket. You just used your talent pass. Buy your tickets now at MPL ID, the website,
why would I buy
or
the
GoPay. And you guys can get a free chance to get that jersey and free diamonds.
Is that actually true?
Yeah. No, I'm serious. Like, have you seen the segments we have when the fans go to the back rooms, to town, like to the playrooms, and then like they get given the jersey? It's signed, by the way.
My biggest chance to get a free jersey in that scenario was the NBA x MPL week.
And where were you?
Hey, where were you?
I was just hanging
That's a very
about
good question.
in my house.
Man was rotting.
This
in
is the
bed.
basketball guy, by the way. I'm just
He's
saying.
our token basketball guy. He is the only basketball guy we have here.
LeBron James. Oh, Chefin is literally a Chef Curry reference.
See? And you
Oh.
didn't.
Is it actually?
Yeah, it is.
The time you would want.
You know that.
I told you like 5 times, Hirashi.
Short-term memory. Let's go.
Oh my god, the goldfish brain of memory of Hirashi here.
It just flushes every
Every
gets
RQ
purged.
win.
What?
No, it's just after a set amount of time, buddy.
Ah, okay.
every RQ win.
Because like the euphoria fills your head with dopamine, and all the memories is just like
Oh, you're a scientist now. I see.
it comes out of the ear. You know?
What do you take?
There's some
for-
residue
It's not
there.
the ears. Take the basketball, dude. What are you talking about? it leaves you through the ear.
Yeah. I mean,
What
it's from the
anime
brain,
is
right?
this, dude? It's like just pouring out.
I'm just gonna let these two have a
Oh man.
conversation.
Well, week 6 has been a blast.
Yes, sir.
And we are gonna be signing out. My name is Shefin. He is Hirashi. No, he is Mirko. He is Hirashi.
There you go.
We
Got
are
it.
very happy that you guys attend this broadcast. This
The mac and
beautiful
cheese
podcast.
combo.
Oh yeah, the mac and cheese combo. It's a thing, right? I forgot to mention it. I don't think I've mentioned it this season at all.
Not at all, no.
And you made it.
Yeah.
We also haven't been casting together for
Oh,
that long.
you know what?
That frequently as well.
Maybe because we're not cheesing no more.
What?
I think we're still pretty cheesy.
We're still
have you,
pretty cheesy.
Have you heard what we've been talking about
I
on
think
the
we're the
desk,
cheesiest
dude?
when we're with you, man.
Oh.
This is one of the more
that's a mac and
unhinged
cheese.
versions of Mirko and Arashi, dude.
Oh, I'm more unhinged than realize.
Oh yeah,
Then it's
by a
earned?
lot.
Yeah, because Realize at least keeps it to the back rooms. You bring it out front, dude.
You're intrusive,
For example.
For example?
Yeah.
You should replay the entire broadcast. Give it a good listen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Catch
Interesting.
some hints there.
Well, Bude is waiting for us to throw it to her.
know.
So again, thank you so much for attending this broadcast. See you next week for more MPL Indonesia Season 15. We own this.
Dan minggu yang ke-6 telah berakhir, di mana tim 9 ke-9-nya mereka sudah berjuang untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Namun apa daya, harus ada tim yang mendapatkan pelajaran, bukan kemenangan. Dan kita harus melihat bahwa semua perjuangan mereka benar-benar mereka usahakan. Dan dengan berat hati di minggu ke-6 kita harus mengumumkan bahwa ada satu tim yang harus terhenti perjalanannya untuk berjuang ke babak playoff. Navi, satu tim yang harus mengakhiri mimpi mereka sudah harus berhenti. Namun Navi masih bisa memperjuangkan diri untuk memecahkan lustrik mereka, terus berjuang dan mempengaruhi klasemen yang ada di MPL Indonesia Season 15. Mereka juga bisa menjadi batu sandungan bagi tim-tim yang akan berjuang masuk ke babak playoff. So 6 slot babak playoff masih akan diperebutkan oleh 8 tim yang akan berjuang kembali di minggu yang ke-7. Saat ini Bude hanya bisa mengucapkan terima kasih kepada semua super fans yang telah mendukung dan terus mengelu-elukan tim kalian, memberikan dukungan positif dan tentunya kepada MPL Indonesia Season 15. Dan boleh diingatkan lagi kalau MPL Indonesia Season 15 powered by Moonton, supported by PBSI, presented by official turnamen smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet GoPay, official sponsor Head and Shoulder, official dari coffee partner Good Day. Dan kita juga punya partner ini sports, ada Telkomsel, Dunia Games dan IndiHome. Bersama dengan advertiser, Hokben dan juga Kacang Sukro. Tak lupa pula supplier kita RSV Helmet. Minggu ke-6 telah berakhir. Dan minggu yang ke-7 akan datang. Mereka harus bersiap untuk menghadapi lawan mereka di minggu yang ke-7 untuk menuju tempat di mana mereka ingin berada. Minggu ini Bude ucapkan selamat malam dan sampai jumpa lagi di minggu ke-7 MPL Indonesia Season 15. We own this.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan